Welcome, everybody. I'm Soledad O'Brien. Welcome to a special Election Day edition of Early Start. It's here, and the battle for every last vote is on this morning. The first polls open right now. The best political team on TV has it covered from wire to wire today.
I'm John Berman, and the first election results, they are in from the tiny towns of Dixville Notch and Hart's location in New Hampshire. And in one of these towns, it's a result we've never seen before.
The campaign trail extended. I'm Christine Romans. Governor Romney will keep pressing today with 2 stops in the battlegrounds while President Obama shoots some hoops, an Election Day tradition.
And I'm Zoraida Samble. The immense damage from Hurricane Sandy forcing an Election Day scramble now. People voting by email and at different polling stations, and in some cases, literally moving the earth to have their voices heard.
Joining us throughout the morning for our special Election Day coverage, Congressman Randy Forbes of Virginia, Delaware Governor Jack Markell, South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn, Obama campaign senior advisor David Axelrod, Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland, Texas Congressman Jeb Hensarling, and Bob Schrum, a Democratic consultant who worked on both the Kerry and Gore campaigns. Special election coverage here on CNN begins right now. It is up to the American people right now. Good morning and welcome to our special edition of Early Start. We've got complete live coverage of Election Day 2012. Now, over the past 17 months, we've watched 2 campaigns spend a combined $3 billion. 2 candidates duel it out in 3 dramatic debates, all trying to win your vote. Now, more than 1 million campaign commercials later. 1 million campaign commercials later, the polls are opening. Voting is beginning right now in parts of Vermont as the American people prepare to pick their next president. Mitt Romney not letting up on this election day. He's now added 2 final campaign stops today in Cleveland, Ohio, and in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Both of them, of course, critical battleground states. President Obama is in Chicago today. Aides say he is likely to continue his election day tradition of playing basketball with friends before he goes to watch the returns. CNN reporters are fanned out all across the battleground states this morning, including in New Hampshire, where we have reports of the very first returns. And John Berman's got a look at that. Good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. You know, we're going to begin with the town that traditionally counts and casts the first vote in the nation, Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. The results are in. They are making history, and it is a tie. So, is this a sign of things to come this election day? CNN's David Mattingly is in Dixville Notch.
Dixville Notch always prides itself on being first in the nation. It's a tradition. They are the first ones to register their votes on Election Day. And tonight, there was something different. History was made here because they produced their first tie. There are only 10 voters in this town, 10 registered voters. They split 5 voters for Obama, 5 for Romney. People often look at Dixville Notch as the spark for any type of trend that might be coming on Election Day, but today no one is sure what to make of this.
It's a little surprising. This has never happened in Dixville before, a tie.
What does that say about the rest of Election Day?
Yeah, keep your eyes on the news reports because it's going to be a wild ride.
Something also interesting here, there are 5 independent voters in this town, 3 registered Republicans, 2 registered Democrats. So that means Barack Obama received 1 more vote than Mitt Romney from the independent voters. But again, it's hard to say that this is going to be any kind of trend. These are just 10 votes out of a state that will produce over 700,000 votes this Election Day.
All right, that's David Mattingly in Dixville Notch. Now, another city in New Hampshire also votes at midnight, Hart's location, New Hampshire. They reinstated the practice in 1996. It started way back in the 1940s. The result there, this year, Obama 23 votes, Mitt Romney with 9 votes. So, Mitt Romney today is working overtime with a couple of Election Day stops, including one in Ohio, which is perhaps the biggest battleground of all. Our Carol Costello is live at a polling place in Blue Ash, Ohio, just outside Cincinnati. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, Judd. I'm still getting over Dixville Notch. Can you imagine if it tied in Ohio? We'd be waiting a long, long time for the winner of this election. We do not want that to happen. I am in Blue Ash, Ohio. It's in Hamilton County near Cincinnati. Normally Republican country, except for 2008 when this county went for Barack Obama. Of course, the president hoping for that again, but Mitt Romney has a better, and the Republicans have a better ground game this time. They're really getting people out to vote. And here at Blue Ash, this polling station will open at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. They're expecting to be chock full of voters, mostly Republican, because as you know, early voting has been a hit here in Ohio. Almost 1.8 million people have already voted. They either early voted or they voted by absentee. The big rub here is the provisional ballot. If you made a mistake on your registration form, or you decide, oh, I was going to vote absentee, but I'm going to show up in person anyway, you'll be handed a provisional ballot. You'll have to fill out that provisional ballot all by yourself, and that could create some problems because one mistake means it's thrown out. So we're waiting for 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time for people to fill this spot. I'll keep you posted. Back to you, John.
Provisional ballots could be a four-letter word in the coming days. Carol Costello in Blue Ash, Ohio, thanks very much. Florida, of course, another critical battleground state. The campaign's final days there were marked by controversy over the state's early voting. You know, it's pretty clear if you do the math that for Mitt Romney to become president, he needs to win in Florida. We're joined now by Ashley Banfield live this morning in Miami. Good morning, Ashley.
Yeah, because the last Republican president to actually take the White House without taking Florida was Warren Harding, and that was back in 24. So yes, I suppose there's a first time to change that trend. But John, 829 precincts in Miami-Dade, and I'm just at one of them, and I'm here 2 hours early. It's dark. It's lovely out. Take a look behind me, though. Are you ready for this? 2 hours until the polls open, and we've already got a line of several people. I had a quick chat with some of them, John, and already some of these people have waited in early voting lines for 6 hours. So they're very keen to get going. Come with me. I want to show you very quickly as I give you some stats on some of that early voting, by the way. We have 11.4 million registered voters in Florida, and we've already got 4.46 who've early voted. Take a peek beyond me. I counted about 26 of those voting booths ready to get set up when the elections officials all get ready to go, and 12-page ballot. 12 pages. You know how long that takes? That's why there's likely to be very long lines today, John.
All right, Ashley Banfield in Miami. I can't believe they're lining up already. They still have 90 minutes before the polls open there. Thanks so much, Ashley.
I know. That's great, right?
It's crazy. Great and crazy. Later this hour, we'll take you to battleground Virginia, another key state, and also to New York, which, you know, is not a battleground, but where damage from Superstorm Sandy could affect the voting there. Soledad?
All right, thanks, John. The way our electoral system works, some states get all the attention from the candidates. The swing states would be in that category. And other states kind of feel ignored. Christine Romans has a look at the states where President Obama and Mitt Romney spent most of their time campaigning.
Let's look at the magic wall, because where you see these spheres here, it shows you, this is a graphic representation of how much time they spent, how many visits they had, Soledad, to some of these swing states. If you live in Colorado, oh boy, you saw a lot of these candidates. I want to show you just Paul Ryan in particular. Paul Ryan spent a lot of time in Colorado. If you live, say, in Florida, you saw a lot of these candidates. You heard a lot of them on the airwaves, but you saw a lot of these candidates in person, especially Mitt Romney and the president himself. And now let's look at Ohio, because this, of course, is the big battleground. And you can see just how much time they spent in Ohio. I want to show you three parts in particular: suburbs of Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. A lot of attention on these spots. And why? Let's go in here. Let's go in here to Lake County. I want to show you Lake County. Only 2% of the population. The president personally spending time here. Why? Because in 2004, this went to Bush. This is territory that the president got, and he's trying to hold on to. 2008, the president had a very slim margin here in Lake County, so he's definitely trying to hold on to that. Columbus. Both candidates really interested in keeping a hold of this territory. It's 9% of the population. And then you come down here to Hamilton County, 7%. Both candidates spending a lot of time around Cincinnati. Again, back in 2004, this was Bush territory. The president taking that last time around, trying to defend this territory. That's why they're spending so much time personally in Ohio.
And hopefully for them, the math works. If you camp out, you can keep those votes that you had the last time around. Both candidates would think of that. All right, Christine, thank you. Other stories making news, and Zoraida has a look at those stories for us. Hey, Z.
Good morning to you. Coastal communities in New York and New Jersey are sitting in the path of a nor'easter. This is 1.2 million people in that region are still without power 1 week after Superstorm Sandy slammed into the coastal northeast. In fact, that new storm has some communities telling its residents to evacuate again. Brick, New Jersey has a mandatory evacuation order in place for residents in those low-lying areas. And it's also encouraging others to leave if their home could be affected again. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking that new storm and also has a look at Election Day forecast for us. Boy, you have your hands full, Rob.
Good morning, Zarata. Yes, across Georgia and Florida, this is where that storm is beginning to take shape. So the swing state that is the Sunshine State's going to get some thunderstorms today early on across the north and then driving down towards Tampa and Orlando around midday. So get out there early and vote if you can. Also, some rain mixed with snow across parts of Wisconsin. Elsewhere, it'll be warm across Southern California, dry but cool across the northeast. Let's talk about the potential impacts for this incoming nor'easter, the timing of which will be more so tomorrow than today. But the winds will gust to 50 miles an hour along the coastline, heavy rain, coastal flooding, beach erosion, and even some wet snow for the interiors, maybe even the coastline. So here's a storm going across Florida today. Again, get out early, especially across the central and southern part of the state. And then tomorrow, the low rides up the coastline. It's not going to be anywhere near like Sandy, but it's going to be close enough and strong enough to have some serious impacts. And you heard there are even some areas that are going to be evacuating. Flood watches are in effect for this, and also some white on the map here. So just a combination of really horrifying elements, considering the fact that we have tens of thousands of people that are homeless with this storm coming in. So, Ryder, we'll keep you posted as this forecast changes.
Insult to injury. Thank you so much, Rob. And an evidence hearing is underway at a military base in Washington State. It will determine whether Army Staff Sergeant Robert Bales should be tried for murder in the shooting deaths of 16 Afghan civilians. That was back in March. If he is tried and convicted, Bales could receive the death penalty. And police are looking for a skateboarder who robbed a bank in Carlsbad, California. Investigators say the man, dressed in all black, handed a teller a note yesterday. There's a picture of him there, demanding an undisclosed amount of money. The teller complied. No one was hurt, and investigators say witnesses didn't spot a weapon. But they have his mug. Right, Soledad, did you see that?
Yeah,
So.
And he's on a skateboard. My guess is they're going to wrap up this case pretty soon. All right, Zoraida, thank you. For the best political coverage on TV, you want to keep it right here on CNN. Our special live election coverage begins tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has a preview. And apparently he does not have a preview. Obviously, a little problem with the tape of Wolf. But basically, tonight is where you want to be watching CNN's coverage. Coming up this morning on our special Election Day edition of Early Start, who's going to win tonight? Or will we have a winner at all? Will the results be delayed for days? We'll take a look at the potential scenarios ahead. We're back in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. It's finally here. My goodness, today's the day Americans will decide who's going to be sitting in the Oval Office for the next 4 years. Some of the earliest polling stations are just opening in Vermont, and we're going to be bringing you all the up-to-the-minute details this morning and, of course, obviously throughout the day. Joining us this morning, CNN contributor and Republican strategist Ana Navarro. She's also, you also worked on the Huntsman and McCain campaigns, and CNN political analyst Roland Martin, TV1. Nice to have you with us. Appreciate it.
Hey.
4 years ago.
What?
It's
It's 5:16 in the morning.
All right, let's begin, Roland, with you. Who's going to win? By how much and why, in a nutshell?
I think President Obama, 281 electoral college votes. You look at the consistent lead. Clearly, you look at what's happening out west. And then, of course, you go to Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Also, I believe he takes New Hampshire. The folks who are saying more than 300, I don't think so. This is an extremely tight election. This reminds me a lot more of 2004 election, where President George W. Bush wins Ohio by 110,000 votes. To me, that's the difference maker.
Ana Navarro, what do you think?
I think I'm not going to predict. I think.
How if I made you predict?
Under the gunpoint?
She'll buy you breakfast.
I'm not a violent person, but I'll lean on you hard to predict.
She'll buy you grits and pork bellies.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I really want to know what in your heart of hearts. This is all people are talking about on Twitter, and people keep asking me, is it going to be 300? Is it going to, what is it? So, what do you think?
It's too close. I mean, look at state after state. Look at what just happened in Dixonville. First time in history we have a 5-5. That should tell you where we are as a country. Look, tomorrow, 50% of this country is going to be very disappointed. and 50% of the country is going to be very happy.
Come on, make a call, Anna.
Let me tell you something.
Make a call.
People got to go out and vote today. Today is the morning where we should be telling people anything can make a difference. The weather can make a difference. Your vote can make a difference. 537 votes made a difference in Florida.
She's notorious for telling the truth, right? For telling the truth and speaking your mind. And so I'm surprised that you're not speaking your mind right now.
I think it's too, you know something? I think it's too close to call. I think that is the truth for me.
I want to ask John a question. You know, Nate Silver has now upped his percentage of prediction for Obama to 91%. So you have Nate Silver on one side, and then you have pretty much everybody in the GOP who said, listen, I think we're going to win this. Are all the polls wrong? Is Nate Silver wrong? I mean, how are those...
Well, that's the question. What Nate is saying is he's saying if you follow all the state polling here and you believe the state polling here, then the combination is there for President Obama. If you believe that there is a sampling problem in almost every state poll, then you have the Republican analyst solution, which is that largely Mitt Romney will win. What you want to watch for tonight is Virginia. It's an early poll closing state. Yep. Closes at 7 o'clock tonight. If it's tied or the president's ahead, then it means the polls have basically been right, because that's what the polls have been saying all along. If Mitt Romney is ahead by 4 points or so, then the Republican analysts are all right, that these polls have all been off by a consistent measurement. And if that's the case early on tonight, it's a big night for Mitt Romney.
Interesting. Well, as recent history tells us, not everything is going to run particularly smoothly on Election Day. In fact, there have already been some issues, already some legal fights. Ali Velshi is monitoring some of the potential problems for us. He'll have a look straight ahead. We're back right after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching a special Election Day edition of Early Start. We're coming to you live from our nation's capital, and we are tracking potential voting pitfalls in some key swing states. The fight over early voting in Florida, provisional ballots in all-important Ohio, not to mention confusion over voting after Superstorm Sandy. Ali Velshi is following all these angles for us from the CNN Center in Atlanta. Let's begin with Florida, Ali.
Long lines. I mean, believe it or not, Soledad, we're talking about Florida, and we might be talking about Florida very, very late tonight, maybe even tomorrow. Bottom line is you used to have 14 days to vote ahead of polling day. The governor and legislature changed that to 8 days, and that's what you're seeing. That's the result. We've seen lineups with 400, 500 people, reports that people have waited 7 hours. Michelle Obama making a speech yesterday saying, if you're in the line, don't leave the line. We've seen people leaving the lines, and the problem is, as you know, the last time Florida was a problem in 2000, the final count was 537 votes. So everybody matters in Florida, in Ohio, everywhere in the country. But the bottom line is particularly in these swing states. So the problem will be in Florida, people leaving because the vote lines are too long, or people being in line when the polls close. We're watching it very closely. We're monitoring, getting complaints from people, and finding out what the problems are and what their options are for voting. Soledad.
And in Florida, that ballot is so long. That in and of itself takes a long time to fill out. All right, let's turn to Ohio. Provisional ballots could become a problem, right?
Yeah. This is a big misunderstanding. I'm getting a lot of tweets saying, why do you talk about provisional ballots? They're not actually votes. They're absolutely votes, but they're votes from people who either didn't get their ballot in the mail, or the address has changed, or they somehow can't prove who they are. So what happens is now you have to fill out a form, and this wasn't the law. The law was that the person taking your ballot had to fill out this form. Now you have to fill out this form where you have to check off a whole lot of information that I have to tell you, I've been over that form, and it's a little bit confusing. So again, the Secretary of State imposed this last week. There have been lawsuits there. They will not be heard for a while because the provisional ballots don't get counted until 10 days after the election, because everybody who does one has 10 days to prove who they are. So that's another problem that we're looking at right there. Again, unless Ohio is very close, it won't matter. But last election, there were 400,000 provisional ballots, 50,000 of which were thrown out. So you can tell that this, too, will be a point of contention, Soledad.
All right. Ali Velshi watching it for us. Thank you, Ali. Appreciate that.
All right.
Price tag for this election, record-breaking and enormous. Where did all that money go? Christine Romans is going to take a look at the campaign cash coming up. We're back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching a special edition of Early Start and our live coverage of Election Day 2012. Now, voting's already underway in parts of Vermont, and 11 more states are set to open their polls in the next 60 minutes or so after a 17-month marathon, which cost a combined $3 billion. The candidates spend the final hours of the campaign making some closing arguments. Take a look.
Our fight goes on because America always does best when everybody gets a fair shot, and everybody does their fair share, and everybody plays by the same rules. That's what we believe. That's why you elected me in 2008, and that's why I'm running for a second term.
This is much more than our moment. It's America's moment of renewal and purpose and optimism. And we've journeyed far and wide in this great campaign for America's future. And now we're almost home.
There are already legal issues plaguing two key battleground states in Florida, more along lines. Yesterday, Democrats are suing to extend early voting hours, even though they legally ended those hours on Saturday. And then in Ohio, a hearing is now set for Wednesday morning to hear arguments about the rules for counting those provisional ballots. A final tally from the Buckeye State could take weeks. And in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy, New Jersey is allowing voting by email or fax, and New York is permitting voters in disaster areas to cast ballots at any polling place in the entire state. Joining us throughout the morning for our special Election Day coverage, Congressman Randy Forbes of Virginia, Delaware Governor Jack Markell, South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn, David Axelrod, he's the Obama campaign's senior advisor, Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland, Texas Congressman Jeb Hensarling, and Bob Shrum. He's a Democratic consultant who worked on both the Kerry and Gore campaigns. John Berman's got more this morning on what's happening in those key battleground states. John? Thanks so much, Soledad. You know, we already have some results in, believe it or not. In Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, they have spoken. And for the first time in history, it's a tie. 5 votes for the president, 5 votes for Mitt Romney. In Hart's location, another New Hampshire voting spot. It was 23 votes for President Obama and 9 votes for Mitt Romney. Moving on to a state with a little more voting going on today, Virginia. It is very much still in play. Mitt Romney made 2 stops there yesterday. Vice President Biden was also there twice. And 4 years ago, President Obama became the first Democrat to carry the state since 1964. And if Obama can win there again, it makes Mitt Romney's job really, really tough. I'm joined now by Randy Kay, live in Woodbridge, Virginia. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, John. Yes, it's going to be a very interesting election day here in Virginia. No doubt, 13 electoral votes up for grabs. Voting starts at 6 a.m. here, and you can already see there's a line that's formed. People were here about 4:40 a.m. this morning trying to get in. I guess they were expecting long lines because they don't have early voting here in Virginia. They have in-person absentee voting, so you need a pretty good excuse to not show up here on Election Day. They also have the new voter ID law, which starts today. Used to be able to just sign an affidavit saying you are who you are. That doesn't work anymore. What's going to be interesting today, though, John, is the demographics and seeing how they play out. It's sort of the old Virginia versus the new Virginia. The old Virginia is it's very Republican, religious, white working class. The new Virginia is urban, diverse. That's what helped get Obama elected here by 6 percentage points back in 2008. It's also the economy. People are going to be looking at that. This is a pretty robust economy here in Virginia, 5.2% unemployment. So we'll see how that plays into all of this as well, John.
All right, Randy Kay, live in Virginia. Polls close there at 7 p.m., one of the early states to watch. Thanks a lot, Randy. Now, the New York metro area is still reeling from Superstorm Sandy and now bracing for a nor'easter. And voting is yet another hurdle for people displaced from their homes. New York's Governor Cuomo, trying to remedy that, signed an order allowing people to vote at any polling place. CNN's Alina Cho is at a makeshift polling station in Brooklyn. Good morning, Alina.
John, good morning to you. Yes, I'm back at Brooklyn Tech High School, which, by the way, is the only school in New York City serving as both an emergency shelter and a polling station today. And you're absolutely right. At the 11th hour yesterday, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo signed an executive order that essentially says if you live in a federal disaster zone in New York, you can cast your ballot today, not just in your district, but at any polling site in New York State. Now, this is unprecedented, and it will allow up to 143,000 voters in New York City alone to cast their ballots today. These are people who might otherwise have problems getting to a polling station. Now, this is not a perfect solution, the governor admits. It could complicate some local races, but the simple way to put it is that your vote will count for the races you are eligible to vote for. The governor says just because you are displaced after the storm doesn't mean you should be disenfranchised. And John, he adds, after last week. Quote, this will be a walk in the park. We'll have to wait and see. The polls open in less than an hour. John?
All right. Thanks so much, Alina. You know, New York, not a swing state, but every vote counts, so it's important to vote everywhere, not just in the swing states, obviously. The price tag for the 2012 elections has exploded and is already breaking major records. The damage, $4.2 billion through Sunday for the presidential and congressional races. Final figures could hit $6 billion, some $750 million of it devoted to TV ads for campaigns. Christine Romans is tracking the big tab for political ads this morning. What do you have?
And if you live in one of those swing states, you've been hearing more about these candidates than you have about toothpaste and cars for some time now. This is, John, TV ad count in the United States for this election. And this is all of the ad count together. Let me show you. This is the Romney war chest, all of these red spheres. This is the Obama war chest. And then these are just the Republican tied packs, the Democrat tied packs. Put it all together, and that's what it looks. If you live in, say, Colorado, you've been hearing a lot about these candidates, or actually about their opponents for some time now, right? If you live in Iowa, you have too. And you can see there's a little bit of edge in terms of the number of ad counts for the president here from both the PAC and also from the campaign itself. And maybe, according to the Des Moines Register, that's something that's been paying off for him. But I want to take a look further out here and look at Florida. Florida, a fascinating story here. Just look at the Romney spends, Obama. Now, the whole thing, I was just in Tallahassee. You couldn't get through a commercial break with any other ads, John, except for political ads. This has been so competitive and so intense here. And then finally in Virginia, I mean, all you have to do is sort of look at that big. I mean, that's been really amazing as well. And look at the polls here. You can see just how competitive it is in Virginia. 48-47 from the Wall Street Journal Marist poll. Is that one of the first ones to close tonight?
7 o'clock, one of the earlier ones. There are some polls that closed earlier in Kentucky and Indiana, but not really swing states.
So we'll know pretty soon whether all of those ad buys paid off, because certainly that has been an area that has been bombarded.
It's fascinating. The Republicans may have spent more money on ads, but Obama and the Democrats placed their ad buys so early, they got a discount. They may have actually been able to run more ads.
And how many? A million times? A million times these ads have run?
It's a lot of times.
That's a lot.
It's more than Wheaties. All right, a reminder that CNN's live coverage of Election Night in America begins tonight when the polls first close at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on CNN. There is a lot of other news going on today. Now to Zoraida Samblin with the rest of the day's stories.
Thanks, John. The last thing that people living in coastal communities in New York and New Jersey need is another powerful storm, but a nor'easter is headed their way, even as tens of thousands still struggle to recover from the devastation of Superstorm Sandy. The new storm is expected to hit tomorrow. It will last into Thursday morning and will pack high winds and heavy rain. Coastal flooding is also a very strong possibility. And Rob Marciano is monitoring the track of this storm at the Weather Center in Atlanta. And will it have any impact on voters that are heading to the polls today, Rob, do you think?
Well, it will across the South, because that's where it's going to start. So Florida will have an impact, and it could be significant. Also, problem areas, rain mixed with snow at times across parts of Wisconsin. Shouldn't be a too terrible deal. Other than that, the weather looks fairly tranquil. Pacific Northwest will get its usual bat of rain and some wind. All right, Georgia, you're seeing some rainfall, and the storm that will be this nor'easter is now about to get through Florida, the Panhandle, and eventually the Big Bend area and through Sarasota and Tampa later on this morning. So get out there early. It could have significant impacts. Study shows that 1 inch of rainfall will drop voter turnout by 1%, and foul weather in general favors Republicans by about 2.5%. We've got some foul weather with potentially more than 1 inch of rain heading through Florida today, so just keep that in mind. Some wild cards, voters dealing with, obviously, power outages, storm damage, and obstructive travel up there in the storm zone. Lesser in the way of swing states there, but you get the picture. Here's our storm tomorrow. Again, the impacts for this will be tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. Wind, some rain, some coastal flooding, and as you mentioned, Zoraida, there are some areas across the storm zone that have been re-evacuated in anticipation of this next storm.
Yeah,
Zoraida.
continued tough times for a lot of people. Thank you, Rob. A 48-hour general strike is underway in Greece. Transit workers took to the streets yesterday in Athens to kick off the nationwide protest. Take a look at those. They'll be joined by other union workers today, and they are protesting the latest round of budget cutbacks that Parliament will vote on this week. Monday Night Football in New Orleans. Saints quarterback Drew Brees throwing 2 touchdown passes in a 28-13 victory over the Eagles. Philadelphia quarterback Michael Vick sacked 7 times as the Eagles stumbled to their 4th straight loss. Did you hear that wow in the studio,
Wow,
Soledad?
7 times. Michael Vick, ow.
That brother,
Let's go back to Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Drew Brees, yeah, exactly.
He's gonna need some
all
Bengay.
over his body.
Need a rub down.
All right, Zoraida, thanks. After all the campaigning, after all the ads, there is a possibility the election could end up locked in an electoral college tie, 269-269. So what happens then? We'll break down those rules for you straight ahead. Welcome back, everybody. We're coming to you live from Washington, D.C. this morning. Election drama could extend well beyond today's vote. For example, there's a possibility of an electoral college tie, 269-269. And in the unlikely event that that happens, Tom Foreman has a blow-by-blow of the rules that would determine who becomes president and who becomes vice president. Take a look.
Hey, Soledad, you know, even if every single state out there votes as anticipated, each one of these lines represents a way in which the battleground states could come together to produce an electoral tie, 269 votes for each of the candidates. And if that happens, everything changes. Here's rule number 1. The incoming House of Representatives would then pick the president. That's right. After all this voting, all the ads, all the billions of dollars spent, the folks who are going to gather in this chamber in January would then have the task of deciding on who the president is going to be. Rule number 2, 1 vote per delegation or 1 vote per state. This is actually a big deal, and let me bring in a map to show you precisely why. Under this rule, huge states like California with tens of millions of voters would suddenly have no more influence than a state like North Dakota with far fewer voters. 1 vote per state, that's it. And it gets better. Look at rule number 3. The popular vote does not count. Your state's vote would be determined by your congressional delegation, and that could make some strange things happen. Look at Illinois over here, the president's home state. It has voted reliably Democratic in the last several presidential elections, but look at the congressional districts there. There are more Congress members from that state who are Republican than Democrat, and they could tilt the vote there and simply say Illinois goes to Romney, even if the people of the state didn't feel like that's what they wanted. By the way, if you have a state like Minnesota right now that has an equal number of Democrats and Republicans, it would essentially nullify its own vote unless those Congress members could work out some kind of a deal on that. Bottom line is all of this could totally change the electoral map. We know right now when we look at the red states, the blue states, and the battlegrounds that this is a very close race. But if you applied these rules and threw it to Congress, the result right now in the current Congress would be something like this. Look at all the red states there. The Republicans would sweep into power, and Mitt Romney would go right into the White House with Paul Ryan. Although maybe not with Paul Ryan. The funny thing is, even though the House would pick the president, the Senate gets the job of picking the vice president. And if the new Senate also had a Democratic majority like the current one, they could give us something that nobody anticipates. Mitt Romney as president and Joe Biden as his vice president. No, the Democrats can't swap somebody else out. They couldn't put Barack Obama in that job. And yes, if there is a tie in the Senate, Joe Biden could cast the deciding vote for himself. There's, of course, no guarantee that any of this would happen. In a race that close, you would probably see some recounts, you'd see some court challenges, or you might see the most startling thing of all, a faithless elector. Remember, when you vote, you're not voting for president. You're voting for members of the Electoral College who will then gather and vote for president. One of them from your state could go rogue. One of them could simply say, I'm not going to vote the way I was told to vote. And if that happened, if that one person simply changed his or her mind, that person could change history and decide with 1 vote whether Barack Obama or Mitt Romney is president. Soledad?
That is so fascinating. Our special election coverage continues tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern. Here's Wolf Blitzer with a bit of a preview.
We're really excited, Soledad, about our coverage tonight because we've got a lot going on. John King, of course, will be at the CNN magic wall over there. He's looking at all the various permutations. Lots possible. We have 16 reporters in all the key battleground states. We'll touch base with them. Tom Foreman is in the virtual Senate. You saw what he has in store. He's got some more surprises coming up. We've got the best analysts in the business. They're standing by. We'll dissect everything step by step. The great thing about covering these elections is you never know what's going to happen. There could be some huge surprises there tonight, and we will be watching it together with all of our viewers. Speaking of surprises, we've got some other, shall we say, technical surprises in the works as well, and I think our viewers, Soledad, will be very, very happy.
We're looking forward to that, and we are back right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. Does the election end tonight? Will we have a clear winner tomorrow morning? Back with us here in D.C., CNN contributor, Republican strategist Ana Navarro, CNN political analyst Roland Martin.
Hey.
What do you think? Think it drags on, or do you think we know tonight?
I think we know tonight.
Yeah?
I don't think it's going to drag on. I don't foresee Florida in 2000. I know we keep picking on Anna's state.
Yeah, I know. I am feeling
why do you feel optimistic about that? We've already seen long lines in Florida. We already know that there are legal challenges. All that would make me feel that maybe it's not going to be decided tonight.
I don't think it's going to be close enough in Florida for us to be a recount. Maybe it's wishful thinking on my behalf because, you know, a recount fine is a very divisive, long, difficult process. So, you know what? Wishful thinking, optimism, yes. My hope is that this is over. If not tonight, at least tomorrow morning.
The other difference is the western states are going to play key as well. That is Nevada and Colorado. Mm-hmm. We weren't talking about those states in 2000, 2004. Mm-hmm. They're going to be a difference as well.
Let me read to you what David Frum wrote in his op-ed in the Daily Beast. He wrote, "No voting system is perfect. But here's what doesn't happen in other democracies. Politicians of one party do not set voting schedules to favor their side or harm the other. Politicians do not move around voting places to gain advantages for themselves or to disadvantage their opponents. In fact, in almost no other country do politicians have any say in the administration of elections at all." He makes a really good point.
I agree. 1,000%.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. But, you know, I worry about Florida. I worry about the recounts. I worry about what happened in 2000 and who has control of that process.
Wait, which is exactly what he's saying,
his
right?
point, yeah. No other country do we spend so much time. My God, this has been a year and a half of this almost, you know, and it feels like a year and a half since the primaries,
feels
quite
like
frankly.
5.
Yeah. When you look at
in no other country is there, really in very few other countries, is there early voting? Is there absentee balloting? Is there, you know, all the opportunities there are to vote in this country? In most,
but we still don't have such a high percent of participation, so maybe we should rethink
Well, first of all, we need all those forms of voting to protect ourselves from these secretaries of state who want to sit here and, again, make all these maneuvers. That is a fundamental problem because, again, not only that, you have people who are secretaries of state who also are campaign co-chairs. And so how can you say, well, my job is to protect the vote, but I really want this person to win?
So you think it's all going to be wrapped up, but of course, if it's not, it's going to be a hot mess. All right, thanks. Appreciate that update. Outside the race for the White House, one of the toughest contests in the country is the hard-fought and expensive battle for a Massachusetts Senate seat. We're going to have more on that race and other key races straight ahead.
It is 57 minutes past the hour. Welcome back to our special election coverage live from Washington, D.C. Outside the race for president, there are other important races that will be decided on this election day. The Massachusetts Senate race is one of the toughest battles. Senator Scott Brown, the Republican incumbent, facing Democrat Elizabeth Warren. They've been running neck and neck in one of the most expensive races in the entire country. Another heated race in Florida's 18th congressional district, Palm Beach County, Republican Congressman Alan West trying to hold on against Democratic challenger Patrick Murphy. The race is so heated, West has taken Florida Democrats to task for questioning and filing suit over early voting there. Former presidential candidate Michelle Bachmann is fighting for her political life today. The Minnesota Congresswoman is in a tight race with Democratic challenger Jim Graves. In their final debate, Bachmann defended her claims that Muslim Brotherhood operatives have infiltrated the federal government. And we caught former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords arriving to cast her ballot in downtown Tucson yesterday. Take a look. She was joined by her successor, Democratic Congressman Ron Barber. Barber was shot twice alongside Giffords in the Tucson rampage that killed 6 people in 2011. He's locked in a tight race against Republican Martha McSally. Stay with us. This special edition of Early Start continues right now, live from Washington, D.C.
And good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm Soledad O'Brien, and you're watching a special Election Day edition of Early Start. It is here. The battle for every last vote continues this morning. 8 states are opening their polls right now, and the best political team on TV has it covered wire to wire today.
I'm John Berman. An indication that it could be a close one. The first election results, they are in from the tiny towns of Dixville, Notch, and Hart's Location in New Hampshire. And in one of those towns, it's a result we've never seen before.
Campaign trail extended. I'm Christine Romans. Governor Romney adding a couple of key stops today, but President Obama is standing pat and shooting some hoops on the last day of his final campaign ever.
And I'm Zoraida Samble, and the immense damage from Hurricane Sandy forcing an election day scramble. People voting by email and at different polling stations, and in some cases, literally moving the earth to have their voices heard.
Joining us throughout the morning for our special Election Day coverage, Congressman Randy Forbes of Virginia. Delaware Governor Jack Markell will be our guest. South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is joining us. Obama campaign senior advisor David Axelrod. Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. Former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland. Texas Congressman Jeb Hensarling will be talking with us. And Bob Shrum, a Democratic consultant who worked on the Kerry and Gore campaigns. Special election coverage here on CNN begins right now. Maybe it felt like 5 years to you, but it's been 17 months of campaigning and campaign promises, and today the American people get their say. Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of Early Start and our live coverage of Election Day 2012. Now, the polls are opening right now in 8 states, in Connecticut, in Indiana, in Kentucky, in Maine, in New Hampshire, in New Jersey, New York, and in the state of Virginia. For close to a year and a half, we've watched the two candidates spend $3 billion and duel it out in 3 dramatic debates, all for a chance at your vote. Mitt Romney letting up today. He's added 2 final campaign stops. One is in Cleveland, Ohio, the other in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. President Obama is in Chicago today, and aides say he is likely to continue his Election Day tradition of playing basketball with his friends before he sits down to watch the returns. And as we just mentioned, the polls open now in 8 states, including a key battleground state. John Berman's got more on that. Good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. So, I'd say the 10 votes is not a trend, but the first results of the presidential election could indicate just how close this race will be. President Obama and Mitt Romney tied with 5 votes apiece in tiny Dixville, Notch, New Hampshire. They made history in the process, never been a tie there. The midnight vote in another small New Hampshire town, Hart's Location, was a bit more decisive. Obama won there with 23 votes. Mitt Romney had just 9 votes. I'm joined now by David Mattingly, who is live in Bedford, New Hampshire this morning. And Dave, the polls are now open in the Granite State.
That's right, and there is no early voting in New Hampshire, unlike in other states. So today is the day. They have over 800,000 registered voters in this state. And there's something about New Hampshire. They allow people to sign up to vote the very day that they go to vote. So today, in addition to here in Bedford, when you see all these polling places ready to go, also we're going to be keeping an eye on this desk right here. This is where people will come to register to vote today. The Secretary of State predicts that in addition to the 800,000 already signed up to vote, we could see another 100,000 signing up to vote today as they come into the polling places. So we're looking for a very busy day here in New Hampshire. John?
New Hampshire, they take their voting very, very seriously. David Mattingly live in Bedford, New Hampshire. Virginia, also one of the states to watch tonight. The polls now they're open as well in that key battleground state. Randy Kay is live in Woodbridge, Virginia, where it's still dark. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, John. Yes, the polls are open. We can see a few people here behind me just starting to file in. They expect about 1,000 people to vote here. And they're not just voting for president, of course, they're also voting for the Senate. And here is one of the marquee races for the Senate taking place here in Virginia. You have 2 former governors battling it out. You have Democrat Tim Kaine and Republican George Allen. They have really been riding the coattails of President Obama and Mitt Romney, appearing on stage with them many, many times. Now, The issue here, though, John, is the fiscal cliff, because George Allen, the Republican, has been hammering his opponent, Democrat Tim Kaine, and the Democrats for failing to reach a debt deal. And he's warning that if the automatic cuts, of course, go into effect, then that will really hit the defense industry here in Virginia quite hard. So we'll see how that plays out today. But what's interesting is that folks here really believe that Virginia is the new Ohio, and they think they have a really big role here. So we'll see how it plays out through the rest of Election Day, John.
All right, Randy Kay live in Virginia. It could be a long day there. Polls just opening in New York as well. New York not a swing state, but the New York metro area still reeling from Superstorm Sandy, and now everyone bracing for a new nor'easter coming their way. So voting has become a pretty big hurdle for people displaced from their homes. New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo trying to remedy that. He signed an order allowing them to vote at any polling place. CNN's Alina Cho is at a makeshift polling station this morning in Brooklyn, New York. Good morning, Alina.
John, good morning to you. I'm at the only school in New York City that is serving as both an emergency shelter and a polling station today. The polls are open here in New York. A line is formed around the corner, about a dozen people online. These are people who are not displaced, but they are very excited to vote, including one woman who even brought a chair. She said she's very serious about it. But you're absolutely right. Late yesterday, just hours before the polls opened, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo signed an executive order that essentially says if you live in a federal disaster zone in New York, you can cast your ballot today, not just in your district, but in any polling site in the state. Now, all you have to do is go into that site, sign an affidavit, and you can vote. This is unprecedented, and it will mean that up to 143,000 voters in New York City alone will be able to cast their ballots today. These are people who might otherwise have problems getting to a voting site. This is not a perfect solution. The governor admits it might complicate some local races because ballots will be different in different districts, but it will allow people to vote, and that's the bottom line. John, back to you.
And it's a big opportunity for voters in that state, and they need something on their side right now. Alina Cho, thank you so much in Brooklyn, New York this morning. Later this hour, we're going to check in live with reporters in Ohio, Illinois, Massachusetts. So much to talk about. But right now, back to the battleground state of Virginia, where the fight could not be more fierce. The latest poll has President Obama and Mitt Romney in a dead heat there. Back to Soledad for a key interview.
Yeah, let's get right to Randy Forbes. He's a Republican congressman from the state of Virginia. He's also a Mitt Romney supporter. It's nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us this morning.
Thanks, Soledad. It's always great to be with you.
Appreciate that. All right, two events have been added now to the governor's calendar. The state of Ohio, he's going to be campaigning there. Then he's going to go on to the state of Pennsylvania. How should we read that? Is that an indication that he's worried and feels like he needs every last second to get out there to campaign?
I don't think so. I think if you look at these huge crowds, you know, in Virginia alone, he just had a crowd that they had to turn down several thousand people. They couldn't get them into the venue because there was just too many people showing up. I think the governor's excited. I think he sees this momentum, and I think he wants to take advantage of all of it, and all these states are coming into play.
If you look at what Nate Silver from the New York Times has been really crunching the data and then tweeting out some of his results, and he tweeted out last night that the president had a 91% chance of winning the Electoral College, and he notes a, quote, pretty clear shift to Obama in the national polls. I know lots of Republicans who've said these polls could be way off. Where do you stand on that? Are you seeing the same, are you crunching the same data that he's crunching?
Well, Soledad, as you know, the New York Times is not exactly a bastion of conservative thought, but if you look at a lot of other experts who make their living on this, whether it's Michael Barone or Karl Rove or Bill Kristol or even Rush Limbaugh, you know, they've come out, they've done the same crunching. They believe that Governor Romney's going to have a big day today, and I think that's what we're going to see. You know, some of these polls, Soledad, as you know, they measure a few hundred people. We've been measuring thousands of people across Virginia, and if the excitement across the country is anything like it is in Virginia, I think it's going to be a new day in the country tomorrow.
So just to point out that Nate Silver is very careful about focusing on the numbers, and he doesn't have a liberal bias in his calculations, which I think is why a lot of people follow what he has to say. And I'm not sure how I feel about what he's reporting, that 91%. We've been discussing it all morning. Hurricane Sandy, the impact, it closed down, I know, in-person absentee voting in Maryland on Monday, delayed the opening of some polling places, I believe, as well today. What do you think could happen from that? Do you foresee it doesn't end tonight? There could be some legal battles down the road in your state?
Well, Soledad, I think we could always see that, but I really believe Virginia has a pretty good voting history. I think we're going to have a pretty clear decision by the end of this evening. That's certainly what we're hoping for. I don't think Sandy's going to have a major impact on that decision.
Randy Forbes is a Republican congressman from the state of Virginia joining us this morning. It's nice to see you, sir. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Soledad. Have a great day.
Thank you. Likewise. CNN has complete coverage and analysis as the polls close this evening. Here's Wolf with a look at how it's going to go.
We're really excited, Soledad, about our coverage tonight because we've got a lot going on. John King, of course, will be at the CNN magic wall over there. He's looking at all the various permutations. Lots possible. We have 16 reporters in all the key battleground states. We'll touch base with them. Tom Foreman is in the virtual Senate. You saw what he has in store. He's got some more surprises coming up. We've got the best analysts in the business. They're standing by. We'll dissect everything step by step. The great thing about covering these elections is you never know what's going to happen. There could be some huge surprises there tonight, and we will be watching it together with all of our viewers. Speaking of surprises, we've got some other, shall we say, technical surprises in the works as well, and I think our viewers, Soledad, will be very, very happy.
All right, looking forward to that. Let's get right to Zoraida now. She's got to look at some of the other stories that are making news today. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Soledad. Coastal communities in New York and New Jersey are sitting in the path of a nor'easter. Can you believe it? This is 1.2 million people in that region are still without power 1 week after Superstorm Sandy slammed into the coastal northeast. In fact, that new storm has some communities telling its residents to evacuate again. Brick, New Jersey has a mandatory evacuation order in place for residents in all those low-lying areas, and it's also encouraging others to leave if their home could be affected again. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking this new storm for us and also has a look at the Election Day forecast for the nation. We've got you nice and busy this morning, Rob.
Indeed. Good morning again, Zoraida. That storm you're talking about, the nor'easter, is right now across Georgia and Florida. It already has some pretty potent energy with it, and the storms that will be rolling through Florida will have some punch to them as well, especially through Tampa up through Orlando. These will come in the next couple of hours, so get out there early or wait till it passes. It could last for 2 or 3 hours, so a significant rainfall event here with certainly some lightning. As far as what that storm will turn into over the next couple of days, the timing of it is Wednesday afternoon and through Thursday night. Here are the winds potentially across the northeast into the storm zone, maybe 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds up through Cape Cod and also eastern Long Island. So there's your wind threat. High wind watches have been posted for gusts potentially damaging. Of course, a lot of the trees and limbs already weakened from Sandy, so this will bring down likely more power lines. And the potential for snow actually exists. I don't know how much will actually stick because the ground is still warm here, but it's going to be a cold storm again, adding insult to injury. So right back up to you.
Boy, that's just a mess. Thanks for that, Rob. And we have a developing story in Syria. 7 generals in the Syrian army defected to Turkey today. This is the latest crack in the regime of President Bashar al-Assad since civil war broke out a year and a half ago. A Turkish news agency reports that the generals crossed the Turkish border and demanded refuge. They have been taken to a camp, possibly a refugee camp, under tight security measures. And progress being made in battle against the Cajon Pass fire. This is Southern California. Crews have knocked down enough of the 350-acre brush fire to reopen part of the 15 freeway. That fire prompted mandatory evacuations in that region, Soledad.
All right, Zoraida, thank you for watching that. As recent history tells us, not everything is going to run smoothly on Election Day. There have already been some issues. We'll take a closer look at those issues coming up. Welcome back to special Election Day coverage from our nation's capital. Michelle Obama was taking an interesting tone last night as she defended her husband in Orlando. Let's play it and we'll talk about it on the other side.
The auto industry was in crisis. This economy was losing 800,000 jobs a month. And a lot of folks were wondering whether we were headed for another Great Depression. Do you hear me? That's what people were worried about. And that is what Barack faced on day one as President of the United States.
And the president, was he crying? Was he crying in his final campaign event in Iowa? Take a look at this.
Those of you who haven't done this just for me, but for each other, for a laid-off family member, for a sick child, for a fallen friend. To all of you who've lived and breathed the hard work of change, I want to thank you. You took this campaign and you made it your own, and you organized yourselves block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, county by county, starting a movement that spread across the country.
You can see a little tear, kind of, sort of. Back with CNN contributor and Republican strategist Anna Navarro and CNN political analyst Roland Martin.
Well, first of all, you got to remember, the night before the election in 2008, he teared up due to the death of his grandmother. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you're talking about the night before that being an emotional remembrance, because he pretty much was talking about the exact same thing 4 years ago when he was in North Carolina.
Also, I think for both of them, on both sides, right, for Ann and Mitt Romney and for President Obama and Michelle Obama, it's exhausting. It's almost over. It's like the Boston Marathon, and you see the ribbon at the end, and you're like, oh, we're almost done.
Oh, and listen, and also remember that for President Obama, this is his last campaign in his life.
Sure.
This is an end of a political career in that sense. So it's got to have some sort of nostalgia. But the emotion, the charged up, the scrutiny they've been under, the schedules they've been under, both of them. It's a day full of of
Michelle Obama, much tougher than I've heard her. I mean, she was really, you know,
I've heard
the woman
her
defends her husband.
And let me tell you something, and the president wasn't too happy when I said it, but I told him, I said, seriously? Your wife blows you away on the campaign trail. But I mean, you know, I've seen her speak without notes, without teleprompter, and she really goes all in, and she is a phenomenal campaigner.
But Iowa is a place that's really important for this president, because the people he was talking to there are the people who gave him the legs politically that allowed him to become president of the United States. I mean, you think about when Hillary Clinton was in there for the caucuses, remember? And how it was Clinton, it was Edwards, it was Barack Obama maybe, and then suddenly he blew to the top of the list in that process. And so he was talking to the people there who actually gave him the legs.
He was closing
and
the circle.
told it right. Absolutely.
And told that story that he's told
Iowa
many
was
times.
the game changer of the Democrat primary 4 years ago.
And there was an article that talked about, you know, how far he's come from 2008 till now. He talked about having a room without any electricity and no heat, and folks came in and brought all of the campaigners stuff to wear in order to keep them warm. So there's
got a long way to go still as we start Election Day today. We're going to come back with a look at some of the problems at the polls right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. As the polls open up in states across the country, we're tracking any potential voting problems. Already there's a fight over early voting in the state of Florida. Ali Belshi is following those developments from the CNN Center in Atlanta. Hey, Ali.
Hey, Soledad, they still continue those lineups. You know, remember, things have changed. Yesterday, early voting ended everywhere. Now it's the actual voting. In Florida, look, they're kind of used to the long lineups. It was there in 2008. It was there in 2010. But these are bigger because there were supposed to be 14 days of advance voting, and they were reduced to 8 days. Floridians want to vote. Some people have been not turned away. They've walked away because they've had to spend up to 7 hours in those lines. Democrats are prepared to try and fight this. As you know, they're lawyered up in Florida and many other states.
Let's talk about Ohio. Provisional ballots could become a big problem if, in fact, Ohio is as close as some people are predicting it could be, right?
Right, and so provisional ballots are ballots that you use if you were mailed a ballot but want to use a different ballot, or you didn't have sufficient ID, or you weren't on the rolls. You have to fill out this form that you're looking at now. That's new. It used to be that the person to whom you went to vote would fill out the form saying that you had this kind of ID and this is your social security number. Now it's on the voter to do it, and Democrats have complained this is disenfranchising because it's complicated. Those provisional ballots get counted 10 days after the election, and again, won't matter if it's not close, but it will matter if it is close. And by the way, last election, 200,000 provisional ballots were cast, so it could actually make a difference. That's also before a judge.
All right, Ali Belshi for us. Thanks, Ali, for watching that. You can share your voting experience with us by sending us a tweet or an email or a text. Twitter, we're at #CNN VoteWatch. Email us at votewatch@cnn.com or text us at CNN 55333. Now, dozens of polls are opening across the country. Take a look at Miami-Dade County, where voters are already lining up. Plus, you can check in with Team Obama and Team Romney. Special election coverage live from Washington, D.C. We're back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching a special edition of Early Start, CNN's live coverage of Election Day 2012. We have the very first results in from Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. They've spoken, and for the first time in their history, it's a tie. 5 votes for President Obama, 5 votes for Mitt Romney. Voting is underway now in 12 states total, opening right now North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. And after a 17-month-long marathon costing a combined $3 billion, the candidates have made their closing arguments. Listen.
Our fight goes on because America always does best when everybody gets a fair shot, and everybody does their fair share, and everybody plays by the same rules. That's what we believe. That's why you elected me in 2008, and that's why I'm running for a second term.
This is much more than our moment. It's America's moment of renewal and purpose and optimism. And we've journeyed far and wide in this great campaign for America's future. And now we're almost home.
There are already legal issues plaguing 2 key battleground states. In Florida, long lines continuing, including where you're looking right now. This is Miami-Dade County, where the polls won't even open for another 30 minutes. Democrats sued to extend early voting hours, even though those early voting hours legally ended on Saturday. And then in the state of Ohio, a hearing is set for Wednesday morning to hear arguments about the rules for counting provisional ballots. A final tally from the Buckeye State could take weeks. And in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy, New Jersey is allowing voting by email and voting by fax. And New York is permitting voters to cast ballots at any polling place in the state. Joining us throughout the morning for our special Election Day coverage, the Delaware Governor Jack Markell, South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn will be our guest. Obama campaign senior advisor David Axelrod will join us. Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland, Texas Congressman Jeb Hensarling, and Bob Shrum, Democratic consultant who worked with the Kerry and Gore campaigns, all of them joining us live this morning. First, though, we want to get right to John Berman. He's taking a closer look at those states. Our correspondents are now on the ground. Good morning.
Thanks, Olena. Good morning to you. You might say that Ohio, the Buckeye State, is the mother of all battlegrounds in this presidential election, and nearly 2 million people have voted there already. Many are at the polls just now as they open this morning. Carol Costello is in Blue Ash, Ohio, just outside Cincinnati.
John, the polls are just about to open in Hamilton County, Ohio, and people seem to be excited because cars have been pulling in one after the other since about 6 o'clock Eastern this morning. Hamilton County is very important for the Republicans. In 2008, this county swung Democrat for the first time in forever, so Mitt Romney really needs to turn out the vote here in traditionally Republican country to win the election because, as you know, no Republican has won the presidency without winning the state of Ohio. Of course, the big controversy here is those provisional ballots. If there's a problem in your registration form, if you filed for an absentee ballot and you decided to show up and vote in person, you're going to be issued a provisional ballot. It's up to you to fill it out properly. If there's any mistake on that ballot, it could be thrown out, and that would mean your vote does not count. Already, one lawsuit has been filed against the way they're going to do those provisional ballots this year, so that could be a sticking point. And as you know, provisional ballots aren't counted until 10 days after the election, so if it's a tight race, we could be waiting a long time to find out who wins the presidency of the United States. Back to you, John.
Oh, thank you, Carol Costello. Perish the thought. Meanwhile, after wrapping up the campaign trail with a final emotional rally in Iowa last night, President Obama will spend Election Day in Chicago. At the top of his agenda, playing basketball, and later watching the election returns come in. CNN's Dan Lothian is live in Chicago this morning. Dan, that basketball tradition, it sticks, huh?
That's right. They are pretty superstitious this campaign, and so the president, as you pointed out, will be playing basketball today. He arrived here in Chicago early this morning. We're told by campaign officials that the president is feeling very optimistic about the outcome of the election. No plans by the campaign for the president to alter his plans and match what Governor Mitt Romney is doing, which is campaigning in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Instead, the president will be doing media interviews from here in Chicago and again playing basketball. He'll be reflecting over the last 4 years, and as we saw last night at his final campaign stop in Des Moines, Iowa, he got emotional.
I want to take this opportunity to say one thing to all the young people and not so young people who've given so much to this campaign over the years. Those of you who haven't done this just for me, but for each other, for a laid-off family member, for a sick child, for a fallen friend. To all of you who've lived and breathed the hard work of change, I want to thank you.
Even though this is Election Day, the ground game continues pushing very hard in those key battleground states. Volunteers will be out knocking on doors, working the phones. Surrogates will be on television and radio, encouraging voters to head out to the polls. John?
It is a long day of work. All right, Dan Lothian in Chicago right now. You know, you heard Dan mention it before. Mitt Romney, he will be in Boston where he'll cast his vote in a couple of hours. But then he heads back out on the campaign trail for two final stops, one in Pennsylvania, the other in Ohio. I'm joined now by CNN political reporter Peter Hamby, who's in Boston. And those two stops, kind of a late addition, Peter.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tell, John. You know, if you talk to Republicans in or around the Romney campaign, some of them are bracing for a loss. They have Romney topping out at probably 257 electoral votes, maybe less, depending on which way Iowa or New Hampshire goes. But look, a lot of people know that in the campaign know that this is a tight race. I was just in Ohio for the last week. People there are confident. Even if you're not a Romney supporter and you're a Republican, you think you can still pull out a win there. And they are projecting confidence right now. I mean, listen to what Mitt Romney had to say at a campaign stop last night in New Hampshire, John.
We have known many long days and short nights, and now we're close. The door to a brighter future is there. It's open. It's waiting for us. I need your vote. I need your help. Walk with me. Walk together. Tomorrow we begin a new tomorrow.
John, you mentioned Pennsylvania and Ohio. The most telling way a campaign thinks about states is where they travel. What do these two stops tell you? They need to win Pennsylvania as a last gasp, and they are really need to win Ohio here to pull out a win tonight, John. So that's why they're hitting these states today. They want to leave nothing on the table, John.
All right, Peter Hamby live in Boston this morning. The Mitt Romney team making the case, whatever happens, they are fighting until the end. Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. In the next 30 minutes, the majority of polls will be opening in the Eastern time zone. Our CNN national poll makes it clear that anything could happen today. Jack Markell is the Democratic governor of the state of Delaware. He is also an Obama surrogate. It's nice to talk to you again. Thanks for being with us. Let's begin with how you're feeling as the polls are now opening and the lines have already started a couple hours ago. How are you feeling going into today?
I feel good. I'm on the ballot myself, and I'm excited for that. I think, like a lot of people, ready for it to all be over, but I certainly feel good for the president. You know, once you get past all the speeches and all the ads, it gets to who do you turn out to vote, and I've been really, really impressed by the president's ground game in key states.
The president, some people say he looked like he was crying when he was doing his last speech of the night. Other people say it was just cold, and that would make your eyes water and tears come. But that's when he was campaigning last night. He's not campaigning today, and we know Governor Romney is making two stops today as he continues his campaign. What would you read into that?
Oh, I don't think I read anything into it. I mean, at this point, you know, he's built an organization literally over years in these key states. I've been in Ohio, Florida, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania over the last, 6 or 8 weeks. In each of those states, just a really impressive ground game, not just in terms of numbers, but the enthusiasm on the part of the volunteers and the work that they're doing. And I think he believes that if he has now he's done everything he can do, and now his future is in the hands of the voters and of the people who were volunteering for him and working for him in all these states. And I think he feels good about that.
Nate Silver of the New York Times, and I was talking to Congressman Forbes about this a little while ago, has put it at 91% likelihood that Obama will take the Electoral College. And I'm curious because, of course, there are plenty of Republicans who say those polls are just way off. They're not accurate. So I guess I'm curious to know what you think. Polls, Nate Silver right or everybody else right on the GOP side?
Well, we'll know soon enough. I mean, I think, and I've been reading his piece as well. All the polls seem to be essentially saying the same thing in these battleground states. So either all the polls are wrong, or the president should certainly win. But I think in the end, I'm not much of a pundit, and I think the great thing about getting to Election Day is what people like me think aren't really that important compared to what all the voters think. And in the end, we all put our faith, we all put our future in their hands, and that's as it should be.
It'll be kind of nice to not have to read polls anymore, is what I think. And then we could just actually go to real numbers.
Think you're right.
Remember, it was 2004, right, Roland? 2004 exit polling that showed that John Kerry had a huge lead. And those exit polls were way off. I mean, so, there have been counted cases where polling was just completely wrong.
Well, I think there's a difference between the polls and the exit surveys. But that being said, the only poll that matters is the one that happens after everything is closed. So we'll know soon enough. It's been a hard-fought campaign. The important thing is what happens when we wake up tomorrow. And again, it's one reason I feel good for the president, because I think when people wake up tomorrow, they're going to know, who it is that's going to be focused on educating their kids, creating jobs and the like. And I think that will go into what they decide to do today.
I hope you're right. I hope we'll know by when everybody wakes up tomorrow. That would be nice. Governor
Me
Jack
too.
Markell.
Me too.
Good luck to you. Jack Markell is
Thanks.
the governor of the state of Delaware, joining us this morning. Let's go right to Zoraida. She's got some of the other stories that are making news this morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Soledad. People living in coastal communities in New York and New Jersey are bracing for another powerful storm. It's just 1 week after the devastation from Sandy. Rob Marciano is monitoring the situation, the track of the storm at the Weather Center in Atlanta. Rob, what can you tell us?
Well, right now it's impacting Georgia, the Carolinas, southern Tennessee, and also Florida. Some heavy rain and some thunderstorms with this as well. Pressing through Orlando and Tampa here in the next couple of hours, and then off to the East Coast towards Melbourne and, say, Cocoa Beach. It should last maybe 2 or 3 hours, so kind of work your voting around there. Other swing states may be impacted by bad weather. Rain mixed with snow across parts of Wisconsin. Other than that, we're looking pretty good. SoCal still warm. The Northeast clear, but cool. Should be dry for the most part there. All right, this storm will cruise through Florida over the next day or two, and then head up the eastern seaboard. Wednesday afternoon, it will start to impact the Northeast. I think D.C. is not going to have much of an impact, but certainly Jersey up through the coastline of Staten Island in through Long Island. This is obviously the storm zone. Might see a little bit of wet snow mix in here as well. Certainly some gusty winds. Hopefully, some of our models are trending for this to go a little bit further to the east. If that's the case, then we'll see less of an impact. But right now, we'll prepare for the worst, and they're doing that across parts of Long Island and New Jersey right now. Zoraida?
All right, thank you very much, Rob. We're also watching the streets of Greece this morning. A 2-day nationwide strike is underway to protest the latest round of government budget cuts. Transit workers and journalists kicked off the strike yesterday in Athens. You're looking at those big crowds there. They'll be joined by thousands of other union workers today. Greece's parliament is set to vote on the austerity measures this week. They include cuts in salaries and pensions for public servants. Japanese automaker Suzuki is leaving the U.S. car market and plans to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in California. The company is not offering a timetable, but says all warranties will be honored and parts and service could continue without interruption. Suzuki says slow sales and unfavorable exchange rates made it too challenging to remain in the United States. Monday Night Football in New Orleans. Saints quarterback Drew Brees tossing 2 touchdown passes in a 28-13 victory over the Eagles. Philadelphia quarterback Michael Vick sacked 7 times as the Eagles stumbled to their 4th straight loss. Boy, he's hurting this morning. All right, stay with us for continuing live coverage of Election Day 2012. That's Roland Martin, you're listening to in the background, and ahead, the enthusiasm gap. You hear a lot about it, but are Republican or Democratic voters more motivated to head to the polls today? We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at Bedford, New Hampshire. That's a live look at a polling place. A little activity this morning. It's Election Day, and we are obviously in our nation's capital, where we are following this story for you with our special election coverage. Back with us this morning, CNN contributor and Republican strategist Ana Navarro, CNN political analyst Roland Martin.
What up?
New Jersey governor. I know.
Yes, we
I like
are.
That. I like kumbaya. No matter who wins tonight.
I don't know how to call it kumbaya.
Not that far yet?
No, she got a little flow.
You never know. You never know. Listen, let's talk a little bit about the complications of the storm that have really affected people who are trying to vote. Chris Christie said you're going to be able to vote.
Freedom chokes you up, I can tell. It's a beautiful thing. Democracy is lovely.
You can vote by email or
Chris Christie says he outlaws Bruce Springsteen.
Listen to Governor Christie, please. Stop it, y'all.
If you have been displaced from your home, out of your town, by the storm, you can also vote by email or by fax. But I want to be clear on this now. You had to have been displaced from your home due to the storm. Not just kicked out because you didn't pay your rent. Displaced from your home because of the storm, okay? And then you can also vote by email and fax. So we're trying to make it as easy and simple as possible for people to vote tomorrow. I think they'll be able to do that.
So what he was describing, and what a couple of people have emailed me to say just how complicated and difficult it has been for them, partly because, of course, the storm has affected their pay. It's affected their bus route. It's affected if they have internet. It's affected where they live. All of those things has made it very complicated. Are you seeing problems with this?
I get folks saying it makes it complicated, but I would rather have an option to be able to vote than not to be able to vote. To me, I think it's even worse when you have some of these places where you have senior citizens who are used to simply voting in their buildings and then they can't get out. Hopefully you have folks in New York who are saying, look, use our fax machines, use our free Wi-Fi to be able to aid folks in voting because it's a fundamental part of our democracy.
Look, this is not going to be a perfect circumstance in New Jersey or New York. It's going to be difficult. It's going to have its challenges, but I think they are making an extraordinary effort to try to give people the right to vote, the opportunity to vote. So I think they need to be commended for that. I think it doesn't affect the outcome of the presidential race. It might affect the number, and it should affect the number, it could, of popular vote because of, the amount of people affected in New Jersey and New York, but it can affect down ballot.
That's right.
Well, I was going to say, the presidential race is not all that we're watching. So if you're down ballot in New York or you're down ballot in New Jersey, that could be really complicated.
Those local races, for things like school board, commissioner, Congress.
If you're waiting in line for gas and you're not going to wait in line, some people are not going to be waiting in line if they've been waiting in line for gas for the past week and don't have power, can't get to a fax machine, they haven't checked their email in a week. I mean, that's a real serious issue for tens of thousands of people, not just a few people.
Well, you sound like a woman who didn't have gas for a really long time or power.
It's hard, though, to make that choice, Roland, and prioritize because you're in the middle of a crisis. I wonder if the turnout is going to be...
Make the effort. If you can't, we forgive you.
The emails that I've been getting really are exactly like that. It's like there's a lot going on. It's not that easy to do it. We're going to take a look at where the candidates have been spending most of their time leading up to this election day. Christine's going to be back breaking that down for us straight ahead. Welcome back, everybody. We've got some live pictures this morning from Miami-Dade County, Florida. People there have been waiting in line. Their polls will open in just about 7 minutes. And, of course, Florida's had a lot of problems. It's a key battleground state, but they've also had a lot of long lines. Polls there opening in a majority of other states at 7 a.m. Eastern as well. And everybody can vote the way the electoral system works, that some states get lots of attention, and the swing states, of course, are in that category. Other states pretty much ignored. Christine Romans has a look at where the President Obama and Mitt Romney have been spending a lot of their time campaigning, and I would guess also putting all their ads and ad spending in as well.
Absolutely, because they are trying to influence your vote. And over the past year, you have seen these guys on TV, and you have seen ads from these guys over and over again. These are candidate visits, Soledad. And when you look here, you can see how those visits are concentrated right here in these swing states. I want to show you Colorado really quickly, because if you look just at Paul Ryan spent a lot of time in Colorado. When you look at all of the candidates, they certainly did. And look here right in this Denver area, and I'm going to show you why they spent so much time, all four of them, in this area. Look at 2004. Look at these two red counties. The president was able to turn two of these counties blue last time around. They're trying to defend that territory. The Republicans trying to take it back. The president and his team trying to keep it. Let me show you now Ohio, because all roads lead to Ohio. How many times have we heard that? Well, there's a reason. There's a big reason here. Look right up here. We're going to look around Columbus, and then we're going to take a look at Cincinnati, okay? So let's start up here. Lake County. These are the suburbs of Cleveland. The president has spent a lot of time here. Only 2% of the population. Why does he care so much? Because he's trying to keep that from turning red again. This is 2004. It was red. 2008, the president won here. But look at the margin. If you look over here on the top left, you can see the margin that he won. That candidate was only a barely squeaker. So he'd like to keep that there overall. Obviously, Columbus, for obvious reasons, big population there, and this is an important part for the president. And then Hamilton County, 7% of the population, both candidates spending an awful lot of time here. This has been a county that in recent elections has been a bellwether for how the overall election is going to go, not just for Ohio, but for the general election, the whole country. And so Hamilton County, very important for the candidates here.
All right, we're watching all of them. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. CNN, of course, the place to be for the best political coverage on TV. Polls in 12 states are open right now. 15 more states will start voting in just a few minutes, right at the top of the hour. We're live in every critical swing state today and talking to some of the country's top political advisors. Starting Point is up next. morning, welcome everybody. I'm Soledad O'Brien, and you are watching a special Election Day edition of Starting Point, and we're coming to you live from our nation's capital. It is Decision Day. Right now, it's 7 a.m. on the East Coast, and the polls are open in a total of 26 states and in Washington, D.C. Today, millions of Americans will vote and choose the next president of the United States. Will President Obama get 4 more years? Will Mitt Romney be the next leader of the free world? The best political team on TV, has it covered.
I'm John Berman. Let the counting begin. Yes, the first election results, they are in from the tiny towns of Dixville Notch and Hart's location in New Hampshire. And there is an indication it could be a long night.
I'm Christine Romans. 270, the magic number for clinching the White House. We're going to look at the paths to victory for each candidate and whether the road to the White House must go through Ohio.
I'm Zoraida Samble, and the immense damage from Hurricane Sandy forcing an Election Day scramble, and now another nor'easter could add to the misery and all the confusion. We are tracking the storm.
Joining us throughout the morning for our special coverage and Gore campaigns. It is Tuesday, November 6th, Election Day. And Starting Point is coming to you live from Washington, D.C., and we begin right now. Welcome, everybody. You're watching a special edition of Starting Point and CNN's live coverage of Election Day 2012. The two candidates have been talking for about 17 months now, and now it's the American people who will have the final say. These are the states with polls that are opening right now. The state of Delaware, the state of Florida, the state of Georgia, Illinois, Kansas, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Washington, D.C. You're looking at a live picture now from Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden is expected to vote at any moment. The vice president then will head to Chicago to watch the returns with President Obama today. Mitt Romney is not letting up on this election day. He's added 2 final campaign stops today in Cleveland, Ohio, and in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There are already legal issues that are plaguing 2 battleground states, the state of Florida, where there were more long lines yesterday, and Democrats are suing to extend early voting hours, even though those early voting hours legally ended on Saturday. Then the state of Ohio, where a hearing is now set for Wednesday morning to hear arguments about the rules for counting provisional ballots. A final tally from the Buckeye State could take weeks. And in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy, New Jersey is allowing voting by email or by fax. New York is permitting voters in disaster areas to cast ballots at any polling place in the entire state. CNN correspondents are all across the map today in those key battleground states, and John Berman has more on that for us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. You know, in New Hampshire, polls have been open for just over an hour, but voters in the tiny town of Dixville Notch, they got a head start. At midnight, they cast the first in the nation ballots, really the first ballots to be counted, we should say. There were just 10 of them. President Obama got 5 votes. Mitt Romney also got 5 votes, a tie, and that has never happened before. Now, not to be outdone, another New Hampshire town also voted at midnight, Hart's location, New Hampshire. They reinstated the practice in 1996. They started it back in the 1940s. Now, the result there this year, President Obama with 23 votes, Mitt Romney with 9 votes. Our David Mattingly is live in Bedford, New Hampshire this morning, where they are already voting, as we said. Good morning, David.
Good morning, John. Here in Bedford, state officials describe this polling location as one of the busiest in the country. This is a high school gymnasium. It is full of polling booths right now. And look at the crowd that's already here. Some of these people got in line well over an hour ago, and they came in with smiles on their faces. A great deal of excitement today. The Secretary of State in New Hampshire believes that there could be as many as 70% voter turnout in the Granite State today. They have 800,000 people registered to vote, and New Hampshire has a provision where they allow people to register to vote when they come into the polling place. So it's possible we could be seeing another 100,000 people signing up to vote today. But again, expect a very heavy volume through New Hampshire, a state that can't be described as red or blue right now because it's so evenly divided down the middle. Right now, New Hampshire is purple. It might be later today, 7 o'clock tonight, or even later before we know what color it really wants to turn. John?
David, thank you so much. New Hampshire truly has become a swing state. Another swing state, Ohio, the one many believe could ultimately determine the winner of this whole thing. Polls in the Buckeye State have been open for about half an hour right now. As we mentioned, one of Mitt Romney's final campaign rallies today is in Ohio. Carol Costello is live in Blue Ash, Ohio, which is right near Cincinnati. Good morning, Carol. I see voters behind you.
Oh, you think there's no enthusiasm to vote this year? You would be wrong, John Berman. This is Blue Ash, Ohio, in Hamilton County, Ohio, a traditionally Republican county. And take a look at all the people filling this polling station already. They started lining up by car at about 5:30 this morning. In fact, I just talked to one voter. Her name was Linda. It was after she voted, of course, and she told me she was so excited to vote, she actually woke up at 11 o'clock last night thinking that she missed the voting. She tried to vote this weekend in early voting. The lines were too long, so she was very nervous about getting here and actually casting her ballot. She says it's time for a change, and she really wanted to cast her ballot to change the country for the better. As you know, the big rub here in Ohio will be the provisional ballot. If there's a problem in your registration, or you applied for an absentee ballot and you decided to vote in person, you're going to have to fill out a provisional ballot. You're going to have to fill it out exactly correct by yourself. If not, that provisional ballot may be thrown out and your vote won't count. And of course, there's already been filed a lawsuit because of that. We'll get into that all later and hope there are no problems. Back to you, John.
All right, Carol Costello live in Blue Ash, Ohio. It already looks mobbed there this morning. The polls have just opened in another key battleground state, Florida. And for Mitt Romney, it's really more than key. It's really critical. He almost definitely needs to win Florida in order to win the White House. And Ashley Banfield is live in Miami. She's in front of a line of people. Wow, a long line of people waiting to cast ballots there. Good morning, Ashley.
John Berman, do you think this is a lot of people behind me? Walk
Looks like
with
it to
me, my friend. Let's take a little loop-see-doo. Take a look at this line. This started well before 5 a.m. It has grown to over 300 people. Loop-see-doo around and back up this way. And now come with me to the polling station as I tell you the story of a number of people in this line who in Florida made the attempt to vote early. Some of them, many of them, in fact, I spoke to personally, they went and they voted. They waited 2 hours in line and abandoned, said it just couldn't be done. And then they went back and tried again to vote the next day, waited 2 hours in line, and that didn't work. So they're back again today, and one woman who was at the front of the line at 5 o'clock this morning said she was prepared to wait these 2 more hours. The polls just opened, so my assumption is she's just gone in. Come on through here, and I want to get you a peek. It's a little tricky to see, but you can see them voting in there. And they got these real quickly, John. Let me show you. They gave these out in line. They're sample ballots. This thing in there is 9 pages long. Some of them in Miami-Dade up to 12 pages, which is why it takes a long time to vote, which is why we have long lines. And this is just a taste of things to come today, John.
All right, Ashley Banfield in Miami introducing a new word to the political vocabulary, loop-see-doo. Thank you so much this morning, Ashley. All right, we're going to go down to Virginia, where they're already voting this morning as well. This is one of the states where the polls close fairly early, 7 p.m. Eastern time. It is one to watch early. And Randy Kay, is live in Woodbridge, Virginia. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, John. We're in Prince William County, and Virginia likes to think of itself this year as the new Ohio, and they mean business. We have seen a steady stream of folks here coming to vote, probably a couple hundred right now. There are 2,600 registered voters for the precinct that we're at. They don't have any early voting here in Virginia, so they are coming out today. A couple things that we're watching are the demographics. It's the old Virginia versus the new Virginia. The old Virginia is Republican, religious, white, working class. The new Virginia is diverse and more urban. That's who helped get Obama elected, winning the state by about 6 percentage points back in 2008. We'll also be watching the economy. The economy here is fairly robust, 5.2% unemployment. Housing prices are going up. The jobs are coming back. Mitt Romney having a hard time making that same argument against Obama, that he has failed in terms of the economy here in the state of Virginia. And of course, we'll be watching the Senate race, a marquee race, $53 million in outside spending. The race of 2 former governors, George Allen, the Republican, Tim Kaine, the Democrat. John.
All right, Randy Kay live in Virginia this morning. CNN is all over the map for you this morning, including the state of New York, where the damage from Superstorm Sandy has made voting difficult for people who were displaced from their homes by Hurricane Sandy. New York's governor is doing something about it. Voters who live in disaster zones can now vote at any polling place. CNN's Alina Cho is at a makeshift polling station live in Brooklyn, New York this morning. Good morning, Alina.
John, good morning to you. I'm at the only school in New York City that is actually doubling as a shelter and a polling station today. The polls have been open here for about an hour, and if turnout is any guide here, I can tell you that turnout will be very high in New York State. Hundreds of people have already cast their ballots. I spoke to a lot of people inside where the line was snaking inside the building. Lots of people said to me, this is a very important election. I want to cast my ballot early. I spoke to another young woman who is voting in her very first election. She came with her mother today. Late yesterday, in an extraordinary move, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo signed an executive order basically saying that if you live in a federal disaster zone in New York, you can cast your ballot not just in your district, but in any district in New York. That is significant and unprecedented. The governor says just because you are displaced, it doesn't mean you should be disenfranchised. He also said it won't be easy, but after last week, meaning Hurricane Sandy, John, this, the governor says, will be a walk in the park. John?
All right, thanks so much, Alina. You know, it is interesting. There are different rules in different states for how close cameras can get to these polling places, but we are at so many of them for you this morning. I'm going to go now over to Soledad.
All right, John, thank you. Let's go right to Wilmington, Delaware. That is where the Vice President, Joe Biden, is now casting his vote. Here's a live picture. That would be, I believe, are we looking at the back of his head? There it is, the back of his head as he votes. That's his wife, Jill, obviously standing on the right side of the screen there. They will be voting this morning. A little bit later, Vice President is planning to get to Chicago. He'll be watching the returns this evening with the President Obama. The fight has already been fierce now that the polls are starting to open. There's another concern, and that is making sure that all the votes are counted and that they're counted accurately. Ali Velsh's following any voting irregularities that could develop. We've already been emailing back and forth this morning, Ali, because some people, the minute they get confused or they feel like something's up, they send us a tweet or they send us an email.
Great.
What are you seeing?
That's what they should be doing. That's exactly what they should be doing. At the end of this, I'll tell you how you get in touch with us, or you will. But in response to one tweet you got from, one email you got from somebody in New Jersey, how do you take advantage of this fax or online voting in New Jersey? Generally, it is for people who have been displaced from their homes or first responders. You have to go to the New Jersey Department of Elections site. You have to apply. They'll give you a response within an hour, and then depending on what you chose, they'll either fax you or email you a ballot, which has to be filed by 5 p.m. today. If you are not displaced, but you're just having trouble getting to your voting site, you need to call the office and see whether they'll allow you to do this. That's part of the approval process, so do that. Hamilton County, Indiana, we've had several tweets from them to say that there are voting machines that are down there. We're looking into that to see when they'll be up. We're also getting news from in New York City. There are some automatic polls that are down. Again, bear with it, have patience. The danger here, as Ashley said, is that people are leaving the polls because these lines are long or the machines aren't working. We're going to try and make sure everybody who wants to vote can get to vote, and you can let us know about that, Soledad.
All right, Ali, thank you for watching it. And if you want to share your experience, just send us a tweet or send us an email or just send us a text on Twitter. The hashtag is CNN Vote Watch. Email us at votewatch@cnn.com or text us at CNN 55333, or you can follow Ali on Twitter or me on Twitter as well. All right, let's get right to Zoraida for a look at some of the other stories that are making news this morning. Hey, Z.
Hey, Soledad. A lot of critical races to watch today, many of them impacting the balance of power in Congress. In Massachusetts, incumbent Republican Senator Scott Brown is in a very tight race against former Obama administration official Elizabeth Warren. Local polls show it is just too close to call. North Dakota's Senate race is also getting a lot of attention. Republican Rick Berg battling Democrat Heidi Heitkamp for the seat held by retiring Democrat Kent Conrad for 26 years. Republicans are banking on a big win for Berg to help them gain control of the Senate. Former Arizona Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords has cast her vote. She and her successor, Democratic Congressman Ron Barber, dropped off their ballot in downtown Tucson. This was yesterday. Barber was shot twice alongside Giffords in the Tucson rampage that killed 6 people in 2011. He is going for a full term after winning a special election in June. He's locked in a really tough race against Republican Martha McSally. And communities in the Northeast are trying to clean up from the devastation left by Superstorm Sandy. And now they're facing a new storm. Brick, New Jersey has already ordered mandatory evacuation for residents in low-lying areas, also encouraging others to leave if their home could be affected. Sandy forced thousands of people in New York and New Jersey from their homes, and more than 1 million are still without power this morning. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking that storm for us. What can you tell us, Rob?
It's impacting Georgia right now and Florida. Rain across Florida could be heavy at times as this front comes through. It'll hit Tampa here in the next hour or so. Jacksonville seeing some rain. Orlando, you're next. You'll see some rainfall as well. And this is important because a study shows that 1 inch of rainfall will actually decrease voter turnout by 1%. And in general, foul weather, of which rain would be a part of that, helps the Republicans by about 2.5%. Other areas, Wisconsin, you'll see a mixture of rain and snow. Shouldn't be too bad. The rest of the country doesn't look terribly awful. We are watching this storm that will come out of Florida today and head up the eastern seaboard. This is the nor'easter that we've been fearing, and there are coastal flood watches and high wind watches posted now. Potential for seeing some snow as well. There's some cold air with this, obviously some wind. Our models are trending a little bit further to the east. That would be good. The further east is better. We'll keep you posted. But the impacts beginning tomorrow about midday. Zoraida, back to you.
Insult to injury, we keep on saying. Thank you so much, Rob. We appreciate it.
You got it.
Got to wonder how many people are actually going to go out and vote, particularly in the Northeast, right?
Well, you know, they got time, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about noon. That's a fair amount of time to get it all done this morning. All right, Zoraida, thank you. Still ahead on starting point this morning as voters head to the polls. They're not only picking the next president, they're obviously picking their local officials, too. So what are some of the scenarios that could play out in the House of Representatives? We're going to talk with South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn coming up next. You're watching Starting Point. Short break. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. You're taking a look at a live picture. That's the Vice President, Joe Biden. He has just voted this morning in Wilmington, Delaware, and now he is heading out of his polling station. The lines actually don't look so bad there. You can see the line of photographers seems to be as long as the line of people who are trying to cast their ballot this morning. Our team this morning on this special edition of Starting Point, Eric Erickson is with us. He's the editor-in-chief of RedState.com and a CNN contributor. Ryan Lizza is the Washington correspondent for The New Yorker and a CNN contributor as well. Roland Martin stepped out for just a moment for a radio hit. He's the host of Washington Watch with Roland Martin. He's also a CNN political analyst. Polling stations open right now in 26 states. And today, President Obama will be in Chicago while Governor Romney hits a couple of swing states. Last night, both men were making their final, and I thought very emotional appeals to voters. Listen.
To all of you who've lived and breathed the hard work of change, I want to thank you.
I ask the American people to vote for love of country.
Let's get right to South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. He is the third-ranking Democrat in the House and an Obama campaign supporter. The polls in his state opened up at the top of the hour. That's South Carolina. And is considered to be Governor Romney's territory there. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us. Certainly appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's start with some of the emotion as both candidates were wrapping up those speeches last night. Michelle Obama, I thought as well, was emotional, more emotional certainly than I've heard her before when she was talking to the crowd. Let's play a little bit of that.
The auto industry was in crisis. This economy was losing 800,000 jobs a month. And a lot of folks were wondering whether we were headed for another Great Depression. Do you hear me? That's what people were worried about. And that is what Barack faced on day one as President of the United States.
How emotional has this last tour for the president and for Michelle Obama been?
It's been very emotional. And last night when I watched some of that, I found myself walking away from the television. I know Michelle Obama's family very well. Her family roots on her father's side are right here in South Carolina in Georgetown County, which was a part of my congressional district. So I understand that emotion. It's a Gullah Geechee part of our state, and my wife happens to be Gullah Geechee as well. So those emotions you get wrapped up in, and you lay your heart out, and you know that we're not dealt a hand that anybody would want, but and you know you played it as best you could, and you wish you had more support from the other side. But you know, when you're playing your hand and you show all your cards and the other person fails to follow suit, It's tough, and you feel that. And this president has done a great job. He's laid it out for the American people. People have gotten tied into his campaign. I've been running all over the country. I went to 5 states in 5 days, and I'll tell you, people are very, very emotional all over.
Congressman, it's John Berman here in Washington, D.C. All the polls we're looking at right now, they tell the story of something of a divided country right now, that either President Obama will be elected with an historically low white turnout, or that Mitt Romney will be elected with an historically low minority turnout. What does that mean for tomorrow? How does the president, whoever wins, move forward?
Well, I think that everybody who wins an election should lay out to prove to all the voters that you are magnanimous enough to serve all people. One of the problems we have with our election process is that we have this winner-take-all, 50% plus one, and then you get the whole barrel. And then you have to be magnanimous enough to demonstrate everything that you promised during the campaign. And I think President Obama did that. He did a tremendous job of reaching out to the other side time and time again. And I was there in the Congress watching some of this, and I was among those who kept saying to him, just forget it. They aren't going to work with you. But this president kept doing it, kept doing it, kept doing it. And I think that when Sandy visited the Northeast coast, he was able to demonstrate to the entire country and the world, if you please, his ability to reach out. And that's what he did with Governor Christie. And I really believe that became a defining moment in this campaign, and people got to see just how magnanimous this guy is.
Congressman Jim Clyburn joining us this morning, a Democrat from South Carolina. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You bet. We got to take a short break. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It's been 17 months of campaign promises and TV commercials. Americans now head to the polls to pick their president today. Welcome. You're watching a special Election Day edition of Starting Point. We're coming to you live from Washington, D.C. As is tradition, we already have the first results in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, has spoken. And for the first time in history, it's a tie. 5 votes for President Obama, 5 votes for Mitt Romney. Right now, the polls are open in 26 states and in Washington, D.C., among them key swing states of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Virginia. Just a few minutes ago, we showed you Vice President Joe Biden and the Second Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, voting in Wilmington, Delaware. In just a moment, I'll be talking with President Obama's senior advisor, David Axelrod. First, though, let's get right to John Berman with a look at what's happening on the campaigns today. John?
All right, thanks so much, Soledad. The polls are open in the president's home state of Illinois. Of course, the president has already voted, so he will spend Election Day in Chicago after a busy final day delivering his closing remarks to voters in Iowa and other states. CNN's Dan Lothian is following Team Obama in Chicago, and the president's got kind of a traditional day planned for himself.
He does, and you know what the campaign says he likes to do every time election time rolls around on Election Day. He likes to play basketball, and he surrounds himself with what I've been calling the class of 2008. These are some of the folks who were with him from the very beginning. Some stayed on in the administration, then went on to do other things. So we're seeing Reggie Love, the president's former body man. He was brought on the last couple of days on the campaign trail. He's the one we are told was charged with organizing this basketball game. Robert Gibbs, the former press secretary, is back again. A lot of reflection is being done here, talking about the last 4 years, not only the president's accomplishments, but also what it has meant to be part of this team. And we saw a little bit of this reflection from the president as well during the final campaign stop of his political career in Iowa yesterday, where he was thanking all of those who've supported him over the years. Take a listen.
I want to take this opportunity to say one thing to all the young people and not so young people who've given so much to this campaign over the years. Those of you who haven't done this just for me, but for each other, for a laid-off family member, for a sick child, for a fallen friend, to all of you who've lived and breathed the hard work of change, I want to thank you.
Now, we're told by campaign aides that the president is optimistic about the outcome of the election. No plans for the president to head back out on the campaign trail, as we see Governor Romney going to Ohio and Pennsylvania. Instead, the president will be doing some satellite interviews, some radio interviews as well. Some of his aides will be going on television. The big push will be to make sure that folks get out to the polls and vote. John?
All right, Dan Lothian in Chicago. There will be no basketball today for Mitt Romney. He is expected to cast his vote in about 1 hour from now in his hometown of Belmont, Massachusetts. The polls there have just opened. And as Dan said, Mitt Romney is not done campaigning. He has 2 stops today, one in Ohio and one in Pennsylvania. I'm joined now by Peter Hamby, live at the Romney headquarters in Boston, Massachusetts. And Peter, these were sort of late additions to the schedule.
Yeah, and travel, John, is the best indicator of a campaign's thinking. Look, we've known that Pennsylvania sort of last-minute gamble/insurance policy for the Romney campaign. 96% of the vote is on the table there today because there isn't really early voting. But the Ohio travel jumped out at me, and Paul Ryan is also going to Ohio today, John. This signals to me that they are nervous about Ohio, as they have been, but they're just a little more nervous in these closing days. But, you know, Romney himself, of course, is projecting confidence outwardly. Check out this rally last night in New Hampshire that pulled 12,000 people. This is what he said.
We have known many long days and short nights, and now we're close. The door to a brighter future is there. It's open. It's waiting for us. I need your vote. I need your help. Walk with me. Walk together. Tomorrow we begin a new tomorrow.
There is, John, an air of anxiety and nervousness inside the Romney campaign, but also they know they still can win, and they're right. There's enough variables around the margins in these states. I was just in Ohio for the last few days. Republicans there think they can still pull it out, and I think they're right, John. But looking at the states, the Romney campaign is confident about Florida. They're confident about North Carolina. They're confident about Colorado, and they're actually really confident about New Hampshire. The problem is that doesn't get them over the hump, and Ohio seems to be the wall that they're going to be running into today, John.
And he will run into it again today with a last trip there on Election Day. All right, Peter Hamby, live in Boston. Thanks so much. A lot more to talk about this morning. Let's go back to Soledad.
All right, John, thank you. Let's get right to the president's senior campaign advisor, David Axelrod, joining us this morning. And let's talk about Ohio, since Peter Hamby was just laying that out for us. If you look at likely voters, choice for president, CNN ORC poll, let's throw that up on the screen, guys. 50% for President Obama, Mitt Romney at 47%. A little more of a gap there if you're looking at the NBC Wall Street Journal Marist poll, which is 51% to 45% for Governor Romney. When you talk to conservatives, Karl Rove, for example, he says, listen, they're claiming a net gain for the GOP in early voting in Ohio from 4 years ago is enough to wipe out the entire margin of victory from 2008 for President Obama. The bottom line being, like, if they can win tonight, that means that the early votes won't matter. What do you say to that?
Well, of course, Karl got a bunch of folks to give him hundreds of millions of dollars to try and defeat this president. So I think he's in hyperspin there. The fact of the matter is that every single bit of data out of Ohio in the last few days has been very encouraging to us, and particularly the early voting. You know, we fought hard in court to maintain early voting for voters across Ohio in the last few days of the campaign, and there was an explosion of voting there. And very favorable to us. We think we're going in with a significant edge. Now, obviously, it's close. The whole election is close. We've prepared for a close race. We've got an incredible organization there, and we're going to be making sure we get our vote out today. So my optimism, Soledad, is based on cold, hard data. Their optimism is based on some faith and some unseen, hidden wave, and I think that they're going to be disappointed tonight.
Let me ask Erickson a quick question. Your optimism is based on faith. His is based on the numbers.
No, I think my optimism is based on the fact that when you look at, for example, Colorado, where they've had a very strong turnout for the Democrats, they're probably going to lose Colorado. I see the same thing happening in Ohio when you have evangelical Catholic voters who are really angry with the president on some of the religious freedom issues and some of those blue-collar workers. It's going to be very close, but I do see them, particularly on the eastern side of Ohio, turning out for the Republicans today in a way they didn't turn out in 2008, and the surrounding suburban counties from Cleveland.
And I would also wonder, sir, about those provisional ballots, 200,000 according to the Secretary of State in Ohio, 200,000 provisional ballots could be cast today. They couldn't be counted for 10 days. Do you think it's going to come to that? Do you think at some point we'll be waiting the 10 days to go through those provisional ballots, or do you think it's decided tonight?
If you're directing that question to me, I believe we're going to win tonight. We're going to watch. We're going to watch that. We're going to watch those ballots closely. We want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard in this election. But one thing I'd say about Ohio Soledad is that an issue that's crystallized in the last few days is this issue of the auto bailout, the auto intervention. The president stepped in, saved the auto industry, and in Ohio, 1 in 8 jobs flow from that auto industry. Governor Romney's opposition to that action has been an issue in the campaign, and then a late ad in that campaign that implied otherwise and suggested that somehow Jeep was moving jobs to China created a real backlash in that state, and I think that's going to come into play today as well.
Ryan, Liz, let me throw a question in your direction. John King says that when he talks to people, some who are with campaigns, some who are independent, not with campaigns, they're pointing to 10 to 15,000 votes that'll decide it in the state of Ohio. Do you think that's a fair assessment? And do you think that what David Axelrod was just saying about the Jeep controversy, if you will, that's going to play a role?
I don't know the numbers at that level of detail in Ohio. It's obviously going to be very, very close. I will say that if you look at the last, 40 polls in Ohio, and it's been polled to death, the president has a small but consistent lead. So I think all of us are going to be shocked tonight if Romney wins that state, just looking at the data over the last couple of months. And yeah, look, the auto bailout obviously is, look, if Obama wins, and we're looking for explanations of why he won and if he holds those Midwestern states, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Ohio, I think we're going to be talking a lot about this decision in the auto bailout in 2009 as the main factor. So yeah, I agree with that.
But the problem Romney had was that when he put that Jeep ad out, you had papers across the state who were saying it's a lie, it's not true. And so why did you rekindle? Mark McKinnon spoke to this yesterday right here on this show. Why did you rekindle an issue that is an Achilles heel? That made no sense whatsoever. I think he helped the Obama campaign out tremendously talking about Jeep and putting that ad out and discussing it.
David, do you guys calculate how many votes you think that would be responsible for? I mean, is that a math that you do? You say, listen, I think it's true. McKinnon said yesterday that he thought that was a big misstep. Do you sort of drill down into that?
I don't think you can make an empirical calculation as to how many votes that will mean. But what it did was create an even larger gulf of trust, and trust is a big issue in this campaign, and particularly for these voters in Ohio, for whom questions like the survival of the auto industry are very much questions about their family's economic well-being. So there's no doubt in my mind that as we travel around the state, and we were there every day for the last 4 days, we heard this everywhere we went, and I think it's going to be a factor in this election.
Let me ask you a question about the Nate Silver does this polling, and this, I think it was last night, he was tweeting that there was sort of a 91% certainty by looking at likely voters and sort of crunching those numbers through a formula that President Obama would win the Electoral College. And then other people say, well, it's very, very tight. So how can both of those things be true? 91% sounds like it's, a strong victory.
Well, first of all, this is all theoretical. We believe we're in a strong position to win this election, but it's only a theory until people go out and vote. And what's important today is to make sure that everybody does go out and vote, because even though I think our chances are good, it's going to be a narrow election. And because it's a narrow election, and particularly in these battleground states, there'll be questions about what margin will exist in the Electoral College. Nate Silver suggests somewhere around 315 electoral votes. Others have said less. Some have said more. We'll see. But I believe we're going to be on top and in more of the states than was listed before. We're even or ahead in every one of these battleground states. We've got a big lead in the early vote in several of them, including Ohio, Iowa, Nevada. We've got a lead in Colorado. We feel very good about where we are.
David Axelrod joining us this morning. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You want to be sure to watch the rest of our CNN election team tonight when the first polls close. That's at 6 p.m. Eastern. You can follow the exact countdown in the lower left-hand side of your screen as the clock ticks to those particular closings. There are other stories making news this morning, and Zoraida's got that for you. Good morning, Z.
Good morning. Another key race to watch today. Former presidential candidate Michelle Bachmann in the toughest battle of her political life. The Minnesota Congresswoman is in a tight race with Democratic challenger Jim Graves. In their final debate, Bachmann defended her claims that Muslim Brotherhood operatives have infiltrated the federal government. And a sign today that the Northeast is slowly recovering from Superstorm Sandy. The National September 11th Memorial at the World Trade Center site in New York City reopens today. It was closed due to flooding from Sandy. The storm forced thousands from their damaged homes, and more than 1 million people are still without electricity this morning. They're without heat and hot water as well. And what could be a major blow to the embattled regime of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, 7 Syrian army generals defected today to neighboring Turkey. Turkish media report that the generals arrived at the Turkish border and asked for refuge. They were granted entry and taken to a location in southern Turkey under very tight security measures. Switch gears here. Monday Night Football. New Orleans and Philadelphia. Saints quarterback Drew Brees throwing 2 touchdown passes in a 28-13 victory over the Eagles. Philadelphia quarterback Michael Vick sacked 7 times as the Eagles stumbled to their 4th straight loss. Roland was saying earlier that he's waking up with a lot of Bengay this morning.
Yeah. That's a lot of getting hit.
He'll be getting a rub down, baby.
Yeah, I bet. All right. Thanks, Aride. Appreciate it. Still ahead this morning on Starting Point. Many of the roads to 270 electoral votes lead through the state of Ohio. But what happens if Pennsylvania is in play? Can Pennsylvania put Mitt Romney over the top if he, in fact, loses Ohio? Christine Romans is going to look at the math for us. Math to 270, and that's coming up next. Welcome back, everybody. We begin with a look at Blue Ash, Ohio. That's where voters are lined up, polls in the Buckeye State. They're going to be voting this morning. And Buckeye State, of course, is a crucial battleground. Opened at 6:30 this morning. That's Eastern time. Christine's got a look at the Electoral College and how we get to that magic number of 270.
That's right. Well, here's where it stands right now. You know, you can see these dark red states. Our projections are these are pretty reliable for Mitt Romney. Blue is for Obama. And you can see when you add up the electoral votes, it's 237 to 206. These are just projections, of course. And as the night wears on, we're going to start turning these states as the vote turns in. 270 is the number you need. So what could happen here? Well, Democrats are confident about Wisconsin, and they're confident about Iowa, and they're confident about Nevada right now. That puts the president at 259. Mitt Romney, they really, really want Florida, and they really, really want Virginia, and they think that they have a chance at Colorado. And Paul Ryan has spent a lot of time in Colorado. Look at how close that is, 259, 259. Soledad, that means these 18 electoral votes in Ohio are critical for whoever's going to be the next president of the United States. Critical. But there are pathways for Romney to the White House that don't include Ohio at this point. Let's give Ohio to the president. And let's do a couple of things here. Let's say, potentially, that Romney gets Nevada and that Romney gets Wisconsin, right? Look at that, 273. That would be how Mitt Romney would do it. Again, it could happen. It could not happen. I mean, when you look at the polls are leaning toward the president at this point, but those are still toss-up states. There's another way to do it, too. What if this reliably blue state is not blue anymore, but turns red? You know, Mitt Romney is spending part of today in Pittsburgh. He'll have, you know, access to the TV markets of Eastern Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio. But what if that turned red? That would put Romney over the top as well. Those are 2 potential hypothetical ways to the presidency without Ohio for Mitt Romney.
It's absolutely fascinating. We've been really focused on Ohio, but it is doable without Ohio. I'm sure that the Romney campaign has been crunching that very path.
Oh, yes.
Way and every which way. All right, Christine, thank you. Still ahead this morning on Starting Point, today's election will not only decide who's going to be president of the United States for the next 4 years, also decide the balance of power in Washington, D.C. We'll break that down up next. Stay with us.
Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage of Election Day 2012. It is here, and 11 more states will open their polls to voters in the next hour. While most Americans are focusing on the race for the White House, it's the balance of power in the Senate and the House that could really determine how much gets done in Washington for the next 4 years. CNN political editor Paul Steinhauser is live with us this morning to break it all down. And Paul, let's start with the Senate.
You got it. And, you're right. The battle for the White House is grabbing all the attention, but the battle for Congress just as important. Okay, the Senate, where does it stand right now? 53 to 47. There are 53 Democrats, actually 51 Democrats and 2 independents who caucus with them, 47 Republicans. How many seats are up for grabs right now? 33 seats today are up for grabs. And of those 33, the Democrats control or are defending 23 of those 33 seats. Let's go to the next map. Here are the 13 races that really are the most competitive and could decide who wins control of the Senate. Take a look at these races, and let's just narrow down the ones the Democrats are defending right here. Virginia, Wisconsin, Connecticut, Ohio, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, and Missouri. We've been keeping our eyes on all these. Missouri, interesting. The Republicans really thought they would have a pickup there, but Congressman Todd Aiken, the Republican candidate, his controversy over rape has really weakened their stance there. But you know what? It's not just the Democrats playing defense. The Republicans are also playing some defense as well, John. Look at these states. These are the ones in red here, obviously, that the Republicans are defending. And, well, Massachusetts and Maine up in the Northeast, Republicans quietly tell you they may lose those. Indiana, that's a seat they thought they for sure would keep, but Richard Murdoch, the Republican candidate there, controversy over rape again. That's making that race very close. And Nevada and Arizona, we're keeping our eyes on that as well. John, if it comes down to a 50-50 Senate, you know what? It's going to determine the White House. The race for the White House will determine who controls the Senate. Is it going to be Vice President Joe Biden or Vice President Paul Ryan, who would have that tie-breaking vote if it's a 50-50 Senate next year?
We're looking at the state of Indiana behind you. That is why Democrats are optimistic they will not be a Senate flip to the Republicans. But Democrats I speak to are much less optimistic about the House of Representatives and finding any real gains there. What's the situation?
All right. Right now, the Democrats need to win back 25 seats. That's a lot of seats to win control back of the House that they lost back in 2010. And you're right. Democrats aren't really, there's no bravado there. They think they say they could do the pickup, but that's very, very tough math. You know, the House races more than the Senate really will be determined by the wave of the general election by the president. If Mitt Romney has a good night, the Republicans are definitely going to keep control of the House, maybe even make some pickups. If President Obama has a huge night, well, then maybe the Democrats have a chance at that 25 pickup. But it is a long shot, John.
But tough for them in the blue dog states and also not doing as well in the moderate states, not as well as they may have expected. Paul Steinhauser, great to see you here this morning.
Thanks, John.
We have a lot more coming up ahead on Starting Point. We continue our special Election Day edition, looking at what the polls are opening at the top of the hour and all the implication of today's votes. Our correspondents, they are all across the country, and we'll be talking with Bob McDonnell, the governor of the battleground state of Virginia. He has a lot to say. Stay with us. You're watching Starting Point.
Morning, welcome everybody. I'm Soledad O'Brien, and you are watching a special Election Day edition of Starting Point, and we are coming to you live from the nation's capital. It is Decision Day, and right now it is 8 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and the polls are open in a total of 36 states and in Washington, D.C. Today, millions of Americans will vote to choose the next president of the United States of America. The best political team on TV has it covered, no matter how long it might take to find out who is the actual winner.
I'm John Berman, and some of the results, they are in. The tiny towns of Dixville Notch and Hart's Landing in New Hampshire, carrying on the tradition of being first, and these results, they could be telling.
I'm Christine Romans. 270 or bust, the magic number for clinching the White House. We'll look at the paths to victory for each candidate and whether the road to the White House must go through Ohio.
I'm Zoraida Samblin. Disaster victims still want to be counted. Hurricane Sandy forcing an Election Day scramble, and now another nor'easter could add to the misery and all the confusion. We are tracking the storm.
We have a jam-packed hour for you this morning. Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell is going to join us. Former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland will be with us. House Republican Conference Chair Jeb Hensarling is our guest. And Bob Shrum, he's a Democratic consultant who worked on the Kerry and Gore campaigns. It's Tuesday, November 6th, Election Day. And Starting Point is live from Washington, D.C., and we begin right now. Welcome, everybody. You're watching a special Election Day edition of Starting Point. Polls are open now across the country. After 17 months of campaigning and over 1 million television commercials, it's time for the American people to pick their next president. At this hour, 10 more states are opening their polls to voters. Those states would be Alabama, Arizona, Iowa, Minnesota, Mississippi, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Texas, and Wisconsin. Vice President Joe Biden and the second lady, Dr. Jill Biden, cast their votes this morning in Delaware. That happened in just the last hour. Mitt and Ann Romney are expected to vote in just about half an hour. They'll be doing that in Belmont, Massachusetts. The GOP is not letting up this election day. He's added 2 final campaign stops today in Cleveland, Ohio, and in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And there are already legal battles that are developing in 2 key battleground states. State of Florida, where there are long lines to vote early over the weekend. Democrats are suing to extend those early voting hours, even though legally those early voting hours ended on Saturday. In the state of Ohio, a hearing is now set for Wednesday morning to hear arguments about the rules for counting provisional ballots. That means a final tally from the Buckeye State could actually take weeks. And in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy, New Jersey is allowing voting by email or by fax. New York is letting voters affected by the disaster to cast their ballots at any polling station. CNN has the elections covered like no other network can, with correspondents all over the country. John Berman has more on the battlegrounds and the very first results. John?
That's right. We do have some results. It began just after midnight in New Hampshire as the tiny town of Dixville Notch made history. 10 total votes cast. 5 for Barack Obama and 5 for Mitt Romney. They have never had a tie before in the traditional first-in-the-nation vote. Now, there was another New Hampshire vote at midnight, Hart's location, which reinstated the practice in 1996 after doing it way back in the 40s. The result there, Obama had 23 votes, Mitt Romney had 9 votes. Meantime, the rest of the state is now going to the polls, which have been open for about 2 hours now. New Hampshire is just one of the hotly contested swing states. But Ohio, of course, could be the biggest prize of all in this presidential election. Mitt Romney making one last campaign appearance in the Buckeye State with an event this morning in Cleveland. Polls in Ohio have been open now for about an hour and a half. And Carol Costello is live in Blue Ash, Ohio, which is near Cincinnati, with voters right behind her. Good morning, Carol.
Voters right behind me. They're voting in a steady stream here in Hamilton County, Ohio. Of course, that's where Cincinnati is located. I was talking to voters about that tie in Dixville Notch, and they were saying no, because they hope that's not a sign of what's to come in Ohio. They want a decisive victory in Ohio so this election can be over. I want to show you the lines earlier this morning when the polls opened at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. There were hundreds of people in line, and they were enthusiastic to cast that ballot, especially those Republicans standing in line. In fact, one woman told me she felt that it was important to cast her vote this year to save the country. She said this year voters had in mind that they had to get involved in what was happening in the United States of America because that's the only way that things could get better as far as the economy was concerned. I'm going to stick around, John, and in case you're wondering, only 3 provisional ballots filed here so far.
Oh, maybe that's a good sign. All right, Carol Costello in Ohio, thanks so much. Voters in Florida, they are also waiting in long lines to vote. It's the largest prize in electoral college terms of all the swing states, and one that is simply critical for a victory for Mitt Romney. Ashley Banfield live this morning in Miami. A mob scene there, Ashley.
Wow, when you said a big prize, 29 electoral votes is about the biggest kahuna that you would want. And look, these people are very, very enthusiastic. Let me tell you that. Long line this way, and I told you before it was a loop-de-loop, John. We've been open for an hour, and the loop-de-loop continues. And there's a reason for that. It is a slow process. And one thing I can show you that's a little different than the hour I talked to you before is look who showed up. Campaign workers who are here to either show a presence or talk to some of the voters in line as long as they stay 100 feet out from the polling station, or to hand out things like this. These are things that they've been giving people in line. These are, some of the down ballot issues here. But this one was interesting. This is handed out as all the Republican choices that you can make once you get inside. Now, once you get inside, which is way down here in the line, you got to go through a ballot that is 9 pages long. And we've already asked several voters who've emerged since the polls opened and since last I spoke with you, and they reported to us that it took anywhere between 10 minutes and 30 minutes to get through that process, through those doors, John Berman. I know I got to throw it back to you, but that's how long it's taking, and that's why there's long lines.
All right, Ashley Banfield live in Florida. I can't believe those lines there this morning. All right, thanks a lot, Ashley. Virginia, another state to watch this morning. The candidates have been in dead heat there in the polls, and the polls there close early, 7 p.m. Eastern time, so it could be one of the first states decided, certainly one of the ones to watch early tonight. And Randy Kay joins us live now from Woodbridge, Virginia. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, John. You're talking about the lines here. Well, you might not be able to tell from those few folks gathered behind me, but we went inside, and there is quite a line inside this polling station. It's about a 2-hour wait to cast your vote. I talked to one guy in line. You're not going to believe this. He is still undecided. He was actually researching the candidates standing in line. He went to a Romney rally in Fairfax, Virginia here yesterday. Education is most important to him. He's also worried about interest rates, which is why he's not sure if he wants to vote for Mitt Romney. He's not sure what will happen with the interest rates. He's worried about the rates going up. I talked to another woman who said that compassion and integrity are most important to her. I talked to a guy inside who works for the government, and he said that he's a little upset because they haven't been able to get any bonuses in the last few years, and President Obama has frozen the cost of living for them. So he has 2 kids in college. He said that hurts a whole lot. So a very interesting mix of people inside with some very strong opinions, John.
All right, thanks, Randy Kane, Woodbridge, Virginia. Wow, 2-hour lines. I guess that does make for some enthusiasm. Soledad, back to you.
All right, John, thank you. Now that the voters are actually voting and deciding, there's a new concern, which is to make sure all the votes are counted and then counted correctly. Ali Velshi is following any potential problems from the CNN Center in Atlanta. Voters have been tweeting me, certainly, and I know you too, Ali, about some of the problems and some of the just the hassles they've been having.
And I want to encourage them to keep doing so. You'll tell them how to do it after this. We can be reached all sorts of ways, by tweet, by email, by text. Soledad, there are sort of 2 categories problems are falling into. One is technical problems with voting machines, and we're calling the districts where we're hearing that's happening to find out when they'll be up, and 2 is lineups. The first problem, though, the technical problems are causing some people to go away because they can't wait around until the problem is fixed, and hopefully they will come back. But we are having lots of reports of voting machines not working, and of course these are pictures from Florida showing lineups. We've had Ashley out there this morning showing more of them. There are also a series of problems in New Jersey with the email voting. A number of people saying they have not had a response after having submitted an application to vote via fax or email, or that the emails are being bounced back. So we're in close touch with the Board of Elections there, and some chaos in the New Jersey, New York area with polling places that are open. A lot of people there. So please, I ask people to be patient if you're there. It is, in most parts of this country, going to take longer than normal, Soledad.
Yeah, I think patience today. I've had folks who were telling me that in Virginia, the line is 3 hours long, and some people are just ditching altogether and not staying to vote because they just don't want to spend the time. All right, Ali, thank you. Appreciate you watching that for us. You can share with us your voting experience. Send us a tweet or an email or a text. Twitter, the hashtag is CNN VoteWatch. On email us at votewatch@cnn.com or text CNN 55333. Team joining us this morning. Margaret Hoover's with us. She's a CNN political contributor, former member of the Bush White House. Ryan Lizza is a Washington correspondent for The New Yorker and a CNN contributor. Hillary Rosen is a Democratic strategist and CNN political contributor as well. Nice to have all of you with us.
Good morning.
It's the big day. It's finally here. No more commercials soon.
Or as Hillary said she said it's birthing day.
If you're a political consultant, this is the day we give birth.
Right. Oh, the visuals on that are voters making their decisions. President Obama's in Iowa, Mitt Romney in New Hampshire, making their final appeals last night. Here's a little bit of how it went.
It all comes down to you. It's out of my hands now. It's in yours. All of it depends on what you do. When you step into that voting booth tomorrow.
President Obama has tried to convince you that these last 4 years have been a success. And so his plan for the next 4 years is to take all the ideas from the first 4, the stimulus and the borrowing, Obamacare and all that, and just do them all over again. He calls his plan forward, and I call it forewarned.
You saw Randy Kay a few moments ago in Woodbridge, Virginia, which is where the polls are now open, with just 1 point separating those 2 candidates in the state of Virginia. The swing state is crucial. It's crucial for both sides. Bob McDonnell is the governor of the state of Virginia. Yesterday, he was spending some of his time campaigning with Governor Romney in his state. It's nice to see you, sir. Always great to have you with us. We appreciate it.
Hi, Soledad.
Hi there. So Virginia, one of the first big states to close, first, I guess, battleground state to close. What are you going to be looking for when those results come in? And I know everyone's going to rush to start analyzing those results. What are you looking for in your state?
Well, we've certainly been getting a lot of attention, a lot of love from all the candidates this year. And Governor Romney has been here a lot the last few days, as you just pointed out. You know, I would look for the Beltway counties around Washington, D.C., Loudoun and Fairfax and Prince William. If Governor Romney were to win, let's say, Loudoun County and Fairfax and Prince William County and hold his own and stay close in Fairfax, to me that would be a great signal that that he's going to win the state. And the same with Chesterfield and Henrico around Richmond. Those are the bellwether counties that tell us how Republicans are going to do, and how that shows us how those independent, undecided voters break. I assume they're going to break against the president and for the challenger. They typically do in every case, but that'll be the best indicators for me right away about how we're going to do statewide. All that.
Let me ask a question of Ryan Liza. Also, you know, we were talking about that likely voter category, which means if you see a much bigger gap than that 1% that has been polled consistently, that would mean that some of your polling could be off, right?
Yeah, I mean, the likely voting models are sort of everything in the polls at this late date. I mean, that's the sort of art of polling. If you can't, you got to figure out who's going to be that electorate on Election Day. What the governor just said is fascinating because, one, Virginia's going to, their polls are going to close relatively early, or not early, but we're going to get those results early. Virginia traditionally counts their vote pretty fast. And if those counties go for Romney or Obama, I think we're going to know early tonight where this thing is headed. If Obama is winning those counties that he just described, like Fairfax and Loudoun, that's a very good sign for Obama. If he wins Virginia, it's a very, very difficult road for Romney. So this is the state I would watch, you know, tonight to know which way this thing's going to go.
You know, is the storm, Governor, having an impact on voting in your state? I know that there have been some problems. Are you worried that it kind of goes to the next level, which is legal challenges?
No, Soledad, I'm not. You know, we were very blessed compared to New York and New Jersey. We got a glancing blow. Our people were very resolute, and we extended some absentee voting hours last week to give people extra time for that. But there's no problem at the polling places today. Power was restored almost within 2 days. So we're in good shape. You know, I think people the last 5 days after the campaign being frozen have been able to focus back again on jobs and the economy and the top issues that they care about. And I think that's good. It's a normal campaign mode, and I think their focus on jobs and the economy means Governor Romney wins close in Virginia today.
Governor Bob McDonnell with us this morning. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Thanks, Soledad.
You bet. Coming up next, another critical state to the election, the state we've been talking about all morning, the state of Ohio. No Republican has won the presidency without that state. Going to talk to former Ohio Governor Ted Strickland right after this short break. We're back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. This looks like it's, what is this, Blue Ash in Ohio? Early voting, voters lined up, waiting to cast their ballots. Not very long lines there. That looks pretty reasonable compared to the ones... Yes, I can. Plus the fact that we've labeled it Blue Ash, Ohio. That's helped me significantly. But, you know, it's nothing like the crazy lines we've been seeing where Ashley is as well, in Miami, too. Ohio, though, cannot be overstated the importance of that race. In the latest CNN polls, which averages all the polls in Ohio, President Barack Obama is clinging to a 3-point lead. No margin of error there. Let's get right to the former Democratic governor of Ohio, Ted Strickland. He's the national co-chair for the Obama campaign as well. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us.
Hey, it's a beautiful day in Ohio, and Ohioans are getting out to vote. And I think it's going to be a great day.
Wow, you sound happy and confident. When the polls close in Ohio, what will you be looking for? What is the key thing for you that will give you an indication of what's going to happen tonight overall when you look at Ohio?
Well, you know, almost 2 million Ohioans have already early voted, about 1.8 million. Those votes obviously will be some of the first votes counted, and we believe the president has nearly a 2-to-1 lead in that early vote. But we'll be looking at the turnout in Cuyahoga County, which is where Cleveland, Ohio is located. We'll be looking over in the Hamilton County area and the Cincinnati area, which is traditionally more conservative and Republican. And then I'll be looking at my old congressional district along the Ohio River, the Appalachian region, because those are important votes, and there's been a real struggle over there on the part of both campaigns. And so I'll be looking at all that. And then, of course, Central Ohio, our capital city, Columbus, Ohio.
You're looking at everything. Sounds like you just listed absolutely everything in your entire state, sir. Yeah. I know Margaret had a question for you.
Every vote counts in Ohio.
It certainly does, Governor Strickland. My question for you, Margaret Hoover here, is what are the Democrats doing specifically to make up for the loss in voter registration that has happened since 2008? Some reports have it as high as 490,000 voters fewer are registered to vote now, 4 years later. What have you done to make up for that, especially the losses in Democratic counties?
Well, let me tell you, this Obama organization is phenomenal. We know where our voters are. We've been in contact with them. The Obama organization never left Ohio. They've been here for the last 4 years. We've had over 700 organizers over the last several months in Ohio, 120 field offices or more, probably a little more than that. And so we've got our early vote out. We're happy about that. And now today, it's a beautiful day. And we know where our voters are, and we're communicating with them. And I'm just so confident that the president's going to win Ohio, and I don't think it's going to be terribly close.
What's your prediction? You willing to put one out there? Win. What would you say would be your prediction for Ohio?
Well, my personal conviction was the president would get 51.6% of the vote. Mr. Romney would get a little over 48%. But that's just my guess. I think it could be closer than that, but I also think it could be more expansive than that.
Governor, it's Hillary Rosen. How are you? I'm tempted to throw you a softball and ask you to match the Democratic enthusiasm against the Republican enthusiasm in Ohio. So give me that. But also, we've been talking a lot about these provisional ballots in Ohio and the potential impact on the campaign.
Yes.
You know, last time President Obama won by a big enough margin on election night that they didn't need to worry about counting the provisional ballots. What do you think the chances are that his margin this time is over that 250,000 votes or something that we anticipate he'll need to have the provisional ballots not be relevant?
Well, let me speak quickly to the enthusiasm issue. Both candidates were in Columbus, Ohio yesterday. The president had about 15,500 people there. Governor Romney had about 10,000, so we bested him there. There's enthusiasm on both sides, and both sides are working to get out the vote. In terms of the provisional ballots, in a very close election, it could absolutely delay the Ohio result. And we hope that doesn't happen. I don't think it will, but it theoretically could. I think the margin's going to be large enough that the provisional ballots will not make a critical difference. But, we never know. People haven't voted yet.
We don't know till the end of the day, right? That's how everyone's been ending pretty much every interview I've done. The only poll that matters is the one tonight. Governor Strickland, nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us. Certainly appreciate it. Got to take a short break. We're back right after this. Ahead this morning, more of the biggest names in politics. We'll be talking with House Republican Conference Chair Jeb Hensarling about the balance of power in Congress and how this election could shift the entire thing. Plus, we'll check in with the Obama and Romney campaigns to see just how the candidates are spending Election Day very differently. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We're live in Washington, D.C. this morning on this Election Day. After 17 months of campaign promises and television commercials, Americans are heading to the polls right now to pick their next president. You're watching a special Election Day edition of Starting Point. And right now, voting is underway in 37 states and Washington, D.C., with polls in Arkansas opening right now. In the next half hour, we're going to break down the races, some of the key races, with Bob Shrum. He's a veteran Democratic consultant and also chief strategist for the 2004 Carrie Edwards campaign. Also joining us, Republican Congressman Jeb Hensarling of Texas, the chairman of the House Republican Conference. That's ahead. First, though, I want to get right to John Berman. He's got a look at what the campaigns are doing this morning, this very last morning. John?
Good morning, Soledad. It is the last morning, but Mitt Romney is still pushing it. He's casting his vote this morning in Belmont, Massachusetts, and then he has two rallies planned, one in Ohio and the other in Pennsylvania. CNN's Jim Acosta is live right now on Mitt Romney's press bus. He's headed to meet up with a candidate right now. Hey, Jim, looking good.
That's right. Hey, John, thanks very much. Looking good despite a very long campaign that is finally coming to an end. We are on the Romney press bus right now. We are waiting for the candidate to vote near his home in Belmont, Massachusetts. Then he will come here to Bedford, Massachusetts, where he'll get on his campaign charter one more time. and then head off to Cleveland and Pittsburgh. The campaign says he won't be doing any rallies today. He's going to be visiting with some of his Get Out the Vote supporters to make sure that they are, revitalized and rejuvenated as they try to get out the vote for Mitt Romney on this final day of the campaign. And let me just show you around the bus, John, because this is going to sort of paint the picture of the day. We're used to seeing a much larger contingent of the Romney press corps. This is all that is left. The final Romney travelers, the last of the Mohicans, if you will. We're all going to be getting on the plane with the candidate momentarily, and I talked to a senior Romney advisor yesterday about why they're doing this, because, you might say from the Obama campaign standpoint that this is one last act of desperation, but history shows you that candidates that do this on Election Day sometimes win. George W. Bush back in 2004, Barack Obama in 2008, and essentially what they're saying, John, is they want to keep that energy going all the way until the polls close. John.
All right, Jim, that is one motley, haggard group of reporters with you on the campaign bus. Say hi to them all for us. Thanks very much, Jim.
Yes, it is.
Moving on now to the Obama campaign. The president will spend Election Day in Chicago after a very busy final day delivering his closing argument to voters. CNN's Dan Lothian is live in Chicago, where the president will be hosting his celebration or perhaps concession event tonight. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, and I don't have a bus to show you the motley crew of folks who've been traveling with the president, but they too have been tired and weary after this long campaign. The president, we're told, is feeling very optimistic. He arrived here in Chicago early this morning and will not be headed to the battleground states like Governor Mitt Romney to Ohio or Pennsylvania. Instead, we'll be doing satellite interviews. We'll be doing radio interviews as well, we are told, and reflecting back over the last 4 years. And the president has been getting a bit emotional, as we saw last night during the final campaign stop in Des Moines, Iowa. Take a listen.
I want to take this opportunity to say one thing to all the young people and not so young people who've given so much to this campaign over the years. Those of you who haven't done this just for me, but for each other, for a laid-off family member, for a sick child, for a fallen friend, to all of you who've lived and breathed the hard work of change, I want to thank you.
The campaign volunteers are still pushing hard on this election day in those key battleground states. They're working the phones. They're going door to door. There's some surrogates who are also on television doing radio interviews. The big push is to make sure that folks get out and vote. Obviously, this is a very close election as you look at the polls, and they want to make sure that every voter gets out there, votes, because every vote will count. John?
All right, thanks so much, Dan Lothian in Chicago this morning. A lot of other news to talk about today. Let's go to Zoraida for that.
Thank you very much, John. The race for the White House isn't the only heated contest. In Florida's 18th congressional district, Palm Beach County, Republican Congressman Alan West is trying to hold on against Democratic challenger Patrick Murphy. West has already taken Florida Democrats to task for questioning and filing suit over early voting there. The Massachusetts Senate race is one of the toughest battles. Senator Scott Brown, the Republican incumbent, facing Democrat Elizabeth Warren. They've been running neck and neck in one of the most expensive races in the country. Former presidential candidate Michelle Bachmann is fighting for her political life today. The Minnesota Congresswoman is in a tight race with Democratic challenger Jim Graves. In their final debate, Bachmann defended her claims that Muslim Brotherhood operatives have infiltrated the federal government. Meanwhile, the effects from Sandy still devastating, with another storm on the way on the East Coast. People in the coastal town of Brick, New Jersey, who live in flood-prone areas have been told to evacuate ahead of yet that major storm that's headed their way. They and others in New Jersey and New York have barely had time to catch their breath from the devastation of Hurricane Sandy last week. More than 1 million people still have no power this morning. It went out a week ago, Soledad. Really tough conditions for those folks.
And ridiculous that another storm is coming when people haven't even had a chance to clean up from the last one. All right, Zoraida, thank you. Still ahead this morning on Starting Point, he's a veteran strategist who worked on the Kerry, Edwards, and Gore presidential campaigns. We'll get some election predictions from Bob Trump. You're watching Starting Point, and we are back in just a moment. Here's a live look this morning at voters who are lined up in front of a polling center in Miami-Dade County, Florida. It's a pretty long line, in fact. And Florida, of course, is a battleground state that we've been watching very closely. In that state and many others, All signs point to a razor-thin outcome between the two candidates today, and we're going to, of course, be keeping a close eye on the exit polls as results start to pour in a little bit later today. Joining us from New York, a man who has plenty of experience with the presidential elections. Bob Shrum is a veteran Democratic consultant who served as a chief strategist for John Kerry's 2004 campaign, served as a senior advisor to Al Gore's campaign back in 2000. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for talking with us.
Nice
what are you looking for now? What is the one thing that you're focused on the most that will give you an indication of how this race is going to go?
Well, Virginia closes its polls fairly early, and if you look at the exurban counties around Washington, which the president carried last time, if he carries those, he's going to carry Virginia, and then I think he'll be in a pretty comfortable shape for re-election. So that'd be the first indicator you'd look for. Secondly, you look for the turnout. And as far, this is all anecdotal at this point this morning, but even in New York City, where there's not a lot on the line, quite frankly, lines at the polling places are very long. I think enthusiasm is very high on both sides, and we're going to see a very high turnout.
Hey, Bob, it's Ryan Lizza.
Hi, Ryan.
The comparison, we compare these elections to every previous election, but the one that seems to make the most sense is 2004 when John Kerry challenged George W. Bush. You were at the center of that campaign. Tell us how this is similar and different from that campaign, and, what do you think the Romney people are thinking on a night like this, going into a race that looks like it might be a little bit out of reach for them, but obviously some optimism that they could pull it out?
Yeah, I think in the Electoral College it's more out of reach than it was in 2004. In 2004, came down to 60,000 votes in Ohio. I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think that you'd have to have almost all of those swing state polls across the swing states uniformly wrong to get into a situation where one state would decide it. Secondly, there was an intervening event that last weekend, Ryan, that you'll remember, which was the Osama bin Laden tape, where he gave the advice to the American people to throw George W. Bush out. That put terrorism right back at the center of the election, and I think did us real damage at the end. All elections are different, and the biggest difference between this and 2004 is the president didn't take, nor did Romney, federal funding. Therefore, the battleground states, and we're all complaining about how few there are, it's actually broader than it used to be. I mean, Virginia's a battleground state. We couldn't compete for Virginia in 2004. We didn't have the money. Colorado's a battleground state. We had to pull out like 2 weeks before because we were in federal funding. We didn't have the resources.
Hillary.
Hey, Shrummy, it's Hillary Rosen. How
Hi,
are you?
Hillary. How
call
are
him
you?
Shrummy?
Shrummy, that's his name.
Oh, my goodness.
That's his name.
Wow. Okay, what's your question?
Everybody remembers in 2004 around lunchtime when we got those awful exit polls saying essentially that John Kerry was going to be elected president. And we had a couple of hours of euphoria until the poll results came in. Since that time, exit polling has actually changed, and the distribution of them has totally changed. Tell just your big picture perspective for a minute on how you think the polling has affected expectations
and
here.
Has it gotten better?
Why this is different, and is it better now?
Well, the exit polling, we're going to have to see today. I anticipate that on Drudge, we'll see some early exit polls that favor Romney because that's what you see on Drudge. Polling itself has now become a weapon in campaigns. So you have all of these enterprises none of us ever heard of before this year who are putting poll numbers out there, many of them outliers in these states, and they ought to simply be dismissed. But I think it goes to the theory that Republicans have especially, that if you say you're doing well, you're going to do well. My prime example of that is sending George W. Bush to California in 2000 and spending $10 million in that state when we refused in the Gore campaign to spend a dime on the assumption that if they said they were going to get California, they might get it. They lost it by 1.3 million votes.
Wow. All right, Bob Shrum, nice to see you, Shrummy, if that's what we're calling you today.
Nice to see you.
Great to have you with us this morning.
Take care.
Appreciate that. Bob Shrum with us. Starting Point live from Washington, D.C. is back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our special live Election Day coverage from Washington, D.C. Colorado is another one of the key battleground states in this election, and the polls there scheduled to open in less than 10 minutes. CNN's Ed Lavandera is live at a polling location in Lakewood, Colorado. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, John. Well, Lakewood, Colorado sits in Jefferson County, which is a western suburb of Denver, and the Romney campaign and the Obama campaigns will be paying close attention to what happens here. Many people say that how Jefferson County votes will determine which side wins the state of Colorado and its 9 electoral votes, and that is because the nature of this county, it's equal parts Republican, Democrat, and independent swing voters. So they're looking to turn out the vote here in Jefferson County early. 1.7 million people voted here in this state already. That is the majority. And here in Jefferson County, we're told by election officials that they expect a turnout of about 95% of the vote. And many of those people have already voted. 219,000 people voted early here in Jefferson County. And both sides will be looking very closely at how those independent swing voters turn out and vote. John?
Truly a toss-up there. All right, Ed Lavendera in Lakewood, Colorado. Thanks a lot, Ed. Soledad?
All right, let's get right to Jeb Hensarling. He's the chairman of the House Republican Conference. He's up for re-election himself tonight. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us. Let's throw up the polls in your state, the state of Texas, just for kicks. Thank you. Good morning to you. Here's the poll from likely Texas voters. It's Governor Romney who's way ahead there, 55%, President Obama at 39% in that polling. So let's focus a little bit more on Congress. How do you see the balance of power going? If you look at...
Yeah, I'll go out on a limb and predict...
Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say I was going to go out on a limb and predict that Governor Romney will take Texas.
You know, I felt confident that you were going to go out on that very limb and predict that very thing. But if let's say, in all seriousness, that in fact the chambers are split, right? You basically have what we have now. Regardless of who wins, how do you navigate that so that we don't have a stalemate like we saw so much of over the last years?
Well, again, today's obviously, I know it's somewhat cliche, but today's the only poll that counts, and so we're going to have to find out, do we have united government or divided government? But regardless, the American people know, as a nation, we've got to quit spending money we don't have. You know, in the last 4 years, we've had more debt created than in the last 200. You got to quit spending money you don't have. Hopefully, both parties will recognize that. You know, the president himself once said that the drivers of our debt are Medicare, Medicaid, and health care. Nothing else comes close. I give him credit for saying it, but I fault him for having no plan. His budget never, ever balances. Mitt Romney has put together a plan that is sustainable and does take us to the path to a balanced budget so our children can have a brighter future. I hope both parties, regardless of the outcome, know that we are dealing with the most foreseeable crisis in America's history, and that is the debt crisis. And
well, yeah, let's talk a little closer about that. Let's talk about the fiscal cliff, which is really the closest crisis as opposed to the bigger debt crisis, this one that's coming very soon. As a leader in Congress who's going to be someone who's dealing with this, how do you see this resolved? Again, if regardless of who is the president of the United States, where's the solution in that if the houses stay the same?
Well, again, the House has acted. The United States House, under Speaker Boehner, has put together a plan that would ensure that we didn't have these devastating defense cuts, which most people believe our national defense is the single most important responsibility of the federal government as we live in a dangerous world. The House has acted. Senate Democrats never acted. President Obama never acted.
Okay, so let's say it stays the same.
They put forth a plan, not one that I necessarily agreed with.
But if it stays the same, and the House and the Senate divided, and regardless of who's the president, aren't you sort of in a similar position of having a stalemate, especially with a fiscal cliff that is looming? How do you fix that? What would you say is like, here's the thing to get beyond that?
I think the American people... Well, you know, I'm reminded once again of what Yogi Berra once said, predictions are dangerous things, particularly about the future. You're asking me to predict not knowing what the outcome of today is going to be. All I can say is I would hope and pray that the American people would have their voices heard, and that is we have a spending problem in Washington. We don't have a taxing problem. What we've had under President Obama and the Democrats is spending has gone from roughly 20% of our economy up to 25%, and over the course of the next generation, it's going to 40%. It is unsustainable. Taxes typically are about 18.5% of the GDP. They're a little less now because the economy has languished under President Obama, but we all know that'll come back. It is a spending challenge, and until we have a president, you can't solve the problem, Soledad, unless the president's willing to lead, and that's why we need a change in the White House. This president has abdicated one of his most sacred responsibilities, and that is preserving liberty for the next generation, and instead all he's handing them is trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of debt. He has got to lead. He has failed to lead, and that's why I believe Governor Romney will be elected today, our next president.
And will certainly do well in the state of Texas, which is what you pointed out earlier. Congressman Jeb Hensarling joining us this morning. Didn't quite answer my question about this looming fiscal cliff, but I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. We got to take a short break. We're back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Update, everybody. We know that Governor Romney and his wife have voted this morning. They voted in Belmont, Massachusetts. We're turning that tape around, have some of those pictures to show you in just a little bit. And don't forget, we're going to start reporting poll results tonight when those first polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Then tomorrow morning, right here, live from Washington, D.C., we'll have complete results. Among our guests tomorrow, Newt Gingrich, Tennessee Congresswoman Marsha Blackburn, Illinois Senator Dick Durbin,
If you think people are not enthusiastic to vote this time around, you would be wrong. Steady, long lines here in Hamilton County, Ohio. I'm Carol Costello reporting live.
And I'm Suzanne Malveaux at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Welcome to this special edition of CNN Newsroom.
Right now, voters at the polls and America at a crossroads.
Through tough times.
Barack Obama and Mitt Romney have been working toward this moment for months.
If you can't seem to remember the policies on your own website, then you might have amnesia.
Sparring every step of the way.
They've been reduced to petty attacks and silly word games.
We're live across the country, covering the candidates and the final appeals to swing state voters.
We can't afford to wait 4 more years.
The American people are bringing their country back.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America, the fight for the presidency, the battle for Congress, and the issues dividing the nation.
I still believe in you. And if you still believe in me, I'm asking for your vote.
I need you to go out there and find people that'll come join our cause.
It's your vote, your future, your country, your choice.
Today, 90 million Americans will head to the polls. That includes the men on the ballot. Republican nominee Mitt Romney voted just minutes ago in Massachusetts. Vice President Joe Biden did the same early this morning in Delaware. Romney's running mate Paul Ryan votes later this hour in Wisconsin. You might remember President Obama beat the rush. He cast his ballot just a couple of weeks ago during a stopover in his hometown of Chicago. Well, this hour, polls are already open across much of the country. Those states are colored green. You see them there in yellow. You see the 7 states where voting is getting underway. That is happening right now. There's another view of the nation's political landscape. The blue states, at least leaning towards Obama. The red states likely in Romney's hands. So the most important states will come in those yellow swing states you see there. In a race that is still too close to call, that is where the election is going to be decided. We've got CNN crews scattered across the country bringing you the view from the front lines. The candidates have made their closing arguments. Well, today, it is going to be the people who will render the verdict. So I want to begin in Ohio. That is where we find our own Carol Costello back in her home state. Carol, this is great to get to share the hour with you here. You're in Blue Ash outside of Cincinnati, yes?
You know, I love Election Day, Suzanne, especially this Election Day because voters are so enthusiastic. And yes, I'm in Blue Ash, Ohio, in Hamilton County. This is a traditionally Republican county, but in 2008, it swung Obama's way. So Republicans have people on the ground. They had people out on the ground in force for months and months trying to change that back to the way it normally is. They want a huge Republican outpouring of voters this year, and maybe they're getting it. We were supposed to talk to the Hamilton County Board of Elections Director, Amy Searcy, but she got stuck because, frankly, things are so busy in every polling place in her district. We'll talk to her soon, but I want to bring in one of the voters today who was particularly enthusiastic about casting her ballot. Come on in, Sarah. Thank you so much for being on live television with me. Okay, so you were enthusiastic to vote this year. Why?
Absolutely. It's just such a huge election. I mean, the candidates have done so much, and this is such a big area for, they say is going to change, you know, the vote. So
do you feel you could make the final decision on who could be president?
I do. I'm very excited about it. Yeah.
Does this election feel different than years past?
I think so. I think so. I just, you know, things have changed in the country, and I think everybody just wants it for the best, and we're all hoping to make the right decision.
Okay, so you have been bombarded by television ads.
It's been unbelievable. Yeah.
How is your psychological health?
On the border, actually.
I can see why. You have voted both Democratic and Republican in the past. Was your mind made up eons ago?
You know, it actually was. I think with both candidates, I think they're both great, and but I think you have to choose an issue, and for that issue, I've had that for a long time, so it has been made up for a long time.
And you said your issue has been the deficit, and you also told me that if the candidates had just poured their money, all the money they used to campaign, into fixing our debt problem, that would have been good for you.
It really would have. I would have really liked them to see a lot less money spent on this election.
Sarah, thank you very much. And thank you for talking with us.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you get back to, she's a nurse, so she has to get back to work.
Thank you.
Suzanne, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, a lot of people still have to work today. Thanks, Carol. CNN has the election covered like no other. We've got anchors, reporters, producers in every key battleground state. We're going to take some of the most hotly contested races right now in those states. We're going to be in with Ashley Banfield in Miami. Hey, Ashley.
Hi, Suzanne. Wow, are there ever a lot of people in line here? About 200 people, and the people here right at the front of the line have been waiting about 2.5 hours. There were people here at 4 o'clock in the morning, if you can believe it, Suzanne. Spin over here and you can see how the line snakes even farther. I'm only showing you half of it, Suzanne Malveaux, so a lot of people showing up, and this is only one of about 6,000 precincts right across the state of Florida, vying, of course, for those 29 electoral votes. Right in there, it's a little tough to see them. We have to stay 100 feet out. In fact, you know what, Sherry? Show that white line. That white string is to show how far away we need to stay if you are from the media or if you are from any campaigns. You can see all those campaign signs, and look at all the things that they've been sending out to people in line so that they can peruse that. The most important thing, though, Suzanne, This is the sample. It's supposed to show everybody in line how much reading they're going to have to do when they get in there. It is a very long ballot. It takes at least between 10 and 20 minutes to actually do your vote. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy. So there you go. 2.5 hours, and they're already in now.
All right, at least they got some time in line to peruse that thing. Thank you. I want to go to Randy Kay in Woodbridge, Virginia, outside of Washington. Hey, Randy.
Good morning, Suzanne. Here at this polling place, it is about a 2-hour wait to get your vote cast in the election here. And here in Prince William County, Suzanne, it is all about the economy, which is actually pretty robust here. 5.2% unemployment, some of the lowest in the country. But not everybody here is happy about how things are going. I talked inside with one government worker, and he said that his bonuses have been frozen. He has 2 daughters in college, and that hurts a lot. Of course, here in Virginia, we are also watching the marquee Senate race for the country. That is the race between 2 former governors, Democrat Tim Kaine and Republican George Allen. One of the most expensive races in the country, $53 million spent in outside spending. And what's interesting, Suzanne, is that the polls close here a little bit early at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. A lot of folks watching this race closely. They say it could be a good indication of how the country is going to go and how this election is going to turn out.
Absolutely.
Suzanne?
A lot of people will be watching Virginia. I want to go to Ed Lavandera. He is live in Lakewood, Colorado, near Denver. Ed, how's it looking out there?
Hey, Suzanne, good morning here. It's a beautiful day in Colorado. The polls just opened moments ago. You won't see, it's very different from the lines you show there in Virginia and in Florida. You're not going to see a whole lot of lines here. That's because people can mail in their ballots, and they take advantage of that process here in the state of Colorado. 1.7 million people have already voted in this state. We are in Jefferson County, which is a western suburb of Denver, and you will hear a lot about this county tonight as the returns start coming in. This is the battleground within the battleground of Colorado. In this county, you have equal parts Republican, Democrat, and independent swing voters, and that's what the Romney and Obama campaigns will be looking at very closely when these returns start coming in. They want to look at the way that these independent swing voters, which side they break here, and we'll get a pretty good indication that within just minutes after the polls close here in Colorado at 7 o'clock Mountain Time, 9 o'clock Eastern, because so many people here have voted early. We'll get a pretty good indication of which way these swing counties are going. Suzanne?
All right, we'll be watching closely. Alina Cho, she's in Brooklyn, outside a polling center there. Hey, Alina.
Hey there, Suzanne. Good morning to you. In fact, I'm at the only school in New York City that is doubling as an emergency shelter and a polling station today. The polls have been open here in New York for about 3 hours, and I can tell you, inside the building behind me, the line is just snaking around the building. Hundreds of people have already cast their ballot. I spoke to one woman who said that she is voting for the first time. She came with her mother today. And I spoke to another woman who, interestingly enough, said that she came to vote early because later on today she'll be volunteering in the Rockaways, which was one of the most hardest hit areas after Hurricane Sandy. Now, late yesterday, in what was really an extraordinary move, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo signed an executive order that essentially said if you are one of those people who lives in a federal disaster zone here in New York, you can vote not just in your district, but in any district in New York. That is significant and unprecedented. The governor said just because you are displaced, Suzanne, you should not be disenfranchised.
Extraordinary measures that they're making to make sure that those folks get a chance to vote. I want to go to David Mattingly. He's in Bedford, New Hampshire, just outside Manchester. Hey, David.
Hey, Suzanne, we're watching two things today. First of all, voter turnout. State officials are predicting a very high turnout, possibly 70% of the voting age population today, so that could be possibly huge going forward to 7 o'clock when the polls close. Also, we're watching that small number, that very small number of undecided voters on how they might choose to vote today. The way they swing could swing this perennial swing state in someone's favor. But again, it's going to come down to very few votes. We got a very small taste of that just after midnight this morning in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. What we saw there was history in the making. All 10 voters in that town voted. They came out a 5-5 tie, 5 for President Obama and 5 for Governor Romney. Possibly a taste of things to come, as it's going to be very close here. Both sides predicting it could come down to just a couple of thousand votes. Suzanne?
All right. Thank you, David. We're getting new video now. Just want to bring this to you. This is Mitt Romney. He just voted. This is in Belmont, Massachusetts. You see him and his wife and there as they go forward and present what we assume is their ID, although I'm pretty sure they all know who they are. But obviously going through the process of voting early this morning. He is actually not going to be done after this event. He's going to be doing some last-minute stops, still a little bit of campaigning today. He's going to head to Ohio and Pennsylvania after he votes. He wants to try to lock those up, and so he's not taking any chances today. But you can see there he is with his wife, Ann, and they will be casting their ballots. Happened just moments ago. Paul Ryan, the VP pick, he is going to be voting soon in Janesville, Wisconsin, his hometown. And we're going to be seeing pictures of that soon as well. But the handshakes to the presidential candidate there, Republican presidential candidate, as well as his wife, both of them working very hard. And it has been a grueling campaign. They both look surprisingly refreshed for such an event. But there they are smiling. They seem quite pleased. We're going to have more of this continuous coverage as Americans go to vote. Up next. The White House isn't the only branch of government up for grabs. So is congressional control. I want to start with the Senate. Right now, Republicans have 47 seats, Democrats 51, and 2 independents. 33 seats are up for grabs tonight. Democrats are defending 23 seats, Republicans 10. In order for Republicans to gain control of the Senate, they need to keep those 10 seats and win 4 more. All 435 seats in the House are up for re-election. Right now, Republicans have control with a 242 majority. Democrats would need to retain their current 193 seats and add 25 to gain control, but that's not likely to happen. I want to check in back with Carol. She is live near Cincinnati this morning. Hey, Carol.
Hi, I'm at a polling station. As you can see, the action has died down just a little bit, but this morning around 6:30 Eastern time when the polls opened, Suzanne, there are literally hundreds of people in line. People are energized this morning, but of course, the polls won't get busy again until people have left work around 5 p.m. Eastern time. Franklin Graham, one of the best-known evangelical leaders in the country, is well aware of that. He has a message for voters. He says he's warning against the re-election of Barack Obama. In fact, on Billy Graham's website, he writes this morning: "This is a crucial hour for our nation. This could be America's last call to repentance and faith in Jesus Christ, God's only Son, who is coming again one day very soon to save his own and to judge those who don't know and worship him." Franklin Graham joins us now. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
It's nice to have you with us today. What you wrote on your website, that's pretty tough.
Well, you know, we do have a very important election this term, and there's moral issues. And the president is the one who said that he supports same-sex marriage. God gave marriage, Carol, to men and to women. God made us male and female, and for us to say that marriage is something else is going against God. So this is a moral issue, and I believe that there will be millions of Christians who will go to the polls, who will vote today, and I hope that they do, because if we're allowed to go down this road and the path that the president is wanting us to go down, I think it will be to our peril and to the destruction of this nation. The marriage, the family is the cornerstone of this nation, and we just cannot turn our back on God's definition of marriage. It's a big, big issue, and I'm not sure the Democrats understand that.
It wasn't so long ago that that you viewed Mormonism as a cult. It was on Billy Graham's website. It was recently taken off. So was it that issue that changed your mind about Mormonism, or did that come after? When did exactly that happen?
Well, listen, Carol, we've got 10,000 pages on our website, and we had some examples of what a cult were. I didn't know they were there. And when I found out that we were calling people names, I told them to take it off. How can I, as an evangelist, win anybody to Christ if I'm calling them names? And I'm not going to call anybody a name. There's a big difference between what the Mormons believe. There's a big difference between what Catholics and Protestants believe. But if we go around calling people names just because they believe differently than we're making a big mistake. And so I took that off the website. We're not going to be calling people names. I want people to know that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him, Carol, should not perish but have everlasting life. Jesus Christ came to this earth on a rescue mission, and that was to take our sins. He died on the cross for our sins. He was buried, but God raised him to life. And he'll come into every heart, your heart, my heart, or anybody's heart, if you invite him.
I do want to ask you one more question. Your father, Billy Graham, was known as America's pastor. He recently met with Mitt Romney, which was unusual for him because usually he doesn't take sides in presidential elections. Like, what's changed? What happened to the separation of church and state? What happened to America's pastor?
What happened was the Democratic convention here in Charlotte, North Carolina, when the Democrats voted to take God off the platform and then to try to vote him back into the platform when they didn't want him. And my father is a registered Democrat, been a Democrat all of his life. But I can tell you, he is just so disturbed as where we're going morally in this country. He turns 94 tomorrow. Tomorrow's his birthday. And he's just watching this election with a lot of concern, a lot of interest. But he believes that we're going the wrong direction morally. And he felt that as a pastor, the pastor, he has to speak out and warn people as to God's judgment that's coming.
Franklin Graham, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you very much. Mitt Romney, he has decided to campaign today on Election Day. He's going to come to the state of Ohio. President Obama, he's not campaigning anywhere today. He's just waiting for the results. We'll ask one of the president's men about that decision when we come back. Do I need to tell you how important the state of Ohio is to this election? Well, people here certainly know that. I'm in Hamilton County, Ohio, in Blue Ash, Ohio, near Cincinnati, to be exact, at a polling station. A steady stream of voters all morning long. In fact, the Board of Elections director here at Hamilton County is shooting for a 73% turnout. We're going to talk to her in just a bit. But first, we'd like to bring in an Obama supporter, Bill Burton, to talk with us. Bill, welcome. Are you there?
Hi, Carol. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for talking with us this morning. We hear that Mitt Romney is going to make one more tour of Ohio. What do you make of that?
Well, for starters, I think it's a mistake. You have these finely tuned turnout machines that you need every single one of your people working on to make sure you're getting folks out to the polls, and instead he's pulling people into this rally and diverting staff resources. So I think it's kind of a mistake, but I think it's also indicative of the fact that he's behind in Ohio, and he's probably going to lose that state and lose the election today.
Well, of course, he doesn't think so. Maybe he thinks he can gain ground by campaigning one last day in the state of Ohio. It could be very, very close here. In fact, the voters I've talked to in Hamilton County think it could be a tie.
I think there's no doubt it's going to be close, and if Democrats don't show up, the president's not going to do as well as he needs to. But, you know, I don't think that you campaign on Election Day and take resources away from the single most important thing that you get your staff to do, which is help turn out the vote. Elections are about people voting, and people showing up at rallies is not voting.
You did hear what happened at Dixville Notch, you know, the traditional first voting place in the nation, and the candidates tied. 5 for Mitt Romney, 5 for Barack Obama. Of course, in 2008, Barack Obama won. A bad sign of things to come?
I'm demanding a recount. We've already sent a team of lawyers to Dixville Notch, and we're working very hard to make sure that every vote counts. No, I'm not worried. I think the president's going to win in New Hampshire. I think he's going to get a solid electoral victory tonight and a popular vote victory. I think Mitt Romney had a lot of trouble appealing to middle-class voters through this whole election, and at the end of the day, middle-class voters aren't going to choose Mitt Romney over President Obama.
Of course, as you know, there's been a lot of controversy over provisional balloting here in the state of Ohio. How worried are Democrats about them?
Well, you know, both campaigns put a lot of resources into making sure that, you know, all the laws are upheld. And I know Bob Bauer over at the campaign is probably doing everything he can with his team of lawyers to make sure that everybody who votes has a vote that's counted. You know, America runs elections every year right around this time, and I think that this one is going to go just fine, provisional ballots or not.
Well, I have one here in my hand, Bill Burton. Thank you so much for talking with us this morning. We're going to talk more about provisional balloting with the Hamilton County Board of Elections Director. She joins us right after this break. We'll be back. All right, as you well know, I'm in Hamilton County in Blue Ash. Oh, hi, Suzanne. I didn't mean to ignore you.
Hi, Carol. I'm at the CNN Center here in Atlanta. I want to welcome back all our viewers to our special edition of CNN Newsroom. Today, 90 million Americans going to head to the polls, and what that includes, also the men on the ballot. We saw Republican nominee Mitt Romney voted just moments ago in Massachusetts. Vice President Joe Biden did the same earlier this morning in Delaware. Now, Romney's running mate, Paul Ryan, he votes in just a few minutes from now in Wisconsin. You might remember President Obama, he actually beat the rush. He cast his ballot a couple weeks ago during a stopover in his hometown of Chicago. Now this hour, the polls, they are already open across much of the country. The states that are colored green, okay? Now in yellow, you see the 7 states where voting, it's getting underway right now. There's another view of the nation's political landscape here. The blue states, at least leaning towards Obama. You got the red states likely in Romney's hands. So the most important vote's going to come from those yellow swing states. You see them there. This is a race that is too close to call. That is where the election is going to be decided. This is a live look at one of the polling places. This is Bedford, New Hampshire. We are taking a look at this here. 4 electoral votes up for grabs. The race there also too close to call, but you can see people waiting patiently as they go to vote. The all-important vote, every vote counts. Can't stress it enough. I want to go back to you, Carol, in your home state there. I know you're manning the polling stations. How's it looking?
It's looking busy once again, so maybe, I don't know. people couldn't be on their lunch break just yet, but the line just suddenly got long. I am in Blue Ash, Ohio, in Hamilton County. That's in the southwestern part of the state. And I do have the Hamilton County Board of Elections Director, Amy Searcy, with me. And you are expecting huge turnout today. So give us your prediction.
Well, actually, we had 70% turnout in 2008. When I saw how many people were interested in getting an absentee ballot, and it was even more than in 2008, I realized that this was going to be a big turnout. And then when I saw what the nice weather was going to be today, it confirmed it. And now we've been hearing reports from all around the county, from one end of the county to the other. It's heavy turnout. People are out voting. It's a good day to vote in Hamilton County.
So you were shooting for like 73% turnout.
I kind of am, because I'm a glass is half full kind of gal. So
you are.
I'm still hoping for up to 73%. But again, I'm just happy with what I'm seeing here. That voters are coming out, they're voting, they're obviously being processed properly, and so far at this point, all's well.
Let's talk about the process, because I talked to the precinct captain here. He says he feels this added pressure this year to do everything exactly right. Do you hear that from other precinct captains?
Actually, what I'm hearing from our presiding judges and our deputy judges is that they feel that they have been trained better by this time than they ever have been before. Every year we tweak our poll worker training a little bit more. We learn from the year before. We have spent quite a bit of time this past year improving our poll worker training, making it more efficient, and we really believe that these poll workers are well trained and prepared to process these voters today.
Before I let you go, we have to talk about provisional ballots. If there's a problem in your registration, if you've changed your address and didn't record it, I mean, many things could make you possibly ineligible to vote, so you filed this provisional ballot, and those are counted later. A lot of Democrats are afraid of this because this year, instead of a poll worker filling out the information, or at least some of it, the voter has to fill it out. And the fear is that the voter will make a mistake in filling this provisional ballot out, and it'll be thrown out.
Well, the ballot is not provisional. The ballot is the regular ballot. It's just the envelope that is put in. And the reality is the idea of the provisional ballot envelope is that it allows many different voters whose otherwise their votes hadn't been counted in the past to be counted, as long as they're at the correct precinct and they fill out the rather simple questions that are here in this envelope questionnaire.
See, but you
highlighted.
say simple questions, but sometimes people get overwhelmed and confused on Election Day, and that's why some Democrats say it's better that the poll worker fills it out, because they're sure to put the right information down.
The information has a lot to do with, it's the voters' information, their name, their right here, everything there that the voter, their information, their ID information. So again, the poll workers have been trained in how to process voters. Voters have time. We have privacy booths in order to fill out whether it be their ballot or whether their provisional ballot envelope.
Yes, ask questions, right?
Always ask questions.
Amy Searcy, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with much more from Hamilton County and beyond. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Costello reporting live to you from Hamilton County, Ohio. And you can see people are voting in droves here, and that's a good thing because that's what America does, what America should do. Hamilton County is really important because in 2008 it swung Obama's way. This year Republicans would like to change that and make it swing back to Romney's way, back to the Republican way, the way it's traditionally always been. Interestingly enough, Mitt Romney chose to campaign one last day on Election Day in Ohio, but he's not campaigning here in Republican country. He's campaigning in Cleveland, Ohio, and Cuyahoga County, which is traditionally Democratic country. So let's talk about that. Hillary Rosen, a CNN contributor, along with Eric Erickson, another CNN contributor, joins us now. Welcome, Hillary and Eric.
Hey, Carol, you're exactly right, which is that, you know, for Mitt Romney to win Ohio, he needs to win more than the Republican districts. He needs to keep down President Obama's lead in Cuyahoga County, and I don't think that's going to be possible, but that's true. I'd be curious to know Eric's view of this. I thought what Bill Burton made a very important point before when he said that the Romney campaign is really risking a lot of actual tactical and strategic momentum today in Ohio by forcing the campaign to divert resources to do events instead of getting out the vote.
You know, I think the way they're actually structuring it, it's not that bad. They're doing small events with only the pool reporters. They're not going to be huge events. They're going to be at airports. They're trying to get local media more than they are actually getting people out to the polls. And instead of where the president may do some satellite hits, may do some radio, Romney going in person, forcing the local media. Look, they're going to Cuyahoga not because of Cuyahoga per se, but because of the surrounding suburban counties. And they can also get some reach over from there into the western Pennsylvania market, so that they're trying what they can. I suspect their polls showing what all the other polls are showing, that it's really, really close, and everyone at this point seems to be flying blind on what actually is happening on the ground.
How are you this morning?
And Hillary, maybe Eric has a point, because I am going to be at ground zero tonight. A lot of voters, I must say, Eric, that I talked with today, they were kind of disturbed Mitt Romney was in Cuyahoga County and not here in Hamilton County, because this is a Republican county. Most voters I talked to were Republican. They really want Mitt Romney here, Hillary.
Look, I think that if they don't have an operation now, by today, to get out their solid Republican votes in Hamilton County, he doesn't have a chance to win. So why it's always nice to see the candidate, really what folks who want him to win need to be focusing on is turning out the vote. That's why I think you see such enthusiasm from the Obama team, which really has targeted early voting and feel quite confident that Romney actually has to make up, not just win 51% of the vote in Ohio today to win, but 50.1. But he actually has to win 52 to 53% of the vote in Ohio today because of the early voting. That's a big hurdle.
Well, I must say, Eric, I just talked to the Hamilton County Board of Elections director. She said turnout in Ohio was spectacular so far. Help Romney?
Yeah, you know, I think in areas like Hamilton, look, Romney doesn't necessarily need to go where the Republicans are. He needs to go where the undecideds are, and there are probably more undecideds up in the Cuyahoga area than in the Hamilton area. By the way, before I forget, happy birthday to my dad today, suffering through this election day for his birthday. And, you know, if folks turn out in Ohio for Romney like they think, and it's going to be a huge turnout, then maybe my dad will have a good birthday present coming out of Ohio.
Maybe so. Eric Erickson, Hillary Rosen, thank you so much for a fascinating conversation. We'll be right back.
Have a good day, Carol.
I will.
We're reaching out to voters across the country to report any problems you witness as you go to the polls today. Ali Velshi, he is taking the tweets and the emails.
Carol, as voting has begun, we are getting a lot of reports of issues at polling booths. They fall into a couple of different categories. First of all, Florida is sort of the poster child for the long lineups. It's been that way with the 8 days of advanced polling, and it is that way today. We've got pictures from Miami-Dade. Usually you're going to see these problems in the three populous counties in the south of Florida, where there are long lineups, and that's causing some people who have to go to work to back away from the line. The vote ballot itself is very long in Florida, so perseverance is the key in Florida. Then we've got problems with the Ohio provisional ballots. That is going to be litigated this morning in court, whether or not the state Secretary of State who imposed a second form that voters have to fill out if they're using provisional ballots is legal. That, of course, may not affect things today because provisional ballots are not counted until 10 days after the election. But if it's close in Ohio, and Ohio is the deciding state, that could delay the results of the election. We're also getting scattered reports of voting machine issues in Indiana, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. There are a sense that most of these will get worked out, but again, people who went before work to vote have had to go to work. Hopefully they will come back later and vote. We've also got reports of very, very busy polling places in Virginia and New York and New Jersey. Issues in New Jersey with the electronic voting, the fax or email voting. Some people are not able to get the email in or are not getting approved. It takes about an hour. We've talked to some officials there to get it approved. If you are voting electronically, you have to do it by 5 p.m. today. And we are checking on reports that some members of the military will not get their ballots on time to be able to submit them. They may be able to submit them, but they won't be counted in the initial count. So a lot of issues. They're going to matter more in the close races in Florida, in Virginia, in Pennsylvania, and in Ohio, and in other places. We have some reports out of Pennsylvania as well of some problems. We'll be following up on it through the course of the day. If people want to send us information, please send us information about what you are seeing, not articles from other places. Tweet me at Ali Velshi. Put hashtag VoteWatch in CNN VoteWatch into your tweet, CNN VoteWatch, or votewatch@cnn.com. You can email us. Carol?
All four candidates from both campaigns have now voted. We are just getting a new video here just moments ago of Paul Ryan casting his ballot in Janesville, Wisconsin. Later today, he's actually going to head to Ohio and Virginia for some campaign stops, but you see him shaking some hands there, looking very comfortable, looking very relaxed, and rather encouraged. We're actually being told these are live pictures that we're looking at here, and looks like he's got his kids with him as well, and that he is actually in the process of casting his ballot here, and it looks like he's actually showing his kids how it's done. And it was something that President Obama did as well when he was voting back in 2008, showing his kids how to vote, because it was such a historic occasion. Paul Ryan showing his children how he's actually handling it. Mitt Romney's voted, but he is actually not done campaigning just yet. We're going to talk to one of his senior advisors about Decision Day in America as voters choose the next president. Up next.
Welcome back. I'm Carol Costello in Hamilton County, Ohio. Blue Ash, to be specific. It's a suburb of Cincinnati, and as you can see behind me, people are busy voting. It's been a steady stream of voters all day long. In fact, the Hamilton County Board of Elections director, she's shooting for a 73% turnout, and she just may get it if this is any indication. I want to welcome now former U.S. Senator Jim Talent. He's a Romney supporter. He's joining us live from Boston, Massachusetts. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning to you, Carol.
Well, I hope you could. Good morning. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, it's hard not to. I mean, I've been campaigning for Governor Romney in Iowa, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, and our group was speaking to packed crowds. His crowds have been so great, and you can tell people want hope for a real recovery and really addressing the nation's problems, and I think they see that in Governor Romney. So, you know, we know it's close, but it's hard not to be optimistic.
So in Dixville Notch, it tied 5 for Romney, 5 for Obama. What does that say to you? Anything?
Well, if voting ends today, I guess it'll go to the House of Representatives then, won't it? No, I mean, look, it's a sample. We know this is going to be close. We think we have some momentum. Governor Romney is the guy with a plan to create a real recovery, and the alternative is going on the way we are now. And so we think that that'll create a momentum that'll produce a favorable result.
Okay, so Democrats are saying since Governor Romney has decided to campaign on the last day, and he's decided to campaign in Ohio, in Democratic-rich Cuyahoga County, that means Mr. Romney feels he's in trouble. Why did Mr. Romney decide to campaign on the day of the election?
Well, actually, I think that's pretty normal. I mean, I used to. You campaign right up to the end because you want to ask the voters, as many voters as you can, for their support. And he's enthusiastic. He's feeding off these crowds. So, to me, that's normal, campaigning on Election Day. I'm a little, surprised the president isn't. But, that's his choice.
Well, in fairness, I do think Barack Obama's doing satellite interviews, that he's going maybe to some campaign offices and thanking the volunteers and things like that. But he's not out physically, actively campaigning like Governor Romney. Hillary Rose and I just talked to her. She said this really means that Mr. Romney thinks he's in trouble and that he cannot win the state of Ohio. There's just no way. He's delusional if he thinks he can win.
Well, we'll find out who's delusional tonight. I mean, I know the crowds he's been speaking to. I was with him last Friday night 35,000 people outside Cincinnati. We feel pretty good about this. Intensity level is high. We're winning independents. But again, you know, the good news is that today we're going to get the poll that really matters, and we'll see what the American people think and whether they want a change from what we've had the last 4 years.
Senator Talent, thank you so much for being with us this morning. I know you must be exhausted, too. We sure appreciate it. Senator Talent, live from Boston, Massachusetts. We had a long delay for some reason. We apologize for that. But, of course, he had such interesting things to say. We'll take it. We'll be back with much more, including how the stock market could decide the election. Allison Cossack will explain. Ever hear of the S&P predictor? Well, Allison Cossack has. She's at the New York Stock Exchange to tell us how the S&P predictor has already chosen the winner of 2012.
Yes, they have. So there's this one forecasting model, Carol, that says President Obama will win. This is from Sam Stovall from Standard & Poor's Presidential Predictor. And you know what? This predictor actually has gotten it right 82% of the time. And what this forecast wound up doing is looking at elections going all the way back to 1900. And what it found is if the S&P 500 rises in the 3 months before the election, meaning in August, September, and October, then the incumbent wins. And if the S&P 500 falls, then the challenger wins. Now, the basic thinking behind this is that if the market is doing well, the economy is probably doing well also. So the thinking is keep the same leader. If all of that stuff isn't doing well, the thinking is, all right, time to give him the boot. But in August, October, from August, September, and October, the S&P 500 rose 2.4%. So the thinking is Obama would win. But this time it may not be a slam dunk because the gain, the 2.4%, it's not a huge gain. So usually when the incumbent wins, the market is up more than 6%. So clearly that's not the case this time. The market is up only 2.4% during those 3 months, and it was actually down in October. So who knows? This could be a toss-up. We may throw the model to the wind. Carol?
Maybe so. Allison Cossack, thanks so much. I'm Carol Costello reporting live in Hamilton County. Suzanne Malveaux continues our special election coverage.
Right now, it's up to the voters, and America is waiting for the verdict. Will it be Barack Obama?
We know what we want to do works. We know what they want to do doesn't work.
Or Mitt Romney?
He's offering excuses. I've got a plan.
This presidential contest could be a squeaker till the end.
We're going to win with your help.
We'll win this election.
We're live across the country in the swing states where this fight has been playing out for months.
Open change has become anger, frustration, divide, and conquer.
Folks, they're not sketchy. They're etch-a-sketchy.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America, the fight for the presidency, the battle for Congress, and the issues dividing the nation.
I still believe in you. And if you still believe in me, I'm asking for your vote.
I need you to go out there and find people that'll come join our cause.
It's your vote, your future, your country, your choice.
A long, hard-fought and costly presidential campaign comes to an end as voters now going to the polls. I'm Suzanne Malveaux. This is a CNN special coverage of Election Day here in America. Polls opening this hour in 5 more states: Alaska, California, Idaho, Nevada, and Washington. The election will determine whether President Obama gets another 4 years in office or whether Mitt Romney becomes the nation's 45th president. Both candidates spending the final hours of the campaign hitting crucial battleground states in a mad dash to rev up supporters. Today, the voters get to have their say. Polls have been open about 4 hours in the battleground state of Virginia. They're also open in the swing states of Florida, Ohio, and Colorado. CNN is covering Election Day like no one else can, with reporters in all the key states, as well as insight from our political analysts. It is time to vote for the candidates as well, except for President Obama. He voted early. Just a few moments ago, we saw Janesville, Wisconsin, Republican VP candidate Paul Ryan casting his ballot there, giving out hugs. He also now heads to campaign stops in Ohio as well as Virginia. Mitt Romney and his wife Ann voted today in their Massachusetts hometown. You see the pictures there. Romney campaigning also today in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Vice President Joe Biden voted earlier today, that is in Delaware, gave an intriguing answer when asked if this was his final vote for himself.
Any prediction for tonight?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good.
The last time you're going to vote for yourself, you think?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe that's 2016. We'll see. Handful of states going to likely determine who's winning the White House. Right now, we're going to take you to some of the most hotly contested races. I want to begin with Ashley Banfield. She's in the battleground state of Florida. Ashley, set the scene.
Sunny, beautiful, 29 electoral votes, Florida. You would think that waiting 3 hours in line to cast your ballot would make you a little bit ornery. Instead, I got these guys. Okay, I gotta be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen a ballot line like this. These people are hilarious. They are all new friends because they met at 7 a.m. and it's now 10 a.m. and there's where they're headed. They're probably about 10 minutes away, and that is the key issue. They're going to have to fill out about 9 pages, so they can expect about, 10 or 20 minutes inside the polling station. But so far, only a few irregularities around Florida, but really nothing huge, and certainly a good mood here.
All right, can't beat that enthusiasm. Thank you, Ashley. I want to go to Randy Kay. She's in Woodbridge, Virginia, outside of Washington. Virginia, of course, another one of the toss-up states. How's it looking where you are, Randy?
Well, we're not seeing the same enthusiasm as Ashley is finding there in Florida, but folks here have a pretty good attitude. 13 electoral votes up for grabs. They're waiting in line here in Prince William County for about 2 hours, but they say, you know what, it is their duty to vote, and they don't mind waiting. Here in this county, it is really all about the economy, which is doing pretty well. 5.2% unemployment here, so pretty robust, but not everybody is thrilled about the economy. A lot of folks also not thrilled about health care. I got an earful from a gentleman just a short time ago about not wanting to buy something that he doesn't want to buy, doesn't like that mandate. I talked to one government worker who says that he has 2 kids in college, and he's not thrilled about the direction of the economy. We're also, of course, watching, Suzanne, the Senate race here. It's a marquee race, one of the most expensive in the country. Could help tip the balance of power in the Senate. And the polls close here, I should note, at 7 p.m. early. Now, President Obama won this county, Prince William County, back in 2008. A lot of folks are already saying what happens at 7 p.m. once those votes are counted, which should be pretty quickly, I'm told. We'll see. We'll get a pretty good indication of how this night is going to go, Suzanne.
All right, going to watch really closely there. Colorado, another battleground, Ed Lavandera, outside of Denver there, in Lakewood, Colorado. What's it looking like, Ed?
Hey, Suzanne, well, kind of a different scene here in Lakewood, Colorado, where many of the people in this state vote early. That you can vote by mail here in Colorado, and a great number of people take advantage of that. In fact, the latest numbers from the Secretary of State's office here in Colorado show that some 1.8 million people have voted early and through the mail. So that makes the lines to get into these polling places here on Election Day a lot easier to navigate. We are in Jefferson County, which is a western suburb of Denver, and you might as well call this the battleground within the battleground of Colorado. The Obama campaigns and the Romney campaigns will be looking very closely at how the votes shake out here in this county. Many people say as Jefferson County votes, so votes Colorado. But this is a county made up equal parts Republican, Democrat, and independent swing voters, and that's why those campaigns will be taking a close look at how those independent voters turn out today. And we're told here by the elections officials that by around 7:30 Mountain Time, 9:30, the vast majority of the votes here in this county will have been counted. We'll have a good idea of who might be able to win Colorado tonight.
All right. We like those early results. Thank you. I want to bring in David Mattingly. He's in Bedford, New Hampshire, just outside Manchester. David, long lines, enthusiasm. What are you seeing so far?
Well, Suzanne, New Hampshire could be the most sharply divided of all the battleground states. Way too close to call. The story here today, I just spoke to the Secretary of State's office, and this is what we're seeing all over the state. Very large turnout here in the Granite State. Also, notice this table here. These are people who are registering to vote today so that they can vote today. They're allowed to do that here in New Hampshire. They don't have any early voting, so this is the day. Of course, everyone's going to be watching about what happens inside these polling stations because there's a very small number of undecided voters that have been showing up in the polls. Nobody knows how they're going to vote. The way they swing could swing this swing state to one of those candidates. We'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you, David. So with the voting in full swing, as he mentioned, we're tracking all potential problems as well. I want to start with New York and New Jersey, where dozens and dozens of polling stations not even going to be open today. They were badly damaged in last week's storm. Ali Velshi is joining us from CNN's Vote Watch desk. And Ali, you and I got a lot of stuff to talk about here. Yep. I imagine this is going to go on all day, perhaps well into the night and tomorrow as well.
Yes.
First of all, how are folks actually monitoring how they get these voters to the polls? And then we'll talk about some of the problems.
Well, we've actually got issues about that, where monitors are allowed to be from the different parties. We're working on a story right now in Philadelphia about that. We'll get you more on that later. But ultimately, what's happening is people are going to some of these polling places, and in some cases, machines are down. Or in the case of New York, they're casting their ballots in polling places that are not their own. The governor of New York, Cuomo, has said that you can go to any polling station in the state and cast your ballot, but you'll only be able to vote for the president and for statewide ballot initiatives or statewide office. You won't be able to cast a ballot for your local races. So that's what's happening in New York, but we're getting a lot of input from people, a lot of tweets, a lot of phone calls and texts from people who are saying that there are very, very long lineups, and sadly, some people are leaving. And that's something we're seeing in Ohio, we're seeing it in Virginia, we're seeing it in Florida and the Northeast.
Let's talk about Florida, because I imagine voters are pretty frustrated there.
Yeah.
They used to have 14 days before the election to actually vote. Well, Governor Scott changed that to now 8 days. How is it impacting what you're seeing on the ground today?
Well, for those 8 days that they did allow advance voting, there were very long lineups, culminating yesterday with some people waiting 7 or 8 hours in line as soon as voting opened, particularly in the southern counties in Florida, those big ones, the big highly populated ones that carry a third of the population around Miami, Palm Beach, those areas. We're seeing, again, long lineups this morning, and that is causing people to turn away. There are Democrats who are saying that that is disenfranchising some of their supporters who are working people who need to get to work, who can't stand in line for several hours. We saw an appeal by Michelle Obama late last night to say, if you're in a line, stay in the line. We need your votes. But there's definitely going to be an argument about that depending on the way that state ends up going. And what happens at the end of the day, not just in Florida, but in other states, when the polling places are about to close, people went after work, and there are hours and hours in line to be able to vote. So we're keeping a close eye on Florida and hoping it is not going to hold up the results of this presidential election.
Ali, talk about Ohio as well, because I understand that the role of provisional ballots is very important, and it could actually factor into who wins. But many of these provisional ballots get thrown out. Can you explain what actually happens?
So provisional, this is one area of great confusion. What happened is last week, the Secretary of State put in a rule that if you vote on a provisional ballot because you got a mail-in ballot and you lost it, or you've moved, or you're not correctly on the rolls, or you don't have adequate identification, there's a separate form that you have to fill out. We've looked at the form, and the criticism is the form's too complicated. And I have to tell you, Suzanne, I think there would have been an easier way to establish identity than using this form. But the trick is, it used to be that the person who worked at the poll would fill out the form. Now it's on the voter to fill it out, and if it's not filled out correctly, your ballot won't be counted. Now, these provisional ballots are not going to be counted initially anyway, and if it's not a close race, it won't matter. They get counted 10 days later, and many do get thrown out anyway. So if Ohio is the race, is a tight race, this may actually matter. And there are cases underway right now. In fact, there's a hearing underway now to determine the validity of the decision by the Secretary of State on provisional ballots. But a lot of people have tweeted me saying, why are you talking about provisional ballots? They don't get counted as votes. That's not true. They are votes.
All right. I want to bring in our senior legal analyst, Jeffrey Toobin, to talk more about Ohio and what Ali was talking about, the way they're counting these provisional ballots. Could we actually see, if this is a very, very tight race, these provisional ballots actually making a difference and tipping the scale?
Oh, it's entirely possible. 4 years ago, there were more than 200,000 provisional ballots. We expect that there will be at least that many this time. The margin between John McCain and Barack Obama 4 years ago was 262,000 votes. So, I mean, that just shows how many votes are at stake there. Now, it is true, as Ali pointed out, that not all those votes count. Certainly, they don't come in all for one candidate. But the peculiar aspect of Ohio law is that no one starts counting those ballots for 10 days. And during those 10 days, the people who cast those ballots can actually go to the Board of Elections and sort of make their case, lobby to say that their vote should count, that they have good identification. Can you imagine the chaos if all those would-be voters
Sure.
essentially bring a lawyer to have their vote counted. Right. And certainly the campaigns will get involved. It could get very ugly, very complicated, and it's 10 days long.
Yeah, and Jeffrey, we're already seeing both sides luring up pretty heavily in some of these swing states. It was back in 2000. I was at West Palm Beach covering the Florida recount in 2000, and you saw, again, hanging chads, the butterfly ballots. This is going to be potentially a very, very close race. Could we see a repeat of 2000?
Well, certainly you could see recounts. Fortunately, the one thing we will not see is butterfly ballots and chads in Florida. Florida has changed their voting system. They no longer use punch card ballots. They have a better system in place, although every voting system has its problems. Every voting system is subject to recounts, and you can be sure that if it's just a handful of voters that separate the two candidates in a state whose electoral votes make the difference, we'll be back to the same kind of trench warfare, but it won't be exactly the same. No more chads.
All right, no more hanging chads. That's a relief, but we might be engaged in trench warfare. You're right about that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Remember, CNN special live election coverage beginning tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern. The two men seeking the Oval Office make their final push to get out the vote.
We've made real progress these past 4 years. We're not done yet on this journey. Let's go vote. Let's keep moving forward.
We're one day away from a fresh start, one day away from the first day of a new beginning. With the right leadership, America is going to come roaring back.
We're going to hear their final arguments and talk about the end game in the most expensive election in American history. As millions of Americans going to the polls, campaigns are still making their final arguments. Overnight, President Obama, he was greeted by First Lady Michelle Obama at his final stop in Iowa after stomping in several battleground states. Now, Mitt Romney, he was in 4 battleground states, including Virginia, hoping to capture its 13 electoral votes. Very important. Romney even added 2 events today, one in Ohio and one in Pennsylvania. Got experts here to make their final closing arguments. Republican Mary Madeline, deputy campaign manager for President George H.W. Bush's reelection campaign, and Democrat Donna Brazile, Al Gore's campaign manager in the 2000 presidential race. Good to see you both here. Don, I do want to start off with you here. Many millions of Americans, they've already voted on either side. Can either one of these candidates really make an impact today?
Absolutely. Look, I know we've banked a lot of early votes, and that's the whole objective, so that there's less confusion in terms of the number of people who are going to be standing in line today. And I just want to say something as somebody who understands getting out the vote. If you're in line before the polls close, the law stipulates that you have the right to vote. It may take time, but remember, it's important that you have the right to vote. Also want to urge everyone to bring the proper form of ID. Even if you have to bring a utility bill, bring a utility bill to establish your residency. Bring your photo identification, bring your voter registration card, and bring something fun to do while you stand in line. Mary and I would bring something cold, of course, or something warm, but just remember, this is a day that we celebrate our democracy. And that is the lifeblood of our democracy. Voting is. So I urge everybody, please get out there and vote. Donna, they can make a difference.
Yeah, Mary, Donna's, she's still giving tips here. I guess we're going to watch your tips as well. We don't have to serve beverages. It's okay. But explain to us about Romney's decision here to campaign again today in Iowa and Pennsylvania. There's some people who look at that and think, okay, maybe it's an act of desperation. Others who are thinking, no, this is good politics.
Yes, it is. It's bringing home states that should not even be in play for the governor. This is, Don and I have done 8 or 9 or 10. We've lost track. And there's only 2 things you can do on Election Day. You can continue campaigning. I've never on Election Day not campaigned. As you can see, Donna's still campaigning, or you can drink heavily, which is also something Don and I have done on Election Day. So what are you going to do? Sit around? I think going to Iowa, going to Pennsylvania, I'm going to predict that the governor's going to win both of those states. They have significant populations of Catholics. He's getting suburban and married women. He's getting independents there. Those states are ones that President Obama won last time around. They should not be in play, and I'm proud of the governor for taking it to the finish line.
All right.
Hail Mary. Hail Mary. That's a Hail Mary.
We will wait until the decision has been made before the drinks are flowing. How's that? We'll agree to that.
We're just talking about hydrating. This is water.
Water.
We gotta keep yourself hydrated.
Let's talk a little bit about the tones from the candidates that we saw. Last night, the president pretty emotional on the stump speech, and then you saw Mitt Romney really still in kind of fighting mode here. I want you to watch.
Talk is cheap, but a record is real and it's earned. Change can't be measured in speeches, it's measured in results.
I've come back to Iowa one more time to ask for your vote. I came back to ask you to help us finish what we've started. Because this is where our movement for change began.
All right, to you, Don, I want to bring this up here because it does seem like folks look at this as a historic occasion, perhaps not as historic as 2008, but you had Reverend Jesse Jackson saying that if President Obama were to lose, it'd be like turning back the clock on all the gains of the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King's dream. Do you see it like that? Is it laden with that much symbolism this go around?
Well, look, 4 years ago, we made history. The United States of America made history in electing the first biracial president ever in the history of the United States. And it was a very, occasion that many of us were emotional. But today, we can make a difference. And this is where I believe getting out the vote matters, because we can make a difference in the kind of health care policies we want, the kind of job creation policies we want, tax policies, environmental policies, especially with all of this talk about climate change. This is a day that we can say to our troops in Afghanistan, you're coming home soon. We're going to leave. We're going to bring you back home. So, yes, this is the year we make a difference. We made history in 2008. Let's go out there today and make a difference over the next 4 years.
We are actually learning, Donna, that the president is going to make an unscheduled stop in one of his field offices in Chicago, obviously to thank the volunteers there and to show his support. Mary, I do want to ask you about one thing here. It's come up several times, and it really is about how this country is changing demographically, racially, and with the Obama campaign, there's a coalition there that you have of women, of Hispanics, of young voters. And we heard this from South Carolina's Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. He says that the demographics race, we are losing badly. We're not generating enough angry white guys to stay in business for the long term. Is there a problem in the Republican Party? Does your party need to do more to bring in a diverse group of Americans if that coalition and that party is going to last?
The only angry white men I know are liberals. Conservatives are for all Americans. We're not, yeah, there you go. We're not for hyphenating Americans. We're not for dividing Americans. We think women and Hispanics and African Americans have suffered particularly under this non-recovery, the worst recovery in history, and that women and Hispanics and African Americans and all Americans want an opportunity to have some upward mobility.
Is there more the party needs to do to outreach to those folks? Because it does seem that it's becoming more and more monolithic.
The presumption that, speaking of Martin Luther King, Dr. King, that you would divide people up by race, gender, or class is distinctly un-American. It's insulting. I think what Jesse Jackson said was racist, divisive, and dark. And I would have hoped that the election of the first minority president in a Western democracy would have shown that Americans are past that, but I guess not for Reverend Jackson.
We got to leave it there. Mary and Donna will all be up real late, so save your energy, save your drinks for later, and we'll see how it all shakes out. Thanks again.
Keep hope alive, Mary. Keep hope alive.
All right. Mitt Romney hasn't talked much about his faith, but if he wins, he's actually going to be the first Mormon in the White House. We're looking at more of the history that could be made in this presidential race. Today's election destined to be one for the history books. No matter the outcome, the nation's first African-American president wins re-election or ends his term. We're looking at historic divisions now in our country. We're talking about party divisions. We're talking about the racial divide, the gender split. Joining us to talk about all of this, presidential historian Douglas Brinkley and CNN senior political analyst David Gergen. Thanks to both of you. Douglas, I want to start off with you. Let's let's fast forward 10 years. What do you think we will remember about this election night? How do you think this is going to play out historically?
Well, first off, I think for 2012, people are going to be astounded of the billions of dollars that just went into this election, how terminal it seemed. It seems like we've been in election mode for 2 years. And then, of course, the Barack Obama's missed opportunity in Denver, that first debate, and how Hurricane Sandy seemed to give a little lift to the president, ironically, as the October surprise. As for this election night itself, it seems to me it's going to be a repeat of 2000 and 2004, down to the wire, very close, and all about a handful of swing states. So Florida and Ohio are going to be in the news a lot tonight, just like they were in those two previous elections.
Now, we've got a lot to look forward to tonight, huh? David, let's talk about the divisions in the country right now, because you got a lot of them. We're talking about the gender gap. The latest polls showing 53% of women say they plan to vote for the president compared to 44% of men. That's a 9-point gender gap, be the largest since 96. There's also racial economic divisions as well. Romney leading among white voters, those making more than $50,000 a year. The president leading among voters making less than $50 grand. What do you think this says about the road ahead, whoever wins the White House, that you have such a divided country?
I'm worried that it says we've become a fragmented country, not only divided but fragmented, and that means that, you know, we have a white-black division, we have a generational division, we have minorities versus whites, we have an economic or inequality division. There are all sorts of divisions, and I think the real question that history will pose is whether this election resolved anything or not. Whether coming out of this election, we were able to break the deadlock in Washington to end the dysfunctionality and actually move toward a more productive politics. Obviously, this election could resolve what road we take. Do we take a road toward a more a liberal state, a state that's caring, provides a big safety net, but is also very expensive, or do we take a road toward a leaner government with more emphasis on the private side? I don't think we know the answers to those questions this morning because we don't know who's going to win. But I do think this fragmentation is a serious threat to the country, and we've got to move our politics beyond it. It's important that both parties be inclusive, not only of race and minorities, but also of age groups and that sort of thing, because I think this kind of divide, you know, is an unhealthy divide.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important issue whether or not either one of these men is going to really effectively be able to govern if he wins, govern in this country. Douglas, I want to go back to you to show just how tight we think this race is. We're looking at a dead heat tied at 49%. Put it into perspective for us of some other close races we've seen. Kennedy winning the popular vote over Nixon by 1/1700th of a point, and of course Bush-Gore race ending before the Supreme Court. How does this compare to what we've seen in the past?
Well, we'll see, but, you know, remember, let's just say Bush versus Gore. A lot of Democrats, because Al Gore won the popular vote, didn't take George W. Bush seriously. They wouldn't accept him as their president. If that happens tonight, where you have Barack Obama winning the electoral vote, but Mitt Romney winning the popular vote, it's only going to make the right angrier about Barack Obama as being an illegitimate president of some kind. And as David so artfully said, I mean, we're hurting ourselves here right now, and we're dividing ourselves. We're not operating as one. What does that say for 13? Well, I think that whoever the next president is going to have to use executive power. I'm not sure we can turn to Congress right now to do big and bold things. They're going to have to find an opening, a way to do things. I mean, Thomas Jefferson sold the Louisiana Purchase on national security grounds, and Kennedy sold the big space program on, this idea of beating the Soviets. We need a unifying factor that a president could provide in a second term, and it'll be interesting to see if either Romney or Obama can do that. If Mitt Romney's elected, he has $2 trillion loose dollars he's saying he's going to spend on the military,
right,
but has never said where that money's coming from and how it's going to be, how he's going to use it. It'll be interesting to see if that's his version of infrastructure, Keynesian infrastructure via military spending that Republicans will vote for. And if Barack Obama gets in, he's going to have to fight hard to hold on to Obamacare, his signature legislative achievement, the Affordable Care Act, which is also important for his legacy.
Douglas, we're going to have to leave it there, Douglas, and we always appreciate David Gordon, appreciate you as well. And your perspectives here and how these two men govern, going to be very important, and whether or not they can even build and keep a coalition together at this time of division. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We've got some new pictures in I want to show you here. This is the president. It's in Chicago, and he's at this field office. It's an unannounced stop that he made at a field office, a small campaign office in Chicago. And he's there on the phone. He's obviously there to thank the volunteers, the hard workers in his hometown. It all started there, and he is picking up the phone, making those important calls, and the last-minute calls, as you can imagine, trying to get out the vote. History being made today in many places across the country. Voters in Hawaii could send the first Asian-American woman to the Hill to serve in the U.S. Senate. That is, if Democratic Congresswoman Mazie Hirono beats former Republican Governor Linda Lingle. Polls are set to open at noon Eastern Time. Odds favor Hirono for two key reasons. Hawaii, big Democratic state, and its most famous native son just happens to be the president. So I want you to weigh in on the race for the White House. CNN has now partnered with Facebook to create this new app. It is called I'm Voting. Just go to my Facebook page, facebook.com/SuzanneCNN. Click on the I'm Voting app. So today's question, when do you think we will know who won? Let us know what you think. We're going to share some of your responses in the next hour. And a lot of folks think the road to victory tonight, running through Iowa. Of course, going to take you, Ohio, that is, rather, live, where the votes are already rolling in. Getting some still pictures in of the president making an unannounced stop in Chicago, Illinois, Hyde Park area at one of the field offices of his campaign. We are told that the president did give brief remarks after this picture was taken, and he says, we're going to be pulling the tape soon, turning this tape. He says he's grateful to all those who've worked so hard on behalf of the campaign. He says thank you to the American people. He says it's a source of great optimism to come on Election Day because he ends up having confidence in the decency and goodness of the American people. He also gives congratulations to Governor Romney on what he's calling a spirited campaign, and says that he knows that his supporters, Romney's supporters, are just as engaged. The president goes on to say that he feels confident that we've got the votes to win, and that he encourages everyone on both sides to exercise their right to vote. As soon as we get that tape, we'll turn it for you. But the president making brief remarks there at a campaign field office out of Chicago. Ohio is a critical battleground state in the election as well. Romney has two campaign stops later today. One is going to be in Ohio, the other in Pennsylvania. As for Ohio, the Columbus Dispatch reports the candidates have made a combined 83 visits to the state, with the 84th happening in just about an hour. That's when Mitt Romney is going to be arriving. So why all the fuss over Ohio? The state's 18 electoral votes, the second biggest swing state prize behind Florida. No Republican has ever won the presidency without Ohio. Carol Costello joining us from Ohio, Blue Ash, as a matter of fact. Carol, that's the big wind up there for you. It's also your hometown, right? It's your home state.
It is my home state, and believe me, we're always proud that we usually get the deciding factor in the presidential election, and people certainly feel that way here in Hamilton County. I'm in the southwestern part of the state, in Blue Ash, which is a suburb of Cincinnati. This is traditionally Republican country, but in 2008, President Obama won Hamilton County, so the Democrats here are hopeful he can pull it out again. The Republicans, not so much. In fact, the kind of myth that Mitt Romney has chosen to campaign in Ohio last time in Cuyahoga County, in northeastern part of the state, instead of here in Republican-rich Hamilton County. I just talked to the Hamilton County Board of Elections director. She expects a great turnout. In fact, she says the turnout has been spectacular so far. In 2008, it was 70%. She expects it to be more than 70%. She's shooting for 73%, but then she says she's a glass half full kind of person. I talked to many voters standing in line early this morning at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time when the polls opened. The lines were very long. People were excited to vote. One woman said she could not sleep all night long. She tried early voting over the weekend. and the lines were too long. She gave up. So she woke up every hour on the hour last night thinking she would miss her chance to vote. She was at least, I think she was the third person in line, and she did cast her ballot. She said that she felt that this election was more important than elections past because it was important for people to get involved so we can take care of this massive debt we're currently under.
And Carol, your mom's still there too, right? She's voting in the state as well?
My mother lives in northeastern Ohio in Stark County, and of course Stark County decides it all. As you know, I am positive my mother has already cast her ballot, and yes, her mind was made up months and months ago. In fact, she told me the other day, I can't believe there's such a thing as an undecided voter. If somebody hasn't decided as of today, there's something wrong with them, Suzanne.
We were kind of wondering who those undecided voters were, too, Carol. All right, well, best to you and your mom. We'll get back to you in a little bit. Whether Mitt Romney or the president wins the presidency, there is still Congress, of course, to consider, with several senators and representatives retiring. There's a fight for power on Capitol Hill. Up next. It's Election Day, not just for the White House, see live pictures there, but also the balance of power in Congress is at stake. All 435 House seats up for grabs, but the Senate is where we find some of the more higher-profile battles, the ones that could really change the balance in Washington. Our Dana Bash, she has more on the landscape and the key races we're going to be keeping especially close eye on tonight.
Suzanne, when you talk about the balance of power and what's at stake in the Senate, the first thing we should do is look at where things stand right now. And shows you up here, 47 Republican seats, 51 Democratic seats, plus 2 independents. But 47 is really the key number because it means that Republicans need a net gain of 4 seats in order to take control of the Senate. Now, what's at stake? Let's take a look. All of these white seats, all of those are up for grabs. 33 races, 1/3 of the Senate is going before the polls today. But you know what? Many of those are not competitive. So we're going to take those out and just keep it to those that we're really focusing on. But it's a pretty big universe of races, about a dozen races that we're looking at. Republicans need to take many of these blue seats in order to have a chance at retaking the Senate. Let's look at some of the most interesting races that we've seen this election year. Virginia. Living in Washington, we see the ads running over and over again. And it's no surprise that this is the most expensive Senate race so far, $82 million. It's the Democrat Tim Kaine trying to hold on to this Democratic seat. He's trying to fill the seat of retiring Senator Jim Webb. And George Allen, who was defeated 6 years ago, is trying to get that seat back. It's neck and neck in the polls. Let's look at one other fascinating race, and that is Montana. It is a red state, but there's a Democratic senator, John Tester. He is trying to hold on to this seat. Republicans, with their candidate, Denny Rehberg, are trying to take this from them. About $50 million spent in Montana, which is a lot of money. It doesn't even have a major media market, but it hasn't moved the dial at all. Before the race started, they were 1% in the polls. Now, on Election Day, there's a 1% difference between the two of them in the polls. So that tells you how tight it is. Then let's look at the key race for Republicans where they're defending their own turf. Scott Brown in Massachusetts. He is the incumbent senator. He's had a run for his money in more ways than one from Elizabeth Warren, the Democrat. Privately, Republicans have said that they just don't think they can hold on to this. They think that Democrats are going to come home in the traditionally Democratic state of Massachusetts. But in the last couple of days, those polls have tightened up publicly and privately. So you never know. Scott Brown certainly pulled off a surprise a few years ago, and he could do the same today. Now, these are just 3 examples, but we're going to be watching all of these incredibly dramatic competitive races as the night goes on tonight, Suzanne.
All right, thanks. Thousands of people in New York and New Jersey are facing devastating losses from Superstorm Sandy. On this election day, they're actually getting extra help if they can make it to any local polling station. The aftermath of Hurricane Sandy making it very difficult for a lot of folks to vote in New York and New Jersey. Those 2 states were hardest hit by the storm. And New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, he's now issued an order allowing voters in counties that are hit by the disaster to actually cast a provisional ballot at any polling stations in the state. It's also happening in New Jersey as well. I want to bring in Elena Cho, who joins us from Brooklyn, to explain how this is all working.
Hey, Susan, good morning to you. We're actually at the only school in New York City that is doubling as a shelter and a polling station today. The polls have been open for about 5 hours or so, and I can tell you we've just been inside. The lines are very long. Turnout is high here. Hundreds of people are inside right now, and people conducting exit polls, we're happy to report, are outside. As I mentioned, turnout is high. People are casting their ballots, except in those rare cases where they can't stand the wait.
It's just a very long line, and it's probably going to try around 12:30 or 1.
Think it might be slower then?
I don't know. If it's not, we'll wait for it then.
How long did you wait before you gave up?
About a minute, but it's just a very long line. And I've got time in the afternoon, but right now I don't. But I'll be back to make the wait.
It's inspiring to see so many people up and out to vote already. And there doesn't seem to be much confusion. I mean, I guess people were afraid that after Sandy, people wouldn't have a priority of coming out to vote. But they're here.
Yeah. It is inspiring, and that woman we spoke to actually said she came in early. She voted at about 7:30 this morning, and she said the reason why she came early is because she's volunteering today in the Rockaways, which is one of the hardest hit areas after the storm. Now, in what was really an extraordinary 11th hour move yesterday, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo, as you mentioned, signed an executive order which essentially says if you're one of those people who lives in a federal disaster zone in New York, today you can cast your ballot not just in your district, but any district, any polling station across New York State. It is unprecedented. It is significant. It's not a perfect solution, Suzanne. The state admits that there might be some complications with some local hotly contested races. Sure. But if you are voting in a district other than your own in New York, you need to know that you will only be able to vote in the presidential race and in statewide initiatives. But the bottom line, Suzanne, is you will be able to vote today.
All right. That is important. Thank you, Elena. Appreciate it. We're following some of these interesting state initiatives, everything from health care to taxes. And in California, voters actually might abolish the death penalty. Election day finally here, showing you what's going on as voters head to the polls across the country. We're also talking about some of the big ballot initiatives as well. One of the most divisive issues voters facing on the ballot in 4 states, same-sex marriage. 3 states, Maine, Maryland, and Washington, deciding whether or not to legalize it. Now, voters in Minnesota, they're going to choose whether to add a ban on same-sex marriage to the state constitution. Now, even if the constitutional ban is defeated, same-sex marriage is still going to be illegal in the state under another current law. Well, this woman, she has overcome tremendous odds. Former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords does her part. Today, she casts her vote. In Arizona, Gabby Giffords is making her voice heard at the voting booth. The former congresswoman was with her former assistant, Ron Barber, when she dropped off her ballot yesterday. Barber won a special election in June to replace Giffords in Congress. Giffords is still recovering from being shot in the head outside a Tucson supermarket almost 2 years ago.
Right now, the final frantic race for president as Americans head to the polls and have their say. Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, ending a long and close campaign.
Do you want more of the same or do you want change?
Fighting for every vote until the bitter end.
We know what change looks like, and what he's offering ain't it.
We're live across the country with the candidates and in the battleground states that hold the keys to the White House.
Together we can get this done. There's only one direction, forward.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America, the fight for the presidency, the battle for Congress, and the issues dividing the nation.
I still believe in you, and if you still believe in me, I'm asking for your vote.
I need you to go out there and find people that'll come join our cause.
It's your vote, your future, your country, your choice.
I'm Suzanne Malveaux. It's Election Day, and most of the polls are now open. Hawaii is the last state waiting to get in on the action. Their polls open next hour. As we know, every vote counts. Very important, especially with the dead heat in the presidential race. There's just 1 point difference in our last national poll of polls. Mitt Romney casting his ballot a couple hours ago in Belmont, Massachusetts. But voting is just the first stop for the Republican challenger. He's still got campaign events to get to. Romney going to be in Cleveland a little later this hour, and then it's a short hop to last stop. That is in Moon Township, Pennsylvania, just outside of Pittsburgh. President Obama technically not on the road. He's home in Chicago, but he did venture out just this last hour to visit one of his campaign field offices. He offered some words of thanks to the volunteers and the workers there, and as you can see, jumped into action on the phone bank. Now this new video, the president casting his ballot. Well, remember, he voted 12 days ago. The president took advantage of early voting in Illinois to get a jump on things. Early voting was a big part of the Obama campaign message, so he led by example. Battlegrounds key today. We've got them all covered. Here's where we've got our correspondents all set up. We're going to hear from two. Ashley Banfield, she is in Florida. Randy Kay in Virginia. Want to start off with the situation in Florida. Ashley, people waiting in line 6 hours for early voting last week, so they didn't have to avoid the long lines today. You're in Miami-Dade County. 32% voted early. How the lines looking?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. So let me just show you the end of the line. It's right here. And let me take you on a little tour, Suzanne. You ready? Buckle up, because this is going to be long. Here you go. We go down the line. You just step out of the way so that our photographer can keep you going down the line and around the horn and back here. There are 6,000 precincts, roughly, in Florida, and this is just one of them. And there are only about 26 polling booths inside the precinct where I'm about to take you, but not before you get to see all the people. First, hold on with that thought. How long have you been waiting?
Almost 2 hours now.
So you're at the 2-hour mark. Keep coming, Suzanne. We got a long way to go, my dear.
All
before
right,
I tell you a couple of other things about this spot. You patient woman. Listen, it's been pretty good here, I have to admit. These are really patient people, and we haven't had any problems here. But for one argument this morning where someone was saving a spot, a couple of reports of irregularities in Florida, some missing ballots, some optical scanners jamming. In fact, one of them jammed here, but it was fixed right away, according to one of the voters. You're still with me, right? You're still seeing this line, right?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Ashley. I'm following you.
Through here. Okay, Suzanne, I'm glad, because this is a marathon, I'm telling you. A lot of people have brought their chairs, their iPods, their books and stuff, because they know. You see the signs here, Suzanne? That's 100 feet from the polling station. That's where you're allowed to campaign. And do you see that white line, that white rope?
Yeah.
That's the radius that was measured out when we got here just after 4 o'clock this morning by the elections officials. Nobody like me or those campaigners can go any closer than that radius. So keep coming. Keep coming. We're nowhere near the front yet. How long have you been waiting?
About 3 hours.
You're 3 hours?
Yes.
We're at the 3-hour mark. Keep coming. And I just talked to a woman, actually, who left a couple of hours ago. I was talking to her in line. She told me, all told, from start to finish, you're 3 hours. 3 hours 45 for the woman who just exited. We're getting to the front of the line, and it's the payoff time, Malveaux, because this is what you get to see when you get to the front of the line. The fire station that has its 2 main bay doors open with all of those individual voting private booths, and then the optical scanners, and then out you come. Happy that you went through the process in sunny Florida. We're expecting some rain showers possibly later today. I doubt that will dampen any of the enthusiasm here, but really some very patient and friendly people.
Yeah, those are some patient people. That's a long investment in time, but you know, once you get in that line, it's worth it to just get through it and to be able to vote. Ashley, thanks very much.
You know what's worth it, Suzanne? It's worth it to absentee vote, which I did several weeks ago because I don't want to be in that line.
I hear you. I did early voting myself. Thank you, Ashley. Good to see you. Want to move on to Florida. This is another southern battleground state, Virginia. It's probably going to be the first of critical swing states that we're actually going to see results tonight. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. The polls actually close at 7 Eastern. It's really one of the earliest of these battleground states. That's where we find Randy Kay and Woodbridge, Virginia. So for folks who don't know the area, this is about 30 miles or so from Washington. What are people saying? Do they feel optimistic? Do they feel positive here?
They feel excited to vote. I can tell you that. There are some long lines here, but the folks are inside. We're actually kept outside to broadcast this morning. But folks were lining up here, Suzanne, before dawn, about 2,600 registered voters here. They don't have early voting in Virginia. They have what's called absentee in-person voting, so you need a pretty good excuse not to be here today. This is also the first time they have the new voter ID law. Before, you could just sign an affidavit saying that you are who you are. That doesn't work anymore. But I've been talking to folks, and they said they've been waiting about 2 hours. They only have 4 machines inside. Most of them, though, they feel it's their duty. They don't care about the long waits. Here's what some of them told me.
What made you bring out the whole family today? Is this a lesson in election politics?
I think it's good for the kids to see mom and dad vote. I think it's even more important to stand in line. So there's a bit of a sacrifice to go and vote to show how important it is for the younger generation to know that it's not only their responsibility but their duty to their country to vote.
And what is the most important issue to your family?
Freedom. The ability to, the health care bill is very important to me. When the bill was passed, they can now compel commerce by force. So I now have to buy a good or service against my will, or the government will punish me. So freedom for me is the biggest issue.
What kind of line did you find inside?
Oh, extremely long. It was the longest I've ever seen.
Is that frustrating?
It was about a 2-hour wait. No, it wasn't frustrating because it's an important issue.
So it really is very important to a lot of these folks here. You see a lot of kids here. In fact, they all brought their families to vote and show them how important it is, Suzanne.
All right. Thank you, Randy. I want you to weigh in on the race for the White House. CNN is partnered now with Facebook to create a new app. It is called I'm Voting. Just go to my Facebook page, facebook.com/SuzanneCNN. Click on the I'm Voting app. So today's question, when do you think we're going to know who won? Let us know what you think. We're going to share some of your responses later in the hour. Here's what we've got going on this hour. A look at key congressional race. Will GOP's rising star Mia Love beat out her opponent? That is Utah's 6th-term Congressman Jim Matheson. We're going to talk to both of them afterwards, and plus get some election excitement.
Long lines at the polls right now on this election day.
Every vote counts.
A look at the candidates still in a dead heat.
When we talk about change, we know what real change looks like because we fought for it. We've got the scars to prove it.
President Obama promised change, but he couldn't deliver it. I promised change, and I have a record of achieving it. I built a business.
Is their enthusiasm drawing people to the polls? It's America's choice, and it's now.
It was a presidential campaign that seemed to go on forever. Billions of dollars were spent. At times, rhetoric was bitter and personal. But now the voters, they're deciding on who's going to sit in the White House for the next 4 years. The president made his final pitch to voters yesterday in Iowa, where it all began for him nearly 5 years ago. Romney making last-minute campaign stops today in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Joining us to talk about their take on the possible outcome, CNN contributor and conservative New York Times columnist Ross Douthat and Democratic strategist and CNN contributor Van Jones. I want you guys to know we might have to cut you off because the president did speak earlier today at a campaign field office in Chicago. As soon as we turn that tape, we're going to actually play that here. But I want to start off with you, Ross. Why do you believe that it is so close at this point?
Well, I mean, it's an election in a year when the economy is in a very slow, grinding recovery. So it's sort of betwixt and between, right? It's neither the kind of booming recovery that would have given President Obama an easy win, nor the kind of really ugly jobs picture that we had a year ago. So it isn't that surprising that in a country that's very polarized and very divided, that we're sort of reverting back towards at least national polling numbers that'll look a lot like 2000 and 2004. We are, to some extent, a 50-50 nation absent extraordinary circumstances, and that's pretty much back where we are today.
Van, how does the president keep together a coalition that is so diverse? Because he has many different groups to answer to. Unlike the Republican Party, he is trying to unify this group. You've got Latinos, you have women, you have young voters, you have gay voters, you have women. How does he manage to keep that coalition together?
Well, you know, it's extraordinary, the leadership he's shown in being able to do just that.
There's been a lot of talk about where he's not doing as well as he did before. Look at where he is doing as well, and even better. He's doing a much better job even with the Latino community. I think that what you're going to see now is this comes down now to the young people. What you've not seen yet, whether the generation that really carried him over the top is going to show up today. They came out for him 67% last time. Polls now say that he may be down to 58% with the young people. If the young people stay with this president, he will be reelected, and the Obama coalition will be the governing coalition in America for a very long time. But it comes down to, will the young people vote today? That's the big question.
Ross, your op-ed piece on Saturday, you wrote that an Obama victory would risk, and you say 4 more years of drift, stagnation, and decline. Is there a way that this president, if he does win, can work with Republicans who are willing to compromise?
I think that there are some things that can be done on the deficit picture. I think the president will actually have a fairly strong hand to play in negotiations because of the expiration of the Bush tax cut. So I would expect something modest to get done with the deficit problem. But then
all right,
after that,
I'm going to have to cut you short here just for a moment. The president speaking. Let's just listen in.
Some votes. That's all right. All right. How are we doing?
We're doing well.
You're doing good? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, everybody. You know, you can feel free to take a picture, but I'm just going to start making some calls. I don't want to distract you. I don't want to distract you.
I got you dialed up here if you want. They gave me this phone.
Oh, they gave you a phone.
No, not forever.
Yeah, I should dial up so that, I look like that. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for all this.
It's great stuff.
It's fun.
We all believe
this is America.
It is.
Democracy. This is what it's all about, right?
All right.
Hi, is this Hattie? Hi, this is Barack Obama. How are you? I'm doing, I don't think she noticed me right now. My name was Barack Obama, the president of the United States.
Hi, it's Justin Frost.
Yeah, how are you? Yeah, can I just say you were really polite to me when you didn't know who I was, which is, that's so nice. Well, listen, I just wanted to call and say thank you. I know you guys are working so hard at the Brown Deer Road office, and we just got to make sure everybody gets out to vote in Wisconsin. So, all right. How you feel, nothing? Well, listen. Well, we're so proud of you, and I'm so grateful for everything you're doing. So just keep it up. All right. Hopefully we'll have a good day.
That means a lot to me. Okay, Hattie, go out there and keep working hard all the way through.
Have you voted, sir?
All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right.
She was very nice to me, but she didn't initially know who I was.
Surprised her.
She's all, I'm sorry, I don't know who this, I couldn't hear your name, but you can hold on one second.
Would you like another call?
Oh, yeah, I'm all set. Don't worry about me. I'm no pro.
Oh, I see.
I used to do this when I was, let's see whose age here. I don't see anybody young enough to. Maybe when I was her age.
Because we were looking for. I see. Okay, my apologies about that. So make a note of what's updated in the database. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for waiting.
What you're watching there is the president is actually at a field office. This is in Hyde Park, Chicago, and he's making unannounced phone calls, congratulating supporters who don't really know that the president is calling him. We just heard, listened in to one of the calls he made to a woman named Hattie. These are supporters who are actually in Wisconsin. And it was quite amusing to actually hear the phone call. She didn't realize that it was the president, but didn't believe him. He thanked her for being polite and then went on to talk about how important it was to continue the work that they're doing out of Wisconsin, as you know, a very important battleground state. But the president there in his hometown of Chicago making those calls, it's an impromptu visit. As soon as we get the remarks that the president has made to the cameras, we're going to bring that to you as well. Well, she is the GOP's rising star, and she is known for her blunt talk.
Mr. President, I'm here to tell you the American people are awake, and we're not buying what you're selling in 2012.
Her thoughts on the election and her race for Congress. Mia Love, she's joining us up next. We're taking a look at some live pictures just coming in here. This is Cleveland, Ohio. This is actually Mitt Romney's plane, and he is going to be holding an Election Day rally out of Cleveland at the top of the hour. We are waiting for him to come off the plane, but it shows just how important Ohio is, the fact that his plane has touched down and that he is going to be working the crowds here. It is really the most crucial battleground state in this election. What happens in Ohio very much determines what could determine who becomes the next president. Stay with us for this live event. We'll bring it to you as soon as it begins. Now, if she wins her congressional race in Utah, Mia Love, she's going to make history. She'll become the first black female Republican in the U.S. House of Representatives. Love is not only one of a small percentage of black Republicans, she is also a Mormon. Mia Love, she's joining us from Salt Lake City. Good to see you. First of all, in interviews, you generally downplay the fact that you could make history if you're elected to Congress. But if you do win, you'd be a first. You'd be breaking a barrier here. Does that resonate? Do you feel some sort of kinship even with President Obama?
Oh, you know, I'm just worried about getting our country back on track. You know, I go around and I talk to the people of the 4th District. I talk to everyone that is, you know, struggling and people that believe that our nation is not going in the right direction. And really what they're looking for, Suzanne, is leadership. They want someone who is going to come to the table with some solutions and work together to fix our problems. And so if I can do that, and if I can make sure that we get our country back on track, then that's the history I'm interested in making.
All right. And you're a rising star clearly in the Republican Party. We saw you at the GOP convention. You got quite a reception there. The Republican Party, explain to us why it is you think that it does not have more appeal for African Americans. How does your party reach out to the black community? Because according to the Frederick Douglass Foundation, only about 4% of blacks identify with the Republican Party.
You know, to me, I think that we need to get away from all of that. I mean, we've had so many people that have sacrificed to make sure that we're all considered equal. You know, I want to be able to look at our president and know that he sees me as an individual. We want a president that sees us all equally as Americans. And the problems that we face today, they're not black, white issues, they're American issues. And so we need to concentrate on those.
It doesn't concern you that your party itself does not attract a more diverse group of people, that it is so homogenous that you're really one of the few?
No. I mean, I think that people are coming along and people are starting to hear about the different platforms. And we have two clear directions where we can go in this country, where we've got something that starts, a president that believes everything should start and end at a centralized government, and somebody who believes in individual freedom and liberties and being able to get on your feet no matter what. What we stand for in this country is that you can come to this country with very little, or you can be here and start with very little and end up doing something incredibly big. And I think that that message is starting to resonate, not just to one demographic, but to all Americans. And I think that if we continue to talk about the issues, that's going to attract more Americans, regardless of race, gender, or any of the other things that people would like to divide us by.
During the primaries, there was a lot of concern about whether or not Mitt Romney's Mormon faith would work against him. But you have now Christian evangelicals who are rallying around him. His faith really has not been that much of an issue during this campaign. Do you think in some ways that you benefit from that you are going to have people out there who are voting for Mitt Romney in Utah and will help you as well as a Mormon?
I think that, people will realize, and they have realized, Mitt Romney has supported us and supported me because of the policies that I've put in my city, and that's why they're going to be able to, see that I'm the one that's going to be able to help him get our country back on track. I've always been very clear about where I stood in my support for Mitt Romney and believe that he is the best presidential candidate that can get us to where we need to be and get our country back on track. And I think that that's the reason why people are going to help tie the two of us together.
If Mitt Romney wins, what would you say to him? How would you actually counsel him to work with Democrats? How does he get through? He talks about bipartisanship. How does he actually manage to make something like that happen in such a broken government and a broken system today?
Well, I can tell you, I certainly hope that he does win, and what I want to tell him is that, as a mayor, we don't walk around with R's and D's on our foreheads. We run nonpartisan, and I don't look over to my other council member and say, tell me what your party affiliation is before I find out if he has a really good idea. What we need people who are going to come to the table and work together, and I think that anybody who comes here with an idea, he's going to listen to them, and that's how we're going to get things done.
All right, Mayor Mia Love, good to have you on. We really appreciate it. We're going to get back President Obama speaking earlier today. Let's listen in.
All the debates and all the electioneering, it comes down to this. One day, and these incredible folks who are working so hard, making phone calls, making sure that people go out to vote. And so I just want to say thank you to the American people. It's a source of great optimism for me whenever I come to Election Day, because I end up having so much confidence in the decency and goodness and wisdom of ordinary folks who are working so hard, trying to move their own small piece of this country forward. And I also want to say to Governor Romney, congratulations on a spirited campaign. I know that his supporters are just as engaged and just as enthusiastic and working just as hard today. We feel confident we've got the votes to win, but it's going to depend ultimately on whether those votes turn out. And so I would encourage everybody on all sides just to make sure that you exercise this precious right that we have and that people fought so hard for us to have. And I'm looking forward to the results, and I expect that we'll have a good night, but no matter what happens, I just want to say how much I appreciate everybody who supported me, everybody who's worked so hard on my behalf. Again, I want to congratulate Governor Romney and his team for a hard-fought race as well. Okay?
All right. President Obama there making a last-minute stop there in Chicago, congratulating, thanking Mitt Romney for a hard fight ahead, saying that he is confident that he has the support and he has the votes today. So we will see how that all shakes out. We are also waiting as well. Mitt Romney is just arriving Cleveland, Ohio. That is where he's going to be campaigning. He is still campaigning, still on the road, trying to win over some votes. We're going to have more after the break. We're getting a new tape in here. TV personality and host Ryan Seacrest interviewed the president yesterday. He's now airing this on his radio show this morning. Let's listen in.
Well, look, I think anybody who's running for office would be lying if they say that there's not some butterflies before the polls come in, because anything can happen. That's the magic of democracy, is that it's up to the people to decide. But at a certain point, you get calm, because you know if you've done everything you can do, then the process is working the way it's supposed to, which is power now resides with individual voters.
President Obama speaking out. That was just yesterday, that tape airing today. Now, forget fancy graphics, virtual reality. When it comes to voting, the people of Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, they got this thing down. Maybe they do it the right way. 10 people, just 10, cast their ballots in one of the traditional first votes of the presidential election, one by one, making their choices. But in the end, there was no decision. It was a tie. 5-5. Hearts, it is the other New Hampshire town that is getting in on the early action. There, President Obama scored 23 of the 33 votes. Mitt Romney got 9. Libertarian candidate Gary Johnson got 1. CNN is covering the election all day, but be sure to watch our special coverage beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern. Presidential race isn't the only one to watch. In Utah, voters could make history. If elected to Congress, Mia Love would be the first African-American Mormon female Republican in the House. This man, of course, he is standing in her way. He is 6th-term Democratic Congressman Jim Matheson, and he's going to join us up next. Earlier, we talked with a Utah congressional candidate who could make history if she wins, but one man stands in the way of Mia Love becoming the first black Republican woman in Congress. That is Democratic Congressman Jim Matheson, who is Love's opponent in the 4th Congressional District race in Utah. He joins us from Salt Lake City. Congressman, very good to see you here. Obviously, your opponent has gotten a lot of attention because she could make history here. Do you think your campaign has been overshadowed by that possibility?
Listen, I think that ultimately all the national attention doesn't really matter about here in Utah. This is where the election gets decided, and in Utah, people know me real well. I have a pretty long family history in this state, and people know me well, and ultimately I think they care about the issues that we talk about. That's what's going on the ground here. And Congressman, you are the lone Democrat in the Utah delegation. How do you think you've been able to actually survive in such a conservative environment? Well, at the end of the day, what people appreciate about me is that I'm really not about party. I'm about just trying to do the right thing. I think most people in Utah are tired of all the partisanship and the bickering that dominates our politics today. And what they know about me is that that's not who I am. They know I'm a guy who works with anybody, regardless of where they come from. I put good ideas above party, politics, personal ambition. That's what they're looking for. So the approach that I've followed for all my time in office, I think in the year 2012, it matters that much more. It is a very pragmatic approach as a member of a Blue Dog Coalition, fiscally conservative Democrat. But you are really a rare breed, actually. I mean, there are not a lot of moderates and Democrats and Republicans that are coming together in Congress in this sense. How do you change that? How do you actually work across the aisle? Because you've got this so-called fiscal cliff that is going to happen, potentially happen, with all these spending cuts and tax increases within weeks. Look, first of all, the extreme elements of both parties are a problem. There's no question about it in Congress. There are too many people on the extremes of both sides. And if we're ever going to get something done, you have to draw some common ground and be constructive. That's what America wants. That's why most people in America are registering as independents. They're leaving both political parties. So that gives me confidence, and quite frankly, there's a core group in Congress of Democrats and Republicans that have the same attitude about trying to get something done. Oh, I know it's better to be an extremist. It's better to be on the cable channels if you scream from an extreme standpoint. That maybe helps. But for the more pragmatic approach, that may not be as exciting on TV, but that's how you make good policy. Well, we prefer to talk to moderates as well. We don't need a lot of that screaming here. But are there enough of you, honestly, are there enough of you to come together and make a difference here? Because we have not seen that. We have not seen that the independent, moderate elements of either party survive, particularly the Republicans who have left, essentially, when you talk about Maine and Olympia Snow and all these others who, you know, they put their hands in the air and say, forget it. Yeah, you are absolutely right. The number of moderate Republicans and Democrats has decreased over the last 3 elections. We got to turn that around. That's what America wants. Ultimately, I think the political system's going to respond to that. We need more people who want to be constructive to get something done. And quite frankly, that's why I'm confident about this election. We do not need another person in the Utah delegation who's going to go back and just walk the party line. That's not how you get things done.
Finally, do you think that with Mitt Romney being a Mormon on the ticket in Utah, do you think that's going to be an advantage to your opponent, or does it really matter?
Oh, I think it's going to create a certain level of excitement. But let me tell you something. When you run as a Democrat in Utah, the Republican presidential candidate always runs up a big percentage. I'm used to that. I've dealt with this before. And what I appreciate about Utah voters is they really do have an independent streak where they take a look at each race on its own merits, the candidates in that part of the ballot, and they'll cross over and vote for me. I wouldn't be a member of Congress but for that fact. That's what gives me confidence today.
All right, Congressman Matheson, thank you so much. Appreciate your time, and we'll be checking back in, see how you do. Thanks again. If Mitt Romney wins the battle for the White House, he will become the first Mormon president of the United States. It's just one of the many possible firsts in this election. Hawaii voters could send the first Asian American woman to the U.S. Senate. That could be Democratic Congresswoman Mazie Hirono. For the first time, voters in 3 states could give gay Americans the right to marry. It's on the ballot in Washington, Maryland, and Maine. Same-sex marriage has been legalized in 6 states and the District of Columbia, but always by legislative or court action. Looking at your local ballot, you're seeing some state initiatives from health care to medical marijuana. Do these issues have you going to the polls? Voters are casting ballots for who they want to lead, and they're weighing in on some big issues as well. Marijuana use is on the ballot in 6 states. Voters in Arkansas, Massachusetts, and Montana going to decide whether to legalize marijuana for medical use. 17 states already allow it. Now in Oregon, Washington, and Colorado, voters going to decide whether to legalize recreational use of marijuana. 4 states, Alabama, Florida, Wyoming, and Montana, they're going to vote on a key requirement of the president's health care law. That is the individual mandate. Very controversial. It requires people to purchase health insurance. The Republican-backed ballot measures would violate the Affordable Care Act and would likely end up in court if they're actually passed. CNN is covering the election all day long, but be sure to watch our special coverage. That begins at 6 p.m. Eastern. And of course, the magic number tonight, 270, that's the number needed to win the electoral vote. Your vote counts. One Colorado man says it is all about the economy.
This is a great middle-class community, and that's what's been hurting the most. And we need to get back to community again. We need to bring people together on both sides of the party, people that will work together. That's what this country is about.
Live picture of the White House. A road to the White House, a long one. In the last week, we've seen the candidates crisscrossing the nation, paying close attention to the battleground states, such as Ohio and Florida. Those states hold a lot of electoral votes. Our chief national correspondent, John King, shows us what is it going to take to get the magic number 270.
Suzanne, we let the people vote on Election Day, but here's one thing we do know. The map will not look like this. President Obama will not win as convincing a victory as he did 4 years ago because this is such a close race. Some of the states he turned from red to blue last time, likely to go to Governor Romney this time. So the big question is, who can get to 270? Who has the easiest path? 270 meaning the 270 Electoral College votes it takes to win. The president starts the day in our calculation with 237, strong or leaning Obama. Those are the blue states. Governor Romney, 206. Those are the red states, and the pink states are leaning his way. The president has an easier path, Suzanne, and he can get there just if he does this. If the president can win his last 3 stops, they were in Iowa, Wisconsin, and Ohio, just those 3 puts the president over the top. Let's take Ohio back, though, for the sake of argument. The Romney campaign says that's going to be a close one. The one battleground state the Obama team is most confident about is the state of Nevada. And they don't get much pushback from the Romney campaign. The Romney campaign says, let's see what turnout is like on Election Day. But Nevada seems to be leaning Democratic. If the president got that, Iowa, and Wisconsin, it would put him at 259. Now we get into the dicey area. The Obama campaign says it's confident it might win them all. But let's say, for the sake of argument, And the Obama campaign says if they have a weak link, it's Florida. The Romney campaign says it can win Florida. Let's give that to the governor. Virginia's another one we're going to watch closely. The Virginia suburbs will be key to this one. Let's, for the sake of argument, say Romney can eke out a narrow victory there. Where does that get us? 259 to 248. What's left on the map then? Colorado. This one, the Obama campaign says early voting leaves them confident. The Romney campaign says it will get this one out in the West. For the sake of argument, let's give that to Governor Romney. That would get you at 259, 257, and then tiny New Hampshire and battleground Ohio would decide the election. It wouldn't matter, really, who won this one, because no matter who won the state of New Hampshire in this scenario, you would need Ohio and its 18 electoral votes to get over the top. So, Suzanne, on this election day and into this election night, we'll be watching the bellwether state of Ohio. It's been right since 1964. Whoever gets that one tends to win the White House.
CNN is covering the election all day long, but be sure to watch our special coverage beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern. The clock is ticking. Time to vote. We have teamed up with Facebook to ask when you think we will know who won. Tonight, tomorrow, check out my page to vote, facebook.com/Suzanne Malveaux. We're going to share some of what you're saying up next.